Chapter 43-22. Hong Yifeng was very domineering and confident. And now, he had the capital to be domineering and confident. He was good at metal elemental laws. Many years ago, he had comprehended metal elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and comprehended the fire elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Any medium-level ultimate god who had mastered any kind of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles would be one of the best among medium-level ultimate gods even if they had not mastered any of the four paths of heaven and earth. If one could master the four paths of heaven and earth, even if they had just mastered it, they could become a top existence among medium-level ultimate gods in one fell swoop. Nangong and Lu Yun, who had intercepted Yang Yuchen today, and Nangong and Lu Yun's helpers were such existences. You can't leave. After all, Yang Yuchen was only lightly injured. After taking a few healing divine pills, the aura on his body became stronger. He suddenly made his move, and together with his second senior brother Hong Yifeng, they blocked Nangong Lu Yun and Nangong Lu Yun. Of course, he was more like a bystander. Hong Yifeng's main body had a powerful aura, and his metal law avatar had merged with his main body, so that he would not be at a disadvantage in front of Nangong Lu Yun and Nangong Lu Yun, who both possessed the power of bloodline. In addition, the fire elemental law clone was also very powerful. When combined with his aura, it was even more terrifying than a pair of twins at the level of Nangong and Lu Yun's level. The twins were telepathic, so when they worked together, they were far more terrifying than ordinary two people working together. However, Hong Yifeng was obviously even more terrifying now. After all, the fire elemental law clone was also himself. It was like a person had created a clone that was not much weaker than the original body. This kind of clone and original body worked together seamlessly, making Nangong and Lu Yun feel aggrieved and helpless. They were now doing their best to escape, but they were blocked by Hong Yifeng. They couldn't find a chance at all. In addition, Yang Yuchen's interference from time to time made them so anxious that they almost went crazy. Nangong and Lu Yun's expressions were extremely ugly. They never expected that the originally good situation would fall to such a state in the blink of an eye. Just now, if they were given more than 10 breaths of time, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Yang Yuchen. However, at the crucial moment, Hong Yifeng appeared and displayed an extremely terrifying strength. As the proud son of a giant god-level family and a genius valued by the strongest, he naturally knew what Hong Yifeng's current strength meant. Looking at the various planes of gods, and even the entire reverse god world, it would be difficult to find a second person whose strength was comparable to Hong Yifeng's. Although Hong Yifeng had some fame in the past, he was only one of the best medium ultimate gods. Now, not only has he improved, but he has even surpassed us top medium ultimate gods. What opportunity did he get? Right now, Nangong Lu Yun was thinking of a way to escape while having a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that I really have to use the projection jade scroll that the ancestor gave me? Ancestor, if you show yourself and fight, you will be violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Even my Chaos points will be cleared. Lu Yun and Lu Yun and Lu Yun were Lu's to be had. He could not accept the fact that his Chaos points were emptied. As for the punishment of his ancestor, it had nothing to do with him. Although he felt guilty, he would rather feel guilty than live and die. Why don't I wait for Ning Xiaoxiang to use the Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun's Lu Yun? Thinking about this, a cunning look flashed across the depths of Nangong Liu Yun's eyes. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Nangong and Lu Yun. Ning Xiaoxiang's voice transmission echoed in Nangong Liu Yun's ears at the right time. This time, I made a move purely to help you. Although you'll give me something as a reward after the matter is settled, the reason why we're in such a dangerous situation is ultimately because of you. You're still not going to crush the Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun. Are you waiting for me to crush the Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun? If that's the case, you're dreaming. I think that if I surrender now and am even willing to pay enough money to buy my life, they might not necessarily not let me go. But either you will die, or in the end, you can only crush the projection jade slip of your clan's ancestor. Right now, Ning Xiaoxiang was clearly a little flustered and exasperated. Although he and Nangong and Lu Yun were both prodigies of godly venerate level clans in the Xiangang land and had some ties with each other, they were not close. This time, he had cooperated with Nangong and Lu Yun to search for the Duan Lingtian and met Yang Yuchen. Nangong and Lu Yun had wanted to kill Yang Yuchen, but Lu Yun had only agreed to help after Lu Yun promised him a reward. Qiu Ming, on the other hand, was Nangong and Lu Yun's cousin. Therefore, he was willing to help Nangong and Lu Yun without Lu Yun's promise of a reward. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiang's words, Nangong and Lu Yun knew that he had no other choice. When Yang Yuchen unleashed another burst of power and charged over with Hong Yifeng, seeing that both he and Ning Xiaoxiang were in mortal danger, he finally took out a jade slip and crushed it. Pa! The jade slip shattered, and a terrifying energy gushed out. An incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air, looking incomparably cold and emotionless. When Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's attacks came over, they were blocked by the huge face. However, after blocking the attack, the huge face became somewhat illusory and erratic. However, one could still see that it was the face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a dignified look and a cold expression. He glanced at Hong Yifeng and said, "You're not even a match for the Ning family's brat?" Evidently, this supreme expert knew Ning Xiaoxiang as well. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiang respectfully bowed to the huge face that the middle-aged man had manifested. At the same time, even Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen temporarily stopped their attacks and did not attack again. No matter what, the other party was still a supreme expert. It was impossible for them to not give him face. Although they were not afraid of the other party here, what about in the future? In the future, they would definitely go to the outer world. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do anything. Therefore, they could not afford to offend the other party. Of course, this time, if the other party really wanted to save Nangong and Lu Yun's life, he would have to bleed a little. Otherwise, they would not allow Nangong and Lu Yun to leave just like that. Second senior brother, Yang Yuchen sent a voice transmission to Hong Yifeng. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Say, when do you think first senior sister will become a supreme expert? If she becomes a supreme expert, we won't have to be so afraid even if the projection of Nangong's true body appears today." "I don't know." Hong Yifeng's tone was clearly a little helpless. It's not that easy to become a supreme expert. As soon as he finished speaking, he also allowed the supreme expert of the Nangong clan to educate Nangong and Lu Yun. He began to persuade Yang Yuchen. "Third junior brother, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill Nangong Lu Yun today. You have to be mentally prepared for this." His third junior brother seemed to be kind and refined, but he knew that he was also a vengeful person who would not compromise easily. "Second senior brother, I'm already past the age of being young and impetuous." Hearing Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly, "Ever since you threw away your responsibilities and ran away, I took over the lineage of internal strength and became the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. My edges and corners have been smoothed out a lot. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill Nangong Lu Yun. As for now, I'll just try my best to get some benefits from Nangong's body." Humph. This isn't the planar battlefield, but the Chaos Realm. Moreover, it's an upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If he makes a move here, it'll be much more serious than in the planar battlefield. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Hong Yifeng was relieved. He was really worried that his third junior brother would be stubborn and insist on killing Nangong Lu Yun. Is it the supreme expert of the Nangong clan in the land of Xiangang? At this time, the group of onlookers also recovered from their shock. This was because it was the first time most of them had seen the scene of a supreme expert's projection jade slip being crushed. This scene shocked them. I've long heard that when a supreme expert's projection jade slip is crushed, a shocking defensive power will appear. Today, I see that it's true. The attacks of those two people were completely neutralized just now. However, this is the only passive defensive power. After that, if the person who crushed the jade slip wants to live, he can only rely on the supreme expert's projection to make a move. If the supreme expert doesn't make a move, then he'll still die. It's the supreme expert of the Nangong clan. Looks like the young man who crushed the jade slip is a member of the Nangong clan in the land of Xiangang. The surrounding onlookers all looked over, and even more people looked curiously at the enormous face that was floating in midair and gave them a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only a projection of the supreme expert's projection, it still gave them a suffocating feeling. A supreme expert was the strongest existence in this world. This is a supreme expert. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see a supreme expert with my own eyes in my lifetime. Even if it's only a projection of the supreme expert, it's worth bragging about for the rest of my life. While many people in the surrounding onlookers were slightly excited, the supreme expert of the Nangong clan stopped reprimanding Nangong Lu Yun, and his gaze descended onto Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. You're Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brothers? When the supreme expert of the Nangong clan looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, his gaze became much gentler, and even a faint smile hung on his face. Huangfu Mengyuan. She was Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's eldest senior sister. At the same time, she was also Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. Senior knows my eldest senior sister? Hong Yifeng asked with a faint smile. The current him looked as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. The other party suddenly mentioned their eldest senior sister's name. Could it be that they wanted to use their eldest senior sister to threaten them? In an instant, Yang Yuchen's expression started to turn cold. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-23. Huangfu Mengyuan was the current eldest senior sister of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. She was also the current spiritual leader of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. Regardless of whether it was Hong Yifeng, the second disciple, Yang Yuchen, the third disciple, or Lang Chunyuan, the fourth disciple, they were all personally accepted into the inner palace by Huangfu Mengyuan. They were all monstrous geniuses that she had unearthed. Among the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, only Duan Lingtian was not unearthed by Huangfu Mengyuan. It was also because of this that whether it was Hong Yifeng or Yang Yuchen, their relationship with the eldest senior sister was very good. Even on their path of growth, the eldest senior sister had helped them clean up their mess many times. You can say that I know her. The supreme expert of the Nangong clan laughed faintly. It's just that I've heard of her for a long time. Her reputation in the outer realm is even greater than many of our supreme experts. Many of us are looking forward to her becoming a supreme expert as soon as possible. In recent years, I've been using her as an example to teach the younger generation. However, the younger generation still doesn't like to work hard. As he spoke, the supreme expert of the Nangong clan's tone was clearly a little disappointed. Today, I'll use 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts as the price to exchange for their lives. How about it? The supreme expert of the Nangong clan quickly got to the point. 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts in exchange for the lives of Nangong clan's Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang. 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts. When the onlookers heard the supreme expert of the Nangong clan's words, they all gasped. They did not expect this supreme expert to be so generous. He was actually willing to take out so many embryos of the supreme divine artifacts to exchange for the lives of the younger generation. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, Hong Yifeng had already said with a smile, "Senior, you're too polite. Since Senior has stepped forward, then this matter will be dropped." As soon as Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yuchen who was standing next to him and said through voice transmission, "Third junior brother, it's about time. He has given us quite a lot of things. Most importantly, this is what he wanted to give, not what we asked for. If we asked for it, he might have a bad impression of us. But now, he can't do that. If we were too greedy, perhaps he would agree to our request. However, if that were the case, the nature of the relationship would be completely different. When that time comes, I'm worried that this guy will target eldest senior sister in the outer realm." Hearing Hong Yifeng's words, Yang Yuchen said helplessly, "Third senior brother, you don't have to tell me this. Do you think I don't understand? However, that old man is still quite scheming. He actually only gave us 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts instead of 6. Otherwise, even if you gave me 4, I wouldn't feel this way. Is he trying to drive a wedge between us?" Yang Yuchen's tone was cold as he spoke. "That's possible." Hong Yifeng smiled. "However, that might not be the case. Perhaps his true body projection only brought 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts out. Even if he was an ultimate divine artifact, his true body projection could only bring a limited amount of power and items out with him when he went out with a jade slip. Let's leave this matter at that." After confirming with his third junior brother, Hong Yifeng looked at the projection of the true body of the Nangong family's utmost powerful being. That gigantic face said unhurriedly, "All right." The ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gave Hong Yifeng 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts. They seemed to appear out of thin air and flew in front of Hong Yifeng. At the same time, the Nangong clans Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang looked at each other and left together. They moved faster and soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. After a while, the true body projection of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, his voice was still reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy is indeed full of talents. Huangfu Mengyuan, the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng, the strength you showed today is also the number 1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm, and your little junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, is definitely the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Amazing! After a sigh, the voice of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan came to an abrupt end. The onlookers were so shocked that they could not recover for a long time. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? It was the first time they heard that there was an inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. However, after hearing what the ultimate divine artifact said, they had some understanding of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen seemed to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. They also had a senior sister who was said by the ultimate divine artifact to be the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng's strength was amazing. In addition, they had seen Hong Yifeng fight, so when the ultimate divine artifact said that Hong Yifeng was the number 1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm, they felt that he deserved it. There's also Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, someone swiftly reacted to it. Duan Ling Tian is actually a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner court as well. Duan Ling Tian is recognized as the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I didn't expect him to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy just like Hong Yifeng and Huangfu Mengyuan. What kind of place is the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? There are so many evildoers appearing frequently. The 3 of them represent the peak of the 3 cultivation realms of the ultimate god realm in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng and Duan Ling Tian are beyond doubt. Huangfu Mengyuan, since even the ultimate divine artifact said so, she is obviously really powerful. The onlookers were shocked. More people's eyes fell on Hong Yifeng with passion. Hong Yifeng also had many doubts in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Duan Lingtian was from the inner palace? Little junior brother? Seeing that his third junior brother did not seem surprised at all, he immediately realized that it was indeed true. Maybe he was a genius of the inner palace that his third junior brother had accepted. Third junior brother, let's leave here first. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Hong Yifeng also knew that now was not the time to ask. The most important thing now was to get rid of the group of people present and find a place that others could not easily find so that he could ask his third junior brother about little junior brother. Although there was no reward for them in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, now that his strength was exposed, there would definitely be people who would feel that he was a threat in the overall ranking battle. Under such circumstances, he was also in great danger. Well, let's leave first. Yang Yuchen naturally thought of this, so after hearing his second senior brother Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, he immediately hit it off and the two of them quickly left. When the two of them left, some high-level ultimate gods stared at their backs. Their eyes flickered a few times, but in the end, they did not chase after them. They did not have full confidence in dealing with this pair of brothers. A top mid-level ultimate god strength was not weaker than many high-level ultimate gods. There was also a top existence among the top middle-level divine masters who was recognized as the number one middle-level divine master in the god-defying realm by the supreme experts. It could be seen that his strength was strong. Perhaps his strength was not weaker than some of the best among the high-level divine masters. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen flew all the way until they were at full speed. After confirming that no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a medium-height mountain among a large number of peaks of different heights within a mountain range and came to a halt. After landing, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with deep curiosity in his eyes. Third junior brother, that Duan Lingtian, is the little junior brother that you recently accepted? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. About 100 years ago, I accepted him into the internal palace as our little junior brother. Since then, our little junior sister has become fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. After Hong Yifeng got confirmation, he laughed. Good. Good job. Third junior brother, you're better than second senior brother. During those years when second senior brother was in charge of the internal palace, he wanted to recruit one or two more junior brothers and sisters for the internal palace, but he couldn't find a good candidate. I didn't expect you to accept such a peerless genius. But, how could you accept such a peerless genius as your disciple? Are those godly venerable level forces so slow to realize this? Hong Yifeng was obviously a little confused as he spoke. In his opinion, such a genius should be the target of the giants and ultimate god forces, but in the end, he entered the internal palace of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when little junior brother entered the internal palace, he wasn't even an emperor god. Hong Yifeng was stunned by his words. It took him a while to recover. Didn't you say he only entered the internal palace about 100 years ago? You mean, this time, before Hong Yifeng could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen nodded and said, he became an emperor god and an ultimate god after entering the internal palace. He's stronger than all of us. Even first senior sister's cultivation speed back then was far inferior to his. Yang Yuchen sighed and told Hong Yifeng about Duan Lingtian's growth in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in detail so that Hong Yifeng could better understand his genius little junior brother. Little junior brother is really a genius. Hong Yifeng was pleasantly surprised but also a little worried. Third junior brother, according to your description of little junior brother, he shouldn't be someone who doesn't know when to stop. If he felt there was danger, he would have left the upgraded chaos territory in advance, right? Hearing this, Yang Yuchen didn't know how to answer. After all, the rewards for the top 3 in the upgraded chaos territory were too generous. He knew how persistent his little junior brother was in his pursuit of power. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, his little junior brother wouldn't give up so easily, right? Chapter 43-24. What's wrong? Seeing that Yang Yuchen wanted to say something, Hong Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that little junior brother will insist on staying in the upgraded version of the Chaos region? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, our little junior brother was able to come to this stage not only because of his talent, but also because of his yearning for the strong. His persistence in becoming stronger is probably greater than most people. I don't dare to say anything else. At least, in the current generation of the God-defying realm, no one in the younger generation with some talent can compare to him in this aspect. When Hong Yifeng heard this, he fell silent for a moment. He was not even 1,000 years old, and he had already come to this step. At least, in the history of the God-defying realm that he knew, he had never heard of anyone who could do this to his little junior brother that he had never met before. I hope he's safe and sound. Also, you and I can go together and see if we can meet him. If we can meet him and go with him, it can also ensure his safety. Hong Yifeng said in a deep voice. Although he had never seen that little junior brother before, since he was his little junior brother and a member of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School, it was enough for him to risk everything to protect him. Although the inner palace of the Myriad Law School had few people, they were united. With second senior brother and me together, as long as we are not targeted in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, we will definitely not be in danger. I hope that we can help little junior brother in the coming days. The current Yang Yuchen was actually wholeheartedly focused on his little junior brother. The ranking of the same realm and the top 3 of the overall ranking were all thrown to the back of his mind. Although the treasure was good, in his heart, it was far less important than his little junior brother's life. Moreover, that little junior brother was accepted into the inner palace by him. To him, the feelings were slightly different. As for Hong Yifeng, although he had never seen that little junior brother, his sense of belonging to the inner palace was something that even Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan couldn't compare to. In fact, even their eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, might not have a sense of belonging to the inner palace compared to Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng could be said to be the most responsible line master of the current generation of the inner palace. Back then, if he hadn't obeyed eldest senior sister's order to pass the position of branch master to third junior brother Yang Yuchen, he wouldn't have given it up. He knew that third junior brother Yang Yuchen was used to freedom, and making him the branch master was torture. However, he had no choice but to obey his eldest senior sister's orders. Moreover, he had been in charge of the inner palace for many years and was at the beck and call of the Myriad Arts Academy. At that time, he had indeed slacked off a lot in his cultivation. He was also aware of this, so he didn't go against his eldest senior sister and went with the flow to hand over the inner palace to his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen. After that, he went to various places in the realms of gods to cultivate. When the planar battlefield opened, he entered the planar battlefield and never left. Yes. We have to find little junior brother before them. Even if we can't find little junior brother first, we hope that those who find little junior brother first can't do anything to him. Hong Yifeng's expression was also very solemn. After learning that Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother, he knew what he had to do next was to find his little junior brother and protect him. As for the ranking list, he had also put it aside. Third junior brother, you've entered the planar battlefield, and so has little junior brother. Don't tell me you've handed over the inner palace to fourth junior sister? Hong Yifeng suddenly thought of this problem, and his expression changed slightly. His fourth junior sister, was she reliable? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed Hong Yifeng's thoughts. Second senior brother, fourth junior sister has already entered the ultimate god stage. Moreover, with little junior brother joining us, she now has the responsibility of a senior sister. You can rest assured that she'll be fine if we hand over the inner palace to her now. Although Yang Yuchen said that, deep down, he wasn't certain. The only thing he was certain of was that his fourth junior sister would not allow the independent realm where the inner palace was located to collapse and disappear because there was no one guarding it. After all, it was not only the inner palace's root, but it was also his fourth junior sister's only home. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his two senior brothers in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace had given up the competition for the same realm list for him. Like those who wanted to kill him, they began to search everywhere for him. It's finally opened. As for Duan Lingtian, after a period of hiding, he finally managed to enter the 10-man secret realm that he had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally get rid of the group of people who had been searching for him. After he left the secret realm this time, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he would definitely not appear in that area again and become the target of those people's search. At the same time, news of Hong Yifeng's appearance and his strength that was stronger than a peak intermediate ultimate god and even comparable to some of the best high-level ultimate gods had spread throughout the upgraded Chaos territory. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duan Lingtian's senior brother, second senior brother. I heard that Duan Lingtian's third senior brother was almost killed this time, and at the critical moment, it was precisely his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, who appeared and saved his third senior brother in time. Moreover, the opponent even summoned the true body projection of a supreme powerhouse, and only then was he lucky to escape death. This time, it's Nangong Luyun from the Nangong clan in the Xiangang land and Ning Xiaoxiang from the Ning clan in the Xiangang land. They're all famous heaven's prides in various divine planes. At least, before this, they were far more famous than Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. The supreme expert from the Nangong clan said that in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, is the number one high-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, is the No. 1 intermediate ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian himself is the number 1 low-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I know about the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, but what's going on with the inner palace? Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, are they trying to defy the heavens? It's just a heavyweight ultimate god-level force, but there are actually 3 such monsters? The various military camps were filled with similar words. Most of the people's topics revolved around the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters. Of course, they were all talking about Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for fourth senior sister, no one mentioned it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's law avatar, happened to be in a military camp. When she heard so many people mention her first senior sister, second senior brother, third senior brother, and little junior brother, she wanted to remind them that her little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had a fourth senior sister. However, she suppressed this crazy idea in the end. This was because she knew that it was fine if her identity was not exposed. Once it was exposed, she would definitely become the target of a group of people. At that time, her law avatar would be useless. If her law avatar was useless, it would also mean that she would have no chance to compete for the lower ultimate god list. Humph. Just wait and see. This time, I will at least kill my way into the top 3 of the lower ultimate god list and let you know that the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace still has me, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan snorted coldly in her heart and secretly made up her mind. At the same time, she also left the military camp immediately and continued to search for chaos points. Lang Chunwan had always been a loner. It was not until she entered the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace that she felt like home. She naturally would not be jealous of her senior brothers, senior sisters, and little junior brother. However, because of those people's focus, she felt that there was a gap between herself and her senior sisters, senior brothers, and little junior brothers. It was as if, at that moment, she felt that she could not catch up with their pace. It's fine if I'm not as good as eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. I can't let little junior brother surpass me by too much. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. At that moment, even Lang Chunwan's original body in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in the Xiangang land began to become restless. In another military camp. As the patriarch of the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the Divine Offering land, Yun Tingfeng was a supreme existence in the Yun clan and was supported by everyone. However, when he arrived at the dimensional battlefield, especially in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, his sense of existence was much weaker. Although he was a top existence among the upper ultimate gods, there were many top upper ultimate gods like him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Unless he intentionally revealed his identity, others basically treated him as invisible and thought he was just a upper ultimate god. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, upper ultimate gods could be seen everywhere and were not rare. Today, Yun Tingfeng came out of a secret realm with many people and came to the nearby military camp. Soon, he heard about the Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Hong Yifeng. A medium ultimate god whose strength is comparable to some of the best upper ultimate gods. An Huangfu Mengyuan is actually Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. If it was said that Yun Tingfeng had never heard of Hong Yifeng, then the name Huangfu Mengyuan was like thunder to his ears. She was a female expert who had risen very quickly. Although she was young, she had already made a name for herself in the outer realm. Even the supreme expert behind the Yun clan had said that this woman was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming an supreme expert in the god-defying realm. Moreover, with her foundation, once she became an supreme expert, she would definitely not be a bottom-tier supreme expert. At that time, her strength might not be much weaker than his. 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch. So he's a member of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch and not an ordinary 10,000 Law Academy student. No wonder Su Baili was unwilling to expel Duan Lingtian from the 10,000 Law Academy when he went to the 10,000 Law Academy. It was because he didn't dare and didn't have the authority. The 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch is in the 10,000 Law Academy, but it's also independent of the 10,000 Law Academy. As the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng had heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch. He also knew that the monstrous female expert named Huangfu Mengyuan was from that branch. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian is actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother? Chapter 43-25. In truth, Yun Tingfeng did not know much about the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner progeny. All he knew was that the progeny had many geniuses, but he had never heard of any supreme powerhouses. However, there was one person in this generation who had a chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. It was none other than Huangfu Mengyuan. For this reason, Yun Tingfeng knew about Huangfu Mengyuan and the existence of the inner progeny in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian was actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother, he could not help but feel slightly annoyed. Huangfu Mengyuan was not someone to be trifled with. I hope Duan Lingtian dies in the upgraded Chaos Territory. Yun Tingfeng thought to himself. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of effort to trap and kill him. We'll have to seal the news and prevent it from leaking out. Otherwise, Huangfu Mengyuan won't let the matter rest if she finds out it's the Yun clan who killed him. Perhaps, with the old ancestor around, she won't be able to do anything to the Yun clan. However, if she wants to take the blame and pay with his life, the old ancestor will most likely agree to it. This was something Yun Tingfeng could not accept. Yun Qingyan was his son. He would not allow him to lose a single hair on his son's head. This was also the main reason why he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian even at this moment. Duan Lingtian must die. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely be at odds with his son. Even if the Yun clan was not affected, his son might not be able to survive. If he wanted to protect his son, he had to kill Duan Ling Tian. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian was merely the junior brother of Huangfu Mengyuan who had yet to become a supreme powerhouse, even if Duan Ling Tian belonged to a supreme powerhouse, as long as there was a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would not miss it. In his opinion, his son's life was more important than anything else. In the secret realm of 10. Duan Ling Tian was accompanied by 4 people from the Divine Offering Land and 5 people from other realms of gods. The two sides were still confronting each other. However, when Duan Ling Tian appeared, some people guessed his identity and witnessed his strength. The remaining 9 people helplessly expressed that they would not interfere with any of the checkpoints in the secret territory. It really is Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian here, let's just stand aside and watch. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter the Duan Ling Tian. Forget it, I'll just wait for those battle credits. They'll be the ticket to see the true face of this Duan Ling Tian. I heard that in the upgraded Chaos Realm, there are bounties for Duan Ling Tian everywhere. Under such circumstances, he's still alive and well, and even managed to enter the secret realm to earn Chaos points. He's really something. Geniuses, especially geniuses like him, aren't stupid. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, if he's given a few thousand years, there's a high chance he'll become one of the strongest senior ultimate gods. If he's given 10,000 years, he might even become a supreme powerhouse. I really hope he'll grow up smoothly and become a paramount god. At that time, I can proudly tell others that I've met Duan Ling Tian in the Chaos Realm when he was still weak. Met him before? Why don't you just say that he took away the opportunity to earn Chaos points? The 9 people watched Duan Ling Tian make a move as they whispered to each other, and the tone of most of them seemed to be free and easy. It was clear they were open-minded about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian successfully cleared all the checkpoints in the secret realm and obtained all the rewards. Apart from that, he also obtained all the Chaos points. So many people have put a bounty on my head and are hunting me down. If I don't get first place on the overall ranking list this time, I'm afraid I'll be letting them down. Although Duan Ling Tian knew he would soon be in danger after leaving the secret realm this time, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was focused on getting first place on the overall ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. First place on the overall ranking list, the rewards are so generous that it's definitely enough for me to step into the realm of a mid-level ultimate god and even strengthen my cultivation base. On top of that, I'll also get an ultimate god's divinity. The first place on the overall ranking list would allow him to bathe in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wanted. On top of that, he would also get an ultimate god's divinity. Due to the generous rewards, he had become a thorn in the side of many people. So what if I become the enemy of the whole world? I, Duan Ling Tian, am not afraid. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian opened the secret realm again. At the same time, he found a place nearby to go into seclusion and wait for the secret realm to open. Now, the efficiency of him going out to hunt for chaos points was not high. He still had to rely on the secret realm of the 10 people. This time, while waiting for the next secret realm to open, he was not discovered like last time. However, when he came out of the secret realm of the 10 people, he was targeted again. Then, after killing a few mid-level ultimate gods, he continued to escape. He continued to wait for the next secret realm of the 10 people to open. Once, he was intercepted by 2 high-level ultimate gods and was in danger. Although he could escape, he had to pay a high price. However, at the crucial moment, the entrance to the secret realm of the 10 people opened and saved his life. That time was also the most dangerous crisis he had experienced in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. After that, he was more scared than hurt. Time flew. The opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was also coming to an end. Recently, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a group of people had been working hard to get the reward for Duan Ling Tian but to no avail. There were also some people who were working hard to get into the top 3 of the Chaos Realm ranking list. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen, in the last period of time, in order to find Duan Ling Tian and protect Duan Ling Tian, although they had accumulated a lot of battle merits, they did not open any secret realms. They just collected chaos points by chance outside. Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, opened secret realms time and time again and gained a lot. As for Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a high-level ultimate god, he swept through and obtained secret realms of the 10 people one after another, causing his chaos points to reach a shocking level. Duan Ling Tian, after all, is one step ahead of me. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a figure appeared inside. It was a young man. He wore a long green robe and had a cold expression. At this moment, as he muttered to himself, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. His face was filled with emotions. However, after returning this time, although I didn't completely accept everything that the ancestor left behind, I've already become a high-level ultimate god. Although I entered the Chaos Realm later and didn't have much battle merits before, I'm sure it won't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the ultimate god ranking list. There's probably no hope for the top spot. It should be that monster like Duan Ling Tian. The young man in the green robe was none other than Ling Jueyun, who had entered from the world of divine offering. After Ling Jueyun had returned to the Ling clan's old site, he had obtained everything that the Ling clan's strongest ancestor had left behind. After successfully becoming an upper divine emperor, he had also entered the dimensional battlefield. However, when he entered the dimensional battlefield, the Chaos Realm had already opened. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. Under such circumstances, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He should be fine, right? When he thought about his old friend, Duan Ling Tian, being targeted by so many forces and people, even though Ling Jueyun was no longer the same as before, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He asked himself, if he was the one being targeted like this, he would also have a slim chance of survival. He's stronger than me, so he should be fine. Ling Jueyun thought to himself. He also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be fine. It was not only because Duan Ling Tian was one of his few friends, but it was also because his sister Huang had followed Duan Ling Tian. She was the sword soul of Duan Ling Tian's sword. In the dimensional battlefield formed by the intersection of the heavenly clear land and another dimensional battlefield. Within a military camp, 3 beautiful figures stood there, attracting the attention of many people. Among the 3 women, 2 of them had delicate and beautiful appearances, causing people to be unwilling to shift their gazes away after a single glance. At this very moment, the 3 women's faces were filled with astonishment. Sister Jingru, Xiaolan, do you think the Duan Ling Tian who stirred up a storm in the Chaos Realm is him? Among the 3 women, the most beautiful woman stood there with a noble air about her. When she asked the other 2 women, her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was filled with excitement. I don't think it's possible. Among the 3 women, there was a beautiful woman whose appearance was not bad. However, in front of the other 2 women, she appeared to be more ordinary. Her face was filled with disbelief. Although I also hope that it is young master, it shouldn't be too possible, right? Sister Jingru, I think it's possible. The last woman shook her head and said, didn't you hear what they said? The prodigy from the divine offering land is called Duan Ling Tian. He's from the mystic Handle land's myriad law palace, and he's not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, he's also from a lower plane. He has a law clone to rely on. Also, I've heard that he usually wears a purple robe. All of this matches. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? I don't believe it. The woman called Xiaolan had a stubborn expression on her face at this moment. I also don't think it's possible. The most beautiful woman nodded in agreement. Clearly, she supported the woman called Xiaolan. If it's young master, then it's naturally a good thing. The woman called Sister Jingru sighed. However, I don't really hope it's young master. After all, according to what they said, the prodigy Duan Lingtian has become a target in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. There's a high chance he'll die. As soon as the words left her mouth, the other two women's expressions changed. That was right. They only thought it was possible the prodigy was that man. They had completely forgotten the difficult situation he was in. Chapter 43-26. All of Duan Lingtian's friends and family who knew about his situation were basically worried about his safety, as they felt that Duan Lingtian had a slim chance of survival this time. However, in fact, Duan Lingtian himself had also experienced a few thrilling situations, but only one of them was more thrilling. Apart from that one, the rest of the times were more daunting than dangerous. Now, it's only a few months until the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory closes. If nothing goes wrong, with my current Chaos points, I should be able to get first place on the overall ranking list. Duan Lingtian thought that his previous speed of accumulating battle merits was not slow. Therefore, after the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, he could also continuously open secret areas. The secret areas that he opened were all 10-man secret areas. Then, every 10-man secret realm was contracted by him, without exception. For example, if other people opened secret areas like him, even if they were strong, there was a possibility that they would meet someone whose strength was on par with them or join forces with others who were not weaker than them. Under such circumstances, there was no way to contract a secret area. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have such a problem. Lower Ultimate God? Even if there were 9 of them attacking him together, he would not be afraid. Not to mention his current strength, even when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory had just opened, his strength was already comparable to the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods and was close to the top of the medium ultimate gods. Now, he was naturally even stronger. In the next few months, I'll properly organize my recent gains. At the same time, I'll strive to completely consolidate my lower ultimate god cultivation base. That was right. Even now, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base. The lower ultimate god cultivation base was considered the easiest to consolidate among the ultimate gods. However, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base until now. Although he had obtained some treasures that were helpful in consolidating his cultivation base in various secret areas along the way, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. Of course, even a drop in the bucket could still accumulate. Therefore, after a long time, he was getting closer and closer to completely consolidating his cultivation base. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more envious of his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. This was because his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan had automatically consolidated her cultivation base not long after becoming a lower ultimate god. This was a result of the innate stage and he could only envy her. Of course, he vaguely felt that people like his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan were able to do so because of her extraordinary bloodline, or because she had a past life like his wife, Kerr. Otherwise, this was simply unrealistic. After Kerr regained her memories from her past life, there didn't seem to be any bottlenecks in her future cultivation. I just don't know if it's the same for her future cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was thinking about many things. At the same time, when he thought about his wife, Kerr, he could not help but sigh inwardly. I wonder if Kerr is in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If she's in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, she'll definitely be worried about me, right? If she's not in the Chaos Realm, that's a good thing. I hope that she's already left the Chaos Realm and the dimensional battlefield and returned to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. If that's the case, she'll be safe and it'll be easier for me to find her. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian found a secluded place and began to organize his gains this time. At the same time, he opened another secret realm of 10 people. As for whether he would have a chance to enter it again, he did not have much hope and only thought that it would be up to fate. After all, the average interval between entering any secret realm of 10 people in the past was more than a few months. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only used the treasures that were useful to him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the Chaos Realm. He kept the rest of the treasures. It would have been better if he did not organize them. After organizing them, he realized how much wealth he had plundered in various secret realms. Although most of the treasures were useless to him, they were rare treasures for those below the ultimate god realm. He didn't need it, but his family and friends did. Even if it's useful to me, it's still some medicinal herbs that haven't been refined. I can refine some pills here without worrying about alerting anyone. In the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, there were all kinds of heaven and earth anomalies that could not be found in the outside world. At the same time, they could also conceal themselves from the heavens and earth. For example, the divine pill tribulation could also be concealed. Only the millennium tribulation that every expert had to face, the dimensional battlefield, and even the Chaos Realm could not conceal themselves from the heavens. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could refine divine pills here, even if it was a supreme divine pill, without causing any commotion. He did not need to worry about alerting anyone. However, if there is no pill tribulation, the efficacy of the supreme divine pills will be a little weaker. I'll refine some divine pills that will help me consolidate my cultivation base first. As for the rest of the divine pills that I don't need for now, I'll refine them after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. In the next few months, after he had sorted out all his gains from the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, he began to refine the divine pills that he could use. Then, he consumed the divine pills to cultivate. During this period of time, although there would be people passing by occasionally, nobody would be able to guess that Duan Lingtian was hiding here. This was because the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close. Many people had found a quiet place to rest and cultivate while waiting for the secret territory to open. As for these people, they were basically the stronger ones. Therefore, even if they discovered that someone was cultivating in seclusion nearby, no one dared to rashly provoke the other party. If it was someone weaker than them, it would be fine, as they would only dare to be angry and not say anything. However, if it was someone stronger than them, it would often lead to a fatal disaster. Who would want to be disturbed when they were cultivating in seclusion? In fact, now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close, there were fewer and fewer people looking for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had disappeared without a trace. Some people felt that Duan Lingtian might have been killed by someone and that the person who killed him had not gone to the various military camps to claim the reward. Some people felt that even if Duan Lingtian was not killed now, the possibility of finding Duan Lingtian in the last few months was very low. Therefore, they were not interested. Within a military camp in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a young man in blue clothes and carrying a plain-looking longsword slowly walked into the camp. Wherever he went, he attracted a lot of attention. It's him. He's that monstrous upper god emperor. You've met him before? I met him in the secret territory with 10 people. The 9 of us joined forces, but we were not a match for his sword. That sword was too scary. It directly crushed their attacks. If he had not shown mercy at the crucial moment, we would have all been dead by his sword. He must be the first on the upper god emperor ranking list. He seems to be the same as Duan Lingtian, from the lower dimensions. Someone once saw with their own eyes that his law of destruction doppelganger and law of time doppelganger worked together to kill a medium ultimate god. The handsome young man in blue was as calm as ever as he faced the crowd's discussion. At this time, someone could not help but ask, brother, you're from the lower dimensions. Do you belong to any force now? I'm from a giant ultimate god family in the land of cloud water. If you're interested, I can recommend you to join my family. Brother, with your talent and strength, once you join our family, you'll definitely be favored by the Supreme Elder. With the Supreme Elder's guidance and your talent, it's not impossible for you to become the second Supreme Elder in our family in the future. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a determined face. The divine power on his body was deliberately dissipating. He was obviously a higher ultimate god. Humph. At this time, an old man snorted and stepped forward. What's so good about joining a family force? Sir, I'm from a giant ultimate god sect in the land of Mysterious Gang. With your talent, if you join our sect leader will definitely be willing to recommend you to the Supreme Elder in our sect. Who knows, the Supreme Elder might even be willing to accept you as his personal disciple. One by one, the higher ultimate gods in the military camp from various planes of gods stepped forward and invited the young man in blue to join their forces after learning of his identity. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to join any forces for the time being. The young man in blue did not change his expression in the face of everyone's invitation. At the same time, he calmly rejected everyone's invitation. Although the crowd was not very happy to see this, they did not say much. Such a genius might not be a match for them now, but once he stepped into the ultimate god realm, his strength might be comparable to Duanlingtian's current strength. It was said that Duanlingtian's current strength was not weaker than a top-medium ultimate god. One had to know that he was just a lower ultimate god who had not consolidated his cultivation base. A genius with such a foundation would definitely become one of the top upper ultimate gods when he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Any one of those upper ultimate gods would be at the top of the food chain. Ordinary upper ultimate gods would not be a match for them even if there were hundreds or thousands of them. At their level of strength, they could no longer rely on numbers to win. He's going to the bounty area. He's about to leave and he still wants to claim the bounty? Or did he complete some kind of bounty? Soon, the group saw the young man in blue walking toward the bounty area on the side of the military camp. Bounties were usually posted there. There were all kinds of bounty missions. Some were for treasures, some were for other things, and some were for killing someone. Of course, the bounties for killing someone were mostly for Duanlingtian. He's looking at the bounty for Duanlingtian. Could it be that he killed Duanlingtian? Soon, someone noticed that the young man in blue seemed to be particularly interested in the bounty for Duanlingtian and stopped in front of each bounty for Duanlingtian. Chapter 43-27. The Pilgrimage Grounds, Lu Family. The Land of River Earl, Qi Family. The Land of Surging Waves, Ice Jade Divine Sect. Feng Qingyang paused in front of the bounty on his disciple, Duanlingtian. He made a mental note of all the ultimate gods from the various planes of gods who wanted his disciple's life. With his current strength, he would not be able to do anything to these giants. However, life was full of ups and downs. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Perhaps, in the future, he would have the strength to destroy all these forces on his own. There should be no doubt about who will be the first on the Upper God Emperor ranking board. As for the overall ranking, unless something happens to Little Tian, there is a high chance that he will be the first on the overall ranking board. As long as I can enter the top 3 on the overall ranking board, I will be satisfied. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. After that, Feng Qingyang stayed in the military camp for a period of time. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and rested. His surroundings were enveloped by the array disc that he took out. The military camp was not small and could accommodate many people. Moreover, as long as one was willing, one could expand the military camp by spending some divine crystals. For example, Feng Qingyang was currently in a corner of the military camp. He had used divine crystals to open up an area and set up a formation. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated. There was even a formation that blocked one's line of sight within the formation. Therefore, although there were people who were curious about Feng Qingyang, no one was able to see Feng Qingyang's face. They could only watch as the formation around Feng Qingyang stood there for a long time. No one dared to disturb Feng Qingyang. First of all, there was no way to make a move here. Therefore, if they disturbed Feng Qingyang here, other than offending Feng Qingyang, there would be no other result. As for offending Feng Qingyang, it might not be a big deal now, but when Feng Qingyang really grew up in the future, they would definitely be unlucky. They had no enmity with Feng Qingyang, so they naturally did not want to offend a monstrous genius like Feng Qingyang for no reason. At about the same time, in another military camp, there was also the figure of a young girl walking in front of various bounties for Duan Lingtian. These people, these factions, I'll remember them all. When eldest senior sister comes back, I will definitely tell her and ask her to stand up for little junior brother. If big senior sister doesn't come back soon, I'll wait until I'm strong enough to avenge little junior brother. The girl's eyes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people who saw this only thought that the young girl's killing intent was targeted at Duan Lingtian, and there were even people who couldn't help but console her. Little girl, this Duan Lingtian isn't so easy to kill. Up until now, I've never heard of anyone succeeding. Yeah. I heard that many high-level ultimate gods have deliberately gone out to look for him with the intention of killing him to collect the bounty, but they all returned in vain. Girl, you're just a lower ultimate god. You're no match for Duan Lingtian. Originally, Lang Chunwan was still thinking about how to avenge her little junior brother in the future. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up and comforted her, which made her speechless for a moment. It was to the extent that his original solemn expression was shattered into pieces at this moment. In another military camp, a young man stood calmly on the side under the gazes of many people. He looked out of the military camp and muttered in his heart, Duan Lingtian, you should still be alive, right? I hope you're not dead. Otherwise, would have wasted my efforts in saving your life. Last time, your senior brother spared my life, so we're even now. If you're not dead, we'll definitely fight again when we meet again in the future. This young man was none other than Ning Yixuan, the prodigy of the Ning clan in the land of punishment. Previously, when he met Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed by Duan Lingtian. It was the supreme expert of the Ning clan who saved him. Later, when he met Duan Lingtian again, he saved Duan Lingtian's life with the power of the supreme expert behind him. Later on, when he met Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, he was almost killed by Yang Yuchen and promised Yang Yuchen to write off the debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life. This time, there's no chance for me to get into the overall ranking. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods. Ning Yixuan's eyes shone with strong confidence when he thought of this. The reason Ning Yixuan was so confident was not only because he was confident in his own strength but also because he knew many powerful medium ultimate gods had gone to hunt down Duan Lingtian and had neglected to accumulate chaos points. Under such circumstances, it was naturally much easier for him to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods list. Outside the military camp, in a desolate area, 2 young men were flying in the air toward the military camp in front of them. Second senior brother, this time, both of us are destined not to get into the medium ultimate gods list. When we meet little junior brother later, we'll have to beat him up. Yang Yuchen said with a smile. Others might not know if Duan Lingtian was dead or alive, but he was very clear about it. This was because he had his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his possession. Moreover, he had obtained it when they parted last time, and the soul energy within it had yet to dissipate. Now, he was certain that his little junior brother Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course, we'll beat him up. Hong Yifeng also said with a smile, although both of us didn't help him much this time, we didn't continue to deliberately accumulate chaos points because of him. This time, he's fine and there's no doubt that he'll be the first on the lower ultimate gods list. He'll even be able to compete for the first place on the overall list. I'm not sure if he'll be first. After all, who knows if there are any hidden peerless geniuses in the god-defying realm. However, there's no doubt that he'll be in the top 3 on the overall list. Yang Yuchen said while shaking his head. I think there's a high chance. Hong Yifeng said with a smile, if little junior brother gets the first place on the overall list, according to that supreme expert, the reward for the first place on the overall list is to be able to take a bath in the divine accumulating spring. At that time, little junior brother can take as much divine accumulating spring as he wants. Even if he said he wouldn't let little junior brother take it, he'll definitely be able to secretly take it while he's taking a bath. That supreme expert can't possibly watch little junior brother take a bath all the time, right? When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, he had a smug expression on his face as though he was smarter than anyone else. However, when Yang Yuchen heard his second senior brother's words, his face twitched. Second senior brother. According to what you're saying. Let little junior brother take his bath water for us to drink? Can't we let little junior brother take some divine accumulating spring before he takes a bath? Yang Yuchen was speechless. Hong Yifeng rolled his eyes at Yang Yuchen. I've already said that the supreme expert might not be willing to let little junior brother take another divine accumulating spring. If it's possible, we'll let him take it first before he takes a bath. But what if it's not possible? Right now, you seem to dislike his bath water. When he really takes the bath water and puts it in front of us, let me drink your share as well. When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he was first stunned before he became anxious. Who said I dislike little junior brother's bath water? That's little junior brother. We're family. Who would dislike his bath water? Second senior brother, did you hear wrongly earlier? I didn't dislike it. Don't spout nonsense in front of little junior brother. End of chapter. Chapter 43-28. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his third senior brother and second senior brother were already eyeing his bathwater. He was currently focused on consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. He always felt that he was one step away from completely consolidating his cultivation base, but he had yet to take the most crucial step. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. In his impatience, he had even forgotten that he was about to leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. It wasn't until a pulling force swept over and destroyed the formation he'd set up around him, and then he was pulled and swayed. Only then did he come to his senses. Time's up. Time's up. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was closed. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong pulling force assaulting his body. This force gave him a feeling that he could not go against it. Even when he tried to activate the divine power in his body with all his might, he could not move the divine power in his body at all. It was as if there was an unusually strong force suppressing his divine power. This feeling was similar to when he took out the divine power of an immortal in the Chaos Territory. In the planar battlefield, it was possible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. However, in the Chaos region, it was impossible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. In fact, in the Chaos region, as long as one used the godly energy of an omnipotent, one would feel as though a powerful force was pressing down on one's body, causing one's godly energy to be unable to move. Even the divine power of an immortal would be condensed into a solid state at that moment and could not be integrated into the body at all. However, when he withdrew the Supreme Expert's divine power with just a thought, the power that suppressed his divine power disappeared. It was like the power of the laws in the Chaos region. If you violated the laws, it would suppress you. If you didn't, it would ignore you. Not only did the Chaos Territory restrict the use of the divine power of an immortal, but it was the same for the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian had heard from someone in the military camp that the Chaos Territory prohibited the use of the divine power of an immortal in order to show fairness. The goal was to give the grassroots a chance to rise. After all, the grassroots generally did not have the backing of an immortal and did not have the divine power of an immortal to squander. Even Duan Lingtian had a limited amount of divine power from an immortal. Therefore, it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian that the realm of chaos forbade him from using the divine power of omnipotent experts. Otherwise, he would have long used up the divine power of the utmost powerhouse. Furthermore, it was very likely that after using up the utmost powerhouse's divine power, he would have died at the hands of an expert who had the utmost powerhouse's divine power because he did not have the utmost powerhouse's divine power to rely on. Especially that time, when he faced an opponent that could almost kill him. If the opponent could use the divine power of an omnipotent master while he didn't, he would have died without a doubt. He went out. Once we get out of here, we'll know the results of the ranking list and the overall ranking list. Right now, I only know how many chaos points I've accumulated. I don't know how many chaos points the others have. However, with my chaos points, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank first on the overall ranking. As for the lower ultimate gods list, that goes without saying. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian was teleported out of the upgraded Chaos Realm and into the planar battlefield where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land intersected. Of course, he was not directly sent to the barracks. Therefore, after he got out, Duan Lingtian was still extremely vigilant. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, people should be sent out one after another. It won't be long before the results of the ranking list and overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos Realm are displayed in the sky above all the planar battlefield. With that thought, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the sky. At the same time, the people who were sent out of the upgraded Chaos Realm all raised their heads to look at the sky, waiting for the appearance of the upgraded Chaos Realm's ranking list. Many people who did not enter the planar battlefield had also entered the planar battlefield at this time. They wanted to be the first to know the ranking list that would appear after the upgraded Chaos Realm was over. Even the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land sent some people. The head of the Xia clan, Xiaoyu, personally came. This time, he did not participate in the battle for the upper ultimate gods list in the upgraded Chaos Realm because he felt that he would not be able to catch up with the upper ultimate gods who had entered the planar battlefield earlier if he did not enter the planar battlefield to accumulate battle merits in the beginning and entered after hearing the news that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open. In this way, entering the Chaos Realm would only lead to disappointment. Even the head of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, entered the Chaos Realm and the upgraded Chaos Realm. In fact, he was not optimistic about it and felt that the chances of Yun Tingfeng entering the upper ultimate gods list were slim. If that boy dies, he can only blame it on his bad luck. If he doesn't die, will he be first on the overall ranking list this time? Although Xiaoyu did not like his cheap son-in-law whom he had never met from the beginning, when news of his cheap son-in-law came again and again, it made his originally unwavering heart waver. A lower ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old. He killed lower ultimate gods like killing dogs and was recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world. Not many middle-level ultimate gods were a match for him. This was before. Now, he believed that with Yun Tingfeng's talent, his strength must be even stronger. He might even be able to compete with those top upper ultimate gods. Moreover, he also learned that his cheap son-in-law was no longer just a loose cultivator with no background in his eyes. Yun Tingfeng was not only a genius, but his background was also extraordinary. He was a member of the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch in the Xiangang land and was this generation's junior brother. The Myriad Law Academy's inner branch was also full of monsters in this generation. First, it was Huangfu Mengyuan, then Hong Yifeng, and now Duan Ling Tian, the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying world, the number 1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world, and the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world were all from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. It's a pity that the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch and Myriad Law Academy don't have any supreme experts to directly protect them. Otherwise, he would be able to say something. That way, I wouldn't be threatened by Yun Tingfeng with the ancestor's safety. The ancestor is currently on duty there, and his safety is completely in the hands of the Yun family's ancestor. Although the Yun family's ancestor might not listen to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion, he still has to be on guard. Thinking up to here, Xia Yu sighed inwardly. Yun Tingfeng was still too young, and he was still too weak. If he had 4 supreme experts now, he would not have fallen into such a dilemma. He could almost imagine that when Duan Ling Tian was really killed by the Yun family because of his cooperation with them, his daughter would definitely hate him for the rest of her life when she learned of this news. From the perspective of a father, he should naturally be happy for his daughter after learning that she had such a talented husband with an extraordinary background who was completely worthy of her. However, from the perspective of the Xia family patriarch, he had no other choice. Behind him was not only his daughter, but also the entire Xia family clan. On one side was his daughter's happiness, and on the other side was the future of the entire Xia family clan. It might even be the downfall of the entire Xia family clan. Although it was said to be a choice, he actually had no choice. From the moment he became the Xia family patriarch, the Xia family was his responsibility. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, was transported to the nearby military camp. Since someone recognized him, the people nearby all showed him respect. That's the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch of the Yun family, the publicly acknowledged strongest person in the Yun family after the supreme experts? That's him. I didn't expect the patriarch of the Yun family to be in the realm battlefield as well. Could it be that he's also participating in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone Supreme Gods list? That's most likely the case. At this moment, although Yun Tingfeng was surrounded by a group of people, he completely ignored them. As the patriarch of the Yun family, he was the center of attention no matter where he went in the Divine Offering Land. The scenes he had seen in the Divine Offering Land were much bigger than this. He was long used to it. Currently, Yun Tingfeng was looking up at the sky, waiting for the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone Supreme Gods list and the top 3 rankings to appear. There's a high chance that Duan Ling Tian has died, right? I hope he's already dead. Otherwise, Xia Yu might change his mind. In Yun Tingfeng's opinion, Xia Yu had been willing to cooperate with him to deal with Duan Ling Tian because he had threatened Xia Yu with the safety of the Xia family patriarch. However, at that time, Xia Yu did not know that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. Now that Xia Yu knew about it, he might have other thoughts. Humph. If Duan Ling Tian isn't dead and he really dares to change his mind. Even if the Xia family patriarch doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Yun Tingfeng snorted coldly in his heart. He had already told the Yun family patriarch about this matter. At first, the patriarch was a little hesitant. However, after learning about how monstrous Duan Ling Tian was, he listened to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion. As the Yun family patriarch, he naturally did not want a terrifying enemy to appear in the Yun family in the future. If Yun Tingfeng had used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten the patriarch of the Xia family to marry his daughter to his son, the Yun family patriarch might not have helped him. However, this time, the Yun family patriarch had already confirmed that he would help Yun Tingfeng when he used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten Xia Yu to join forces with him to deal with Duan Ling Tian. The Yun family patriarch was also a member of the Yun family. He was the person with the highest seniority in the Yun family. Naturally, he did not want his descendant to be in trouble. It's out. While Yun Tingfeng's mind was still spinning and his gaze had become somewhat absent-minded, he suddenly heard a series of exclamations. His eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next instant, the rankings appeared one after another in the sky. 9 rankings appeared in the sky and formed a circle. And at the center of this circle, there was a list with only 3 lines of words on it. It was the overall ranking. Chapter 43:29. The overall ranking. At this moment, even though there were 9 lists around them with 10 lines of words on each list, no one was looking at them. Although these 9 lists represented the low-level godly emperors to high-level godly emperors, they could see the 90 most outstanding people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. However, everyone's attention was on the overall ranking in the middle. The 3 lines of words attracted everyone's attention. After everyone's eyes fell on it, they did not move away for a long time as if they had taken root on it. After a while, the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard from all over the plains of gods. It's really him. He didn't die. There were so many bounties, but none of them managed to capture him. The more monstrous one is, the harder it is to kill him. This is too scary. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the first line of the overall ranking. First place, Lower Divine Master of the Mysterious Gang, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. This name was not unfamiliar to anyone in the planar battlefield. In the past few decades, this name had spread throughout the planar battlefield and even the plains of gods. Let me tell you, I've been using a book chasing app recently, /me/reading/app// to read books in a cache and read them offline. As far as they knew, they had never heard of such a monstrous existence in the history of the god-defying realm. He had entered the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000. Moreover, he had no opponents among the lower divine masters as soon as he entered the ultimate god realm. Even among the medium divine masters, only the top ones could suppress him. Of course, what they knew was Duan Lingtian's strength not long after the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened. In their opinion, after 30 years of accumulation in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength did not improve too much, it must have improved to a certain extent. Perhaps, he could even compete with those top medium divine masters. He really is the first. This is too shocking. Duan Lingtian really got the first place. When the crowd came back to their senses, they were in an uproar. Although many people were mentally prepared, when the moment really came, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Not only was this Duan Lingtian still alive, but he had also taken first place in the overall ranking. Getting the first place on the overall ranking list means that he'll get the first place reward. At the same time, the first place on the lower ultimate gods list is undoubtedly his. Taking the first place on the overall ranking list and the first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list is something we're jealous of, but it's nothing to him. Oh my god! Wouldn't he be able to absorb as much as he wanted by soaking in the divine containment spring? On top of that, he could also obtain a Supreme Master's Godhead. A Supreme Expert's Godhead is a priceless treasure. It's said that once you get a Paragon-level godhood, you'll be able to master the magical laws within it, and you'll be able to travel thousands of miles in a single day. Now, many people were a little jealous. They were jealous of the reward that Duan Lingtian was about to receive. He's really in first place. In a military camp at the intersection of the Xiangang land and the pilgrimage grounds, Yang Yuchen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, in the wilderness, Hong Yifeng also had a bright smile on his face. This time, we can ask little junior brother to bring us some bathing water. No, bring back some divine containment spring. In the sky above another mountain range, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. Little junior brother is in first place on the overall ranking list. My ranking, after seeing that her little junior brother's name was in first place on the overall ranking list, Lang Chunwan could not help but look at the lower ultimate gods list. With just one glance, her face fell completely. How could this be? This was because Lang Chunwan realized that not only was her name not in the top 3 of the lower ultimate gods list, she was not even in the top 5, top 6, or even top 9. Her name was written on the 10th place, the last place on the list. Did they make a mistake? Lang Chunwan was a little angry. Because there was no indication of the chaos points obtained by the individual after each name, Lang Chunwan subconsciously thought that the ultimate experts had made a mistake. Of course, she only had this thought in an instant. She knew very well that the ultimate experts would not make a mistake. Even a group of ultimate experts' descendants would scramble for the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list reward. Not to mention others, even those ultimate experts would not make a mistake on the ranking list. Furthermore, under their joint supervision, no one would be able to cheat for personal gain. Otherwise, when her little junior brother Duan Lingtian knew that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open, he would not be hunted down by a group of ultimate experts' descendants. It was because those ultimate experts' descendants knew that no one would be able to cheat for personal gain in the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list that they did so. As long as they killed Duan Lingtian, they would have one less strong competitor. If it's really the young master is still alive. In another planar battlefield, in a military camp, 3 women were gathered together. Among them, the woman with delicate features, who was overshadowed by the other 2 beautiful women beside her, looked at the name in the sky, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the other 2 women beside her also revealed flower-like smiles on their faces. The 3 women were Jing Ru, Bai Yao, and Xiao Lan. They came out of the upgraded Chaos Realm before it closed. It was because of that they were able to gather together. If they waited for the upgraded Chaos Realm to send them out, they would be separated into 3 different places after they came out even if they were gathered together inside. They did not enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm. They only wanted to go in and find out more about Duan Lingtian. With their current strength, they did not dare to imagine how strong they would be in the past. However, if they were to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm, they would be in trouble in just a few days. They had only decided to enter the realm battlefield after they heard about Duan Lingtian. They wanted to confirm if the Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. After they went to the upgraded Chaos Realm, they were able to confirm it. The Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. Moreover, he was safe and sound. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. Whether it was Bai Yao or Xiao Lan, at this moment, both of them revealed a relieved smile on their faces. The huge rock that had been hanging in their hearts had also been lifted. Little Tian. Feng Qingyang stood on top of a dangerous peak as he looked at the sky with a smile on his face. At the same time, he looked down and sighed. Although I'm in the top 3, I didn't manage to squeeze into the 2nd place. Originally, Feng Qingyang thought that if his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was the 1st place on the overall ranking, he would be able to get into the 2nd place. He did not expect that he would only get into the 3rd place. The person in the 2nd place is actually a medium ultimate god. I wonder if this person's strength is stronger than Little Tian's 2nd senior brother in the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. Feng Qingyang was ranked 3rd on the overall ranking. There was a medium ultimate god in front of him who was ranked 2nd on the overall ranking. Master. As for Duan Lingtian, at this moment, when he saw he was ranked 1st on the overall ranking, he was not surprised at all. After all, this was within his expectations. If he was surpassed, perhaps he would truly feel pleasantly surprised. However, he did not expect that there was another familiar person in the top 3 of the overall ranking. It was his master, Feng Qingyang. When he saw the name Feng Qingyang, he knew that it must be his master. There was no one else. He had heard that there was a powerful sword cultivator among the upper god emperors. He guessed that it was his master at that time and confirmed it now. However, I didn't expect that even with master's strength, he would only be ranked third on the overall ranking. The person in the second place on the overall ranking must be one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian looked at the name in the second place and murmured to himself. The person in second place was a medium ultimate god from the floating land, Yu Xianshi. He knew very well that unless one was an extremely strong medium ultimate god, it would be unrealistic to monopolize the secret realm where medium ultimate gods gathered. The fact that he was ranked second on the overall ranking meant that he was very strong. Even among the top medium ultimate gods, he must be one of the best. Perhaps, he had encountered a top medium ultimate god in the secret realm, but even if they joined forces with the rest, they were still no match for him. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's above a group of top medium ultimate gods. Maybe he's recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm? Duan Lingtian knew that he was recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, he did not know that his first senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He also did not know that his second senior brother Hong Yifeng was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He had not entered any military camp before coming out of the upgraded chaos territory. He was mainly worried that someone would know that he had entered a military camp and ambush him near it. After leaving the military camp, although he appeared in different places, he was still near the military camp. As long as there were enough people, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit of others. But how should I receive the rewards for the overall ranking and the ranking of the same realm? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this problem. From the beginning to the end, the absolute experts who announced the opening of the upgraded chaos territory and the various ranking rewards of the upgraded chaos territory did not seem to have told them how to redeem the rewards, although they didn't say, they shouldn't go back on their words, right? As soon as this thought appeared, Duan Lingtian suppressed it as he felt that he was overthinking. Even absolute experts would want to save face. Moreover, this time, there must be some absolute experts' descendants on the ranking list. If the absolute experts who initiated the upgraded chaos territory reneged on their words, the other absolute experts would not let it go. Chapter 43:30. Also, didn't I enter the dimensional battlefield as someone from the world of divine offering? Didn't I enter the chaos territory or even the upgraded version of the chaos territory? Why does the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list show that I'm a lower ultimate god from the Xiangang land? This was something Duan Lingtian did not realize at first. He only regained his senses after a while. He had entered the dimensional battlefield from the world of divine offering. In the dimensional battlefield, the chaos territory, and the upgraded version of the chaos territory, he had also participated in the secret realm competition as someone from the world of divine offering. The people he met in the secret realm were basically from the world of divine offering. There was even one time when half of the people he met in the secret realm were from the Xiangang land, but his identity was still from the world of divine offering. However, the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list clearly stated that he was a lower ultimate god from the Xiangang land. Is it because it's my first time entering the dimensional battlefield as someone from the Xiangang land? Or is it because everyone knows that I'm from the Myriad Law Palace in the Xiangang land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had thousands of questions in his heart. Of course, what he cared about the most now was how the ultimate experts would fulfill their promise and give him the ranking list reward. That was the most important thing. Also, third senior brother, is he on the ranking list? After seeing his ranking, Duan Lingtian, who was quite satisfied with his ranking, looked at the medium ultimate god ranking list again, trying to find his third senior brother's name. However, as he searched, he did not see his third senior brother's name. He's not on the ranking list. Third senior brother, this is too bad, isn't it? The first on the medium ultimate god ranking list was the medium ultimate god ranked second on the overall ranking list, Yu Xianchi from the floating land. However, he did not see his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's name in the next 9. When I get out and see third senior brother, I can make fun of him. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Fourth senior sister, on the other hand, although she came in later, she's ranked 10th on the lower ultimate god ranking list. Moreover, she's only a nomological clone who came in to fight for the ranking list. If it was me, I might be able to improve further. This time, I'm afraid that not only will third senior brother be mocked by me, fourth senior sister will definitely not give up this opportunity to mock him. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Third senior apprentice brother said that second senior apprentice brother has been in the planar battlefield all this time. He should be participating in this upgraded version of the Chaos Realms rankings. He's actually not on the list. According to third senior brother, the second senior brother whom he had yet to meet was stronger than third senior brother. Logically speaking, the second senior brother should be even stronger now. Moreover, he had been on the planar battlefield for a long time. He didn't lack battle merits, and his foundation was better than third senior brother's. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have failed to enter the top 10. It seems like second senior brother is either unlucky, or his strength is only so. This was also the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Of course, he had no intention of looking down on that second senior brother. It was purely a simple thought in his heart. But Ning Yixuan is also very strong. He just became a medium ultimate god not long ago, but he's already ranked 5th. On the medium ultimate gods list, Ning Yixuan's name was ranked 5th. Although he did not enter the top 3, it was actually not bad. After all, Ning Yixuan had just become a medium ultimate god not long ago. While Duan Lingtian was thinking that Ning Yixuan's ranking was not bad, in another part of the divine adjudication battlefield, above a forest, Ning Yixuan was standing unscrupulously in the air. His expression was not very good. I didn't even enter the top 3. Just now, Ning Yixuan's attention was attracted by Duan Lingtian's ranking. First place on the overall list. First place on the lower ultimate gods list. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had made it to first place on the lower ultimate gods list. However, he was a little surprised that he had also made it to first place on the overall list. At the same time, he was a little disappointed after looking at the top 3 names on the overall list. He was not included. Originally, when he looked at the overall list, he thought that even if he did not make it to the top 3, he would still have a high chance of making it to the top 3 on the medium ultimate gods list. Of course, there was no hope for first place. This was because the second place on the overall list was also a medium ultimate god. I'm only 5th, I'm so far behind Duan Lingtian. Ning Yixuan's expression gradually became gloomy. After a while, he calmed down a little. However, soon, his attention fell on the first place on the medium ultimate gods list and the second place on the overall list. A medium ultimate god from the floating land, Yu Xianchi. I've never heard of this person before. I've heard that there's a giant ultimate god clan in the floating land, the Yu clan. Could this Yu Xianchi be from the Yu clan? Ning Yixuan could not help but think to himself. However, if he's from the Yu clan, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Could he be a hidden genius from the Yu clan? However, with the Yu clan's foundation, is there a need to hide such a genius? The current Ning Yixuan was very confused about this. In fact, Ning Yixuan was not the only one who was confused. Even the descendants of other supreme experts and top experts from various planes of gods were also very confused. This was because they had never heard of this Yu Xianchi before. A genius from the Yu clan? Never heard of him. There's such a person in the Yu clan? However, what was unexpected was that even many people from the Yu clan in the floating land were very confused. Yu Xianchi? Is he from the Yu clan? We don't have such a person in the Yu clan, right? Of course, there were also a few older experts from the Yu clan whose expressions changed drastically. Could it be that child from back then? That child, who was abandoned by the Yu clan. The older experts from the Yu clan who thought of that secret changed their expressions one after another. If it was that child, the Yu clan would really be humiliated this time. Even the strongest ancestor behind the Yu family might fly into a rage because of this. After all, that ancestor did not know about that incident back then. While many people were confused about the identity of Yu Xianxue, who was ranked second on the overall list, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. This was because even if Yu Xianxue was famous, it was normal that he had not heard of him. After all, he really did not know much about the geniuses of the floating land. Currently, he was still confused about how those supreme experts would distribute the rewards for the upgraded version of the Chaos Regions list. Will they wait until they return to the Mystic Handle Land and find me at the Law Palace? Or will they directly find me at the Dimensional Battlefield to receive their rewards? The other rewards are fine. They can be given to me in person at any time. But to take a bath in the Divine Corrupting Spring. They can't give me the entire Divine Corrupting Spring, right? I should go to a specific place to take a bath, right? Chapter 43-31. Duan Lingtian knew very well that it was basically impossible for him to get an entire pool of divine corporeal spring water. Otherwise, the other party would not have said that the person who ranked first on the overall leaderboard could take a bath in the divine corporeal spring water. If they were really willing to give it to him, they could have just said that the reward was a pool of divine corporeal spring water. Why did they have to say that the reward was a bath? Of course, Duan Lingtian still had a headache about how to claim the reward. Next, he naturally hoped to go to the Xia family in the world of divine offering to see if Kerr had returned to the Xia family. Then, after confirming that Kerr was safe, he would return to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. As for rescuing Kerr, naturally, he would have to wait until he claimed the reward this time. The reward this time would be an important turning point in his life. Whether he could use this opportunity to advance further and even become a medium ultimate god depended entirely on this opportunity. It can't be that I'm going to claim the reward in there, right? If that's the case, can I choose when to claim the reward for taking a bath in the divine corporeal spring water? After all, I still have something important to do. For Duan Lingtian, the most important thing now was to go to the world of divine offering to confirm if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If she had not returned, he would wait for the dimensional battlefield to close and see if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If he entered the divine corporeal spring water before that, he did not know how much time he would have to waste. By then, he might miss the best time to rescue his wife. Although the reward of the divine corporeal spring water was good and might allow him to reach the top in a single bound, to him, his wife was more important than anything else. All these years, he had fought so hard to become stronger. Why? Was it not to save his wife? He had always been fighting for this goal. If it's really here and I'm welcomed by that supreme expert, maybe I can ask him for a favor. This way, it won't affect my chances of getting the reward this time, and it won't affect Kerr's safety. Duan Lingtian knew very well that once the planar battlefield closed and the Xia family really threatened Kerr, Kerr would very likely go to extremes at the critical moment. Now, the Xia family no longer had any bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr. The bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr and his family had all been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jia. If it really came to that, with his understanding of Kerr, Kerr would definitely not compromise. Even if he had to die again, he would not compromise. And this was not what he wanted to see. Let's leave this battlefield first and return to the world of divine remains. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the battlefield and return to the world of divine remains. He would go to the Xia family and inquire about Kerr. I wonder if the nearby military camp is far away. What Duan Lingtian needed to do next was naturally to find a military camp and teleport out. Although the Chaos Realm had closed, the planar battlefield was still open, and there was still some time before it closed. Also, if Kerr is still in the planar battlefield, and she knows that I came from the Myriad Law Academy in the Xiangang land, she might go to the Myriad Law Academy to look for me. If there's no news about Kerr in the world of divine remains, I'll return to the Xiangang land and Myriad Law Academy through the planar battlefield. Who knows, I might be able to reunite with Kerr in the Myriad Law Academy. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with passion, and he became even more eager to find a military camp nearby. However, not long after he flew out, he suddenly felt the space in front of him tremble. If he was an ordinary person who was proficient in other laws, he might not have been able to react so quickly, but he was proficient in the law of space. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the trembling space in front of him suddenly distort and fold, and then a figure walked out of the folded space without tearing it apart. It was as if the matter that had extended from the space had turned into the person in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with an unruly look, a resolute face, and a solemn expression. He walked slowly in the air toward Duan Lingtian. He looked like an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian felt that this person's existence made him feel somewhat pressured. At this moment, the tree of life in his small world began to tremble, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly sealed the small world in his body. This is an ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed the other party's identity. In the past, even the projection of the Ning family's ultimate powerhouse behind Ning Yixuan had not given the tree of life in his small world so much pressure. However, the person in front of him made the tree of life in his small world somewhat restless. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in his body before he completely sealed the small world in his body. Little Tian? What's going on? Where are you? How did you encounter the ultimate powerhouse's true body? It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. The voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water was born next to a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. It was the divine tree of life in his body. The divine tree of life used to belong to another supreme expert who ruled over a realm of gods during that era. He was one of the strongest ultimate powerhouses in the godly defiance realm. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was much more experienced than the ordinary 5 divine elements. The ultimate powerhouse's true body. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he was still shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. It was not the projection of his true body, but his true body. Duan Lingtian greets Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He then cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Such an existence could kill Jian Wushuang with just a breath. It was not difficult for Jian Wushuang to guess why the person would appear in front of him. The person must be here to redeem the first place on the Chaos Territories overall list and the lower Ultimate God list. Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with bitterness. What he did not want to happen had finally happened. As a result, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme powerhouse nodded at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze. When he saw the bitterness on Duan Lingtian's lips, he was stunned for a moment before he said calmly, "I'm sure you've guessed my intention. If that's the case, why do you still feel bitter?" The middle-aged man asked bluntly. He could not understand why Jian Wushuang felt bitter. Senior. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth as there was no need for him to do so. He might need to ask for a favor from the other party. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not want to do so if he could. Even if the other party was an ultimate powerhouse, he might not need Jian Wushuang's favor. What about in the future? Duan Lingtian did not think that he would stop at the upper ultimate god level. He would definitely become an ultimate powerhouse. I wonder if I can choose when to bathe in the divine corporeal spring? Also, can you give me the other things in advance? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he asked 2 consecutive questions. The middle-aged man's face was no longer calm. He frowned slightly and asked, "You still have things to do? Can't you leave?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man's face flashed with displeasure when he heard Jian Wushuang's answer. Even he was envious of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. However, Jian Wushuang was not enthusiastic at all. Of course, the middle-aged man did not make a decision immediately. He immediately asked the person behind him, "Sir," the middle-aged man explained the situation he was facing to the people behind him. The person behind him quickly responded. "Tell him that he can only enjoy the reward if he baths in the divine corporeal spring now. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified. We gave him such a good opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Instead, he's dragging his feet." Although the young man's tone did not carry any anger, it was clear that he could not understand Jian Wushuang's decision. After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "I can give you the other rewards now. However, as for the reward for bathing in the divine corporeal spring, you can come with me and enjoy it. Otherwise, you can give up. The choice is up to you," the middle-aged man said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The thing that he did not want to see the most had finally happened. After his expression changed greatly, he became uncertain again. In the end, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as though he had made an important decision. "Senior." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said sincerely, "I, Duan Lingtian, rarely ask for help in my life. I wonder if you can do me a favor and do me a favor? This is very important to me. If Senior is willing to help, Duan Lingtian will definitely repay this favor in the future. It's fine if Senior is not willing to help. However, I think I'll have to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring." Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he frowned again. This fellow in front of him actually wanted to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring for a favor? Could it be that he didn't know that even if such a precious opportunity was placed in the hands of a group of supreme experts, that group of supreme experts would still fight to the death for it? However, out of curiosity, he still wanted to ask what Duan Lingtian wanted him to help with. He still thought highly of this genius of the younger generation, Duan Lingtian. If it was something that he could help with, it was not impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian and form a good relationship with him. "What do you want me to help with?" the middle-aged man asked. Of course, he could not help with everything. He would only help Duan Lingtian if it was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up. If the middle-aged man said this, it meant that there was a chance. Chapter 43-32. It's still too early to celebrate. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed for a moment before he calmed down. After all, the middle-aged man had not decided whether he was willing to help him. This was related to the 2 great clans in the world of divine remains, the Xia clan and the Yun clan. Moreover, both clans had omnipotent experts. Although the matter between him and Kerr might not necessarily alarm the omnipotent experts, the middle-aged man in front of him might not be willing to offend 2 clans with omnipotent experts behind them for his sake. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly, "Elder, this is what happened." Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide anything from the omnipotent expert. He told the middle-aged man the story between him and his wife. Of course, he did not mention Yunqing Yen. He only said that the Xia clan looked down on him. He was also worried that the omnipotent expert before him might be on good terms with the omnipotent expert behind the Yun clan and refuse to help him. The reason he asked the omnipotent expert to help him was simple. He wanted to confirm whether Kerr had returned to the Xia clan. After confirming that Kerr had returned to the Xia clan, the omnipotent expert would tell Kerr about his current situation. He wanted to let Kerr know that he had a chance to save her from the abyss of suffering. All in all, the story Duan Lingtian told the omnipotent expert was both true and false. The truth was that he had feelings for his wife, Kerr, and the reason why he had grown so quickly was because he wanted to save his wife, Kerr. In addition, when he separated from Kerr, he said that the Xia clan looked down on him. This time, he hoped that the omnipotent expert would go to the Xia clan and let them know of his existence. He hoped that the Duan Lingtian in the dimensional battlefield would be the husband of the Xia clan's young mistress, Xia Ningxue, in this life. As for the Yun clan, he only said a few words casually. He said that the Xia clan intended to let his wife marry into the Yun clan. As for the Yun family's marriage partner, he didn't say anything. His request was simple. He just had to confirm that his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. He also had to inform Kerr about his current strength and situation. He also had to inform Kerr that their family and friends were safe and sound. Under such circumstances, he believed that with Kerr's intelligence, she would definitely know how to stall for time and wait for him to openly pick her up from the Xia family home. As for the middle-aged man, after listening to Duan Lingtian's series of words, he was actually a little speechless. At the same time, he felt a little tired. He was a supreme powerhouse, an extremely powerful existence, yet the other party actually wanted him to run errands? To think that he had thought that this Duan Lingtian had some sort of difficult matter that he needed his help with. He had even thought that if it was too difficult, he would reject Duan Lingtian, but in the end, he was only asked to run errands? I wonder. Senior, are you willing to help? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly. No problem. This time, the middle-aged man did not ask the person behind him because he knew that the person behind him would definitely not stop him from helping Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. Based on the talent and strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, as long as he did not die prematurely, he was destined to rise in the future. In the future, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would most likely be the strongest among the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian had also said that he would repay this favor with gusto in the future. If this kind of errand work could be exchanged for Duan Lingtian's repayment with gusto, it was too worth it. Duan Lingtian is extremely grateful that Senior is willing to help. In the future, I will definitely not let Senior regret this favor. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude after receiving confirmation from the supreme powerhouse in front of him. In his opinion, this favor might be a piece of cake in the eyes of the supreme powerhouse in front of him. It was just an errand work, however, it was very important to him because it concerned the safety of his wife, Kerr. Now, can you follow me to the place where the divine corporeal spring is? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, when you enter the divine corporeal spring, I will go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains to find your wife and tell her what you said to me. If she is not in the Xia family, as long as she is still in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, as long as you and the Xia family know the name that she might have used, I can help you find her. The middle-aged man said. The last sentence was said because he felt that the favor that Duan Lingtian asked of him was too simple and he felt a little apologetic. For him, it was not too difficult to find a person in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. As long as the person did not use a pseudonym that other people close to him did not know. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he felt more at ease and felt that this supreme powerhouse was very reliable. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian received the other rewards from the middle-aged man and followed him, preparing to leave. He watched as the middle-aged man waved his hand and the scene in front of him changed. Then, he realized that his entire body was enveloped by a force and was being carried through the air rapidly. Then, there was the sound of the wind. However, the scene in front of him became completely blurry. It was colorful and even a little distorted. Nothing could be seen clearly and nothing could be seen clearly. Is this because he's fast? Or is it because of the space we're traveling through right now, and the scenery between spaces is like this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not recognize what was going on. Soon after, the middle-aged man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After the span of 3 breaths, another force will descend on you. At that time, there's no need for you to resist. Just go along with it. It will bring you to the place where the divine corporeal spring is. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. I don't care about what happens after that. The middle-aged man said. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he was mentally prepared. At the same time, he felt that as the number 1 on the overall ranking board, he was given a lot of face. An supreme powerhouse had brought him here and another person was going to bring him to the place where the divine corporeal spring was. This must be another supreme powerhouse, right? I'm just a lower ultimate god and 2 supreme powerhouses are going to bring me here personally? Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced countless storms along the way, at this moment, he still could not help but feel elated in the depths of his heart. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a force swept over. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling that it was gentler and more domineering than the middle-aged man's force. Gentler and domineering, the 2 contradictory words merged at this moment. The combination of contradictions gave Duan Lingtian an indescribable feeling. Try your best to absorb the divine corporeal spring for your cultivation. You only have 1 chance. Once you can no longer absorb the divine corporeal spring, you'll be sent out. When another force attacked him and the force from the middle-aged man left, Duan Lingtian heard a kind reminder. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. Duan Lingtian felt the world spinning around him. He was in a daze as though he had fallen into a half-asleep state. He felt as though he had entered a dream. In other words, he felt as though he was dreaming at this moment. Especially when he heard a faint voice behind him. It made him even more certain that he was dreaming. Sir, he could vaguely recognize that it was the middle-aged supreme powerhouse's voice. Because of that, he felt as though he was dreaming. He must be dreaming. That was a supreme powerhouse. What kind of person was qualified for him to address him as sir? A supreme powerhouse had to address someone else as sir? This must be a joke. He must be dreaming. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming, the middle-aged man who received him appeared in an endless void. A small courtyard with a gazebo was suspended in the endless void. It gave off a hollow feeling. At this moment, the middle-aged man landed in the small courtyard in front of the gazebo. He bowed respectfully, not daring to raise his head to look at the young man dressed in white in the gazebo. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The young man in white asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the young man's question, the middle-aged man quickly told him everything Duan Lingtian had asked him to do. At the same time, he also mentioned the Xia clan and Yun clan in the divine offering land. For the sake of his wife, he went from a low-level mundane realm to a realm of gods in less than 1,000 years and even entered the ultimate god realm. The young man's eyes gleamed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental young man. I don't quite understand it either. The middle-aged man shook his head. Humph. The young man snorted coldly. I'm afraid you haven't even touched a woman's hand since you were born, right? It's only natural that you don't understand. The middle-aged man's expression froze when he heard the young man's words. He could not help but mutter inwardly, "You speak as if you've touched a woman's hand before, what are you muttering in your heart?" The young man's words rang out once again, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change greatly. Did the young man see through his thoughts? If that was the case, how powerful was the young man in front of him? Had he improved again? "I can't tell what you're thinking." The young man saw the middle-aged man's expression and said nonchalantly, "It's just a guess." "Now, are you wondering if my strength has improved again?" The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he heard the young man's words. At the same time, he was confused. Did the young man really improve, or did he just guess what was on his mind? "Go ahead." After a while, the young man said nonchalantly, "Make a trip to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land and the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Find out the ins and outs of this matter. I have a feeling that everything he told you doesn't make sense in some places, perhaps there's something he didn't tell you. Go and confirm it yourself. Then, come back and tell me. I also want to know." After so many years in the godly defiance realm, the first person to step into the ultimate God realm within 1,000 years. What kind of belief supported him all the way to this step? Chapter 43-33. Duan Lingtian felt like he was in a dream and did not suspect that the dream was fake. Because if this dream was fake, then it would be too frightening. A supreme expert, a high and mighty existence, in this world, had to respectfully address another person as sir? This completely overturned his understanding of the world. Therefore, he concluded that what he heard was a dream. It was fake and could not be real. Soon after, Duan Lingtian fell into a semi-conscious state. Then, he felt a cool sensation around him. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was already in a cave. At the same time, the force that was suppressing his divine power had completely disappeared. He regained his consciousness. At the same time, he also regained control of his body. However, everything in the cave dwelling was sealed except for a spring located in a corner of the cave dwelling. The scent of the spring water made him feel relaxed and happy. He even felt that the 99 heavenly veins in his body were instantly unblocked. His divine power was rippling in the heavenly veins as if it had a mind of its own. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not expect the bottleneck that had been preventing him from stabilizing his cultivation base to the lesser ultimate God stage would be broken at this moment. It was mysteriously broken. Just like that, his cultivation base was completely consolidated without any cultivation. My lower ultimate God cultivation base is completely consolidated just like that? At that moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the turbulent divine power in his heavenly veins had begun to calm down. After calming down, the feeling that it gave him was obviously different from before. It had completely stabilized. It was completely different from before, when it was still a little restless. Now, he felt like he could move his divine power as easily as if it was his own arm. It was a completely different feeling from before when he could not fully control it. It's really completely consolidated. I really didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian really did not expect that his cultivation base, which had not been consolidated for a long time in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in the dimensional battlefield, would instantly be consolidated in this place. Of course, after being stunned for a while, he was overjoyed. After all, this was a good thing. This is the God-corrupting spring? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he stared at the spring water in the corner of the cave. This seemingly ordinary spring water was no different from a supreme treasure in his eyes. Hearing about it and witnessing it with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. He had already obtained the divine corporeal spring earlier. The reward for the first place on the lower ultimate God ranking list was the divine corporeal spring. However, it was kept in a bottle and he did not open it, nor did he have time to look at it. Therefore, he had no idea what it was. After he obtained the bottle containing the god's corrupting spring, he was brought here directly by the middle-aged supreme expert. He did not even have the time to open it to take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take out the bottle from his storage ring. When he opened the bottle, he noticed a similar aura escaping from inside. This bottle contained a lot of divine corporeal spring water, however, in front of the god-corrupting spring, it was insignificant. They were on completely different levels and concepts. This bottle has a hidden space, similar to a storage ring. It feels like it can store a lot of divine corrupting spring water. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the god-corrupting spring water not far away. His eyes lit up as he stared at the god-corrupting spring water, thinking of collecting some god-corrupting spring water to fill the bottle. If I were to take a bath, I wouldn't need so much god-corrupting spring water, right? Although the reward for the first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list was considered a lot of god-corrupting spring water, it was insignificant compared to the god-corrupting spring water in the pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt that even if he were to take a bath, he would not need so much god-corrupting spring water. Collecting some god-corrupting spring water should not affect his bath, right? I wonder if I can collect the god-corrupting spring water inside. If I can, can't I take away the rest of the god-corrupting spring water after my bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt that it was too unrealistic and impossible. If that was the case, then the reward for the first place on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking list would not be a bath in the god-corrupting spring water but an entire pool of god-corrupting spring water. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he could not collect the god-corrupting spring water, he could not help but want to try. What if he could? What if the expert behind him did not mind collecting some god-corrupting spring water before he took a bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the god-corrupting spring water. At that moment, he could feel the god-corrupting spring's aura. At that moment, he felt a wave of comfort all over his body. The divine power in his body was slightly boiling and his progress was much faster than when he used divine elixirs to cultivate. After all, he had not even started cultivating yet. No wonder they say that even a drop of god-corrupting spring water is a treasure. Now, I'm standing in front of a pool of god-corrupting spring water. How many drops of god-corrupting spring water are there in terms of drops? Duan Lingtian stared at the god-corrupting spring water in front of him and could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not forget his earlier thoughts. He squatted down and took out the bottle, intending to collect the god-corrupting spring water in the god-corrupting spring water. However, just as he was about to make a move, an invisible barrier suddenly rippled like water and blocked Duan Lingtian's movements. Following that, an indifferent voice sounded, "Your reward is to take a bath in the god-corrupting spring water. During the bath, you can absorb the god-corrupting spring water without any restrictions. Even if you can absorb all the god-corrupting spring water in the god-corrupting spring water, I have no objections. However, during the bath, you are not allowed to collect a single drop of god-corrupting spring water. Since it's your first offense and I didn't warn you, I won't hold it against you this time. In the future, if you secretly collect even a drop of god-corrupting spring water, I'll expel you from the god-corrupting spring water and revoke the ultimate expert godhead reward that originally belonged to you." Although Duan Lingtian had previously received a reward from the middle-aged supreme expert, it was only the reward of being ranked first on the lower ultimate god ranking list. As for the reward of being ranked first on the overall ranking list, he had yet to receive it. He had yet to receive the ultimate expert godhead as well. According to the middle-aged supreme expert, the ultimate expert godhead would be given to him after he finished bathing in the god-corrupting spring water. Moreover, the person who gave him the ultimate expert godhead was someone else. Upon hearing the other party's indifferent words, Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt the other party's words and hurriedly apologized, "Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know I couldn't collect the god-corrupting spring water here." Humph. If you knew, do you think I wouldn't hold it against you? The voice was heard again. This time, it was a cold humph. The voice was not loud, but it made Duan Lingtian's soul tremble slightly at that moment. At that moment, Duan Lingtian realized how powerful the owner of the voice was. He could not see the other party nor sense the other party's presence. Just a cold humph was enough to make his soul tremble. Was this the power of a supreme expert? Senior. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Lingtian asked, "Is there a limit to how long I can bathe in the God-corrupting spring water?" He wanted to know if there was a time limit to how long he could bathe in the God-corrupting spring water. You want to know about the time limit, right? The voice was heard again. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. There is no time limit. However, when you've absorbed enough God-corrupting spring water to a state where you can't absorb any more for 10 days and nights, I'll send you out of the God-corrupting spring water. How much you can absorb will depend on your own ability. Also, I know you have a divine tree of life in your little world. It can be considered a part of your body now, so you can absorb the God-corrupting spring water. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard the other party's words. After all, he had used the divine tree of life when he attacked Ning Yishuan earlier. It was normal for the other party to know about the divine tree of life. Also, the voice was heard again. The 5 divine elements in your body can also absorb the God-corrupting spring water. I won't impose any restrictions on you. When Duan Lingtian heard the other party's words, he realized he was not the only one who could absorb the God-corrupting spring water. Even the divine elements in his body and the divine tree of life could absorb the God-corrupting spring water as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself, if I absorb all of them, will the God-corrupting spring water not be enough for me to absorb? However, Duan Lingtian soon realized he was overthinking things. When he entered the God-corrupting spring water and opened up his little world to allow the divine tree of life and the divine elements to absorb the God-corrupting spring water, he discovered it was not that easy to absorb the God-corrupting spring water. 1 drop was enough for him to absorb for a long time. In fact, it took him several days to absorb the first drop of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, he could clearly feel the transformation of his divine energy. It was a very obvious transformation. As for the divine tree of life and the divine elements, although they were also absorbing the God-corrupting spring water, their absorption speed was much slower. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that, the God-corrupting spring water was more suitable for him to absorb than the divine tree of life and the divine elements. No wonder the other party is so generous. Duan Lingtian discovered it only took him about a month to absorb more than a dozen drops of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, his absorption speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, he discovered it took the divine tree of life and the divine elements a month to absorb 2 drops of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, their absorption speed was still the same. It did not increase at all. If that's the case, I won't be able to absorb another drop of God-corrupting spring water for 10 days and 10 nights. They won't be able to absorb any more God-corrupting spring water either. However, it's obvious that my absorption speed is getting faster and faster. Could it be that the absorption speed will decrease after a certain point? Chapter 43-34. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the divine corrupting spring was precious and extraordinary, his understanding of it was still limited. The treatment he was enjoying now, even in the myriad realms outside the realm, could only be enjoyed by the direct descendants of the top powerhouses in the top realms. Moreover, only the direct descendants who were valued by those powerhouses could enjoy such treatment. The divine corrupting spring was very rare even in the myriad realms. It was enough to make the top powerhouses of the myriad realms move out and even fight for it. The divine corrupting spring was actually not very useful to the top powerhouses of the myriad realms. Its greatest use was to allow those who were weak and had not yet stepped into the realm of the omnipotent realm to grow rapidly. For any realm in the myriad realms, the power of the new generation was very important because if there were only so many powerhouses and no more, sooner or later, they would die in the time heavenly tribulation as time passed. The time heavenly tribulation was a kind of heavenly tribulation that would appear after a period of time. In the God-defying realm, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was actually a kind of time heavenly tribulation. In the God-defying realm, many people were curious whether a person did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation after becoming an omnipotent realm. Of course, many people knew that omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. However, just because omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not mean that they did not need to face any heavenly tribulation. The time heavenly tribulation that omnipotent realm experts faced was not the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Every 10,000 years, they had to go through a heavenly tribulation test. Not only in the God-defying realm, but also in any realm in the myriad realms, the powerhouses had to go through this test. Of course, the current Duan Ling Tian definitely did not know this. He did not know what everything he was enjoying now meant. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the omnipotent realm expert who had control of the divine corrupting spring said that no matter who killed Duan Ling Tian, he could replace him, the group of omnipotent realm experts in the God-defying realm, as long as they were not alone, basically would not be able to resist killing Duan Ling Tian. Continue to cultivate, of course, although Duan Ling Tian did not know what all of this meant in the myriad realms, he still knew that this was a very rare opportunity. If he missed it, it would be gone. It was said that even a single drop of divine corrupting spring water was something that many supreme experts could not take out. Not to mention others, just based on this point, he knew how rare and precious this opportunity was. That supreme expert obviously knows everything about me. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements are my most important secrets, but he knows them all. It seems that I was exposed when I attacked Ning Yixuan last time. Although his secrets had been exposed, Duan Ling Tian knew that these things were perhaps the most valuable treasures for ordinary people, but to the most powerful beings, it was nothing. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. Moreover, if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. What I need to do now is to absorb as much of the divine accumulating spring water as I can. If I can absorb all of it, I'm afraid I'll be able to enter the upper ultimate God realm. Now that Duan Ling Tian had cultivated for a month, he could clearly feel how helpful the divine accumulating spring water was to him. It was also because of this that he somewhat understood why a group of people were so eager to get into the lower ultimate God list and even the top 3 of the overall list. They were even willing to pay a huge price to offer a reward for his death. If he were those people, he would not want such benefits to be taken away by an outsider. Duan Ling Tian, make good use of this opportunity. Duan Ling Tian constantly reminded himself in his heart that he could not slack off, and he must properly cherish this opportunity and grab hold of this opportunity. The flow of time in the space where the divine accumulating spring water is located is different from the outside world. 10 days inside is 1 day outside. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to fully immerse himself in cultivation, the voice sounded again and clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. His heart that was originally hanging in the air was now completely at ease. Originally, although he also cherished this opportunity, he was always worried that he would waste too much time here. Although that supreme expert was willing to help him by going to the Xia clan in the divine offering land to look for Kerr, he was still not completely at ease. In other words, before he saw Kerr, he could not be completely at ease. Now that he knew that the flow of time here was different from the outside world, he immediately felt relieved. The difference in the flow of time was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, when he was still in the mundane plane of the lower secondary plane, he had entered a space where the flow of time was different from the outside world. Of course, at that time, he was still very weak. It was also because he was weak that he could enjoy the difference in the flow of time. I'm already a lower ultimate god. Here, I can still enjoy the difference in the flow of time. Moreover, it's a difference of 10 to 1. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. In the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he had obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which contained the change in the flow of time. However, later on, he also found out that the reason the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was that it contained the law of time. Moreover, the effect of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's flow of time was only useful for people with low cultivation base. The more powerful a person was, the less they could enjoy the difference in the flow of time inside. Otherwise, could it be that deities who were above the immortals could also cultivate in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with different flow of time? If the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could really do that, then it was not just a top immortal weapon, but a top divine weapon. In other words, it was an existence above the divine weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had not heard of any divine weapon that could allow existences above the divine level to enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. He also knew that even among the group of supreme experts in the god-defying realm, not everyone had the means to allow existences above the ultimate god realm to enter a space with a difference in the flow of time. Unless it was a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time. Of course, even such a statement was just some people's guess. In short, it was very difficult to construct a space where an ultimate god could enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. And now, he had entered such a space. Senior. At this time, Duan Lingtian could no longer maintain his calm. Is this a space inside an artifact or a space directly constructed by you? Or is this a space constructed by a senior who is skilled in the law of time? Duan Lingtian was really shocked. The stronger one was, the higher one's vision. The current Duan Lingtian knew very well that the space he was in was very difficult to construct. Even if a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time could construct a space that could accommodate a lower ultimate god like him, he was afraid that it would not be possible to achieve a time flow rate that was 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. You don't need to know this. The voice sounded again in an indifferent tone. You only need to know that if you enter the medium ultimate god realm in this place, the time flow rate will change from 10 to 1 to 5. If you enter the upper ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will change to 2 to 1. That's all you need to know. Cultivate well. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. The owner of the voice stopped abruptly and did not speak again. Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this issue. Regardless, this is a good thing for me. Before I enter the medium ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will be 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. As for the medium ultimate god realm, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian thought of the difficulty of his cultivation after entering the lower ultimate god realm and did not have much hope. Even if the divine corrupting spring is good, it might not be able to support my breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, right? Of course, if it can really help me enter the medium ultimate god realm, that would be a great thing. As for the upper ultimate god realm, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not have much hope for the upper ultimate god realm, but he did not have any hope at all. He felt that it was impossible and unrealistic. After all, he had only just consolidated his cultivation base at the lower ultimate god realm. He was too far away from the upper ultimate god realm. There was still a long way to go. Duan Lingtian went to receive his reward for being first on the overall ranking list. At the same time, in the various major battlefield, those who ranked on the same level ranking list also received their corresponding rewards. Unlike Duan Lingtian, from the beginning until the end, there was no supreme powerhouse that appeared during the process of these people obtaining their rewards. Only a wave of energy that made their hearts palpitate extended from the void and delivered the rewards they deserved to them. And they also put it into their own storage rings at the first moment. They all used the self-destruction of their storage rings. That was the only way they could ensure their own safety. Now, there were already many people who regretted using their real names in the planar battlefield. Now, many people know that I took 4th place on the Middle God Emperor ranking. The divine corporeal spring in my hands will definitely be targeted by many people. This time, I'll immediately find a secluded place and consume all the divine corrupting spring when I get out. That way, even if they find me again, I won't be in danger. At this moment, many people had already thought of their escape route. At the same time, Lang Chunwan's Maxim clone, who also ranked 10th on the lower Ultimate God ranking list, also received a small bottle that contained a drop of divine corrupting spring. If it was in the past, even a drop of divine corrupting spring would be enough to make Lang Chunwan ecstatic. But now, she was happy for her little junior brother who could soak in the divine corrupting spring and obtain a ridiculous amount of divine corrupting spring. At the same time, she was also a little disappointed. Little junior brother. He's stronger than me after all. Although it was only her Maxim clone who had entered, she knew deep in her heart even if her original body were to enter the lower Ultimate God ranking list, it would be considered good if she could get into the top 3, let alone the first place on the lower Ultimate God ranking list and the top 3 on the overall ranking list. In the past, she had underestimated the lower Ultimate Gods of the various planes of gods. It was only when the ranking list was revealed that she realized she had been a frog in a well all this time. Chapter 43-35. I didn't get first place. In the planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the floating land and another realm of gods, a young man frowned slightly after receiving his bountiful reward. With my strength, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight against the best of the best among the upper ultimate gods. I didn't expect to lose to a lower ultimate god. But if his strength is really comparable to a peak medium ultimate god like the rumors say, then my loss is not unjustified. This young man was none other than Yu Xianshi, who ranked 2nd on the upgraded Chaos Zone's general board, a medium ultimate god from the floating land. I wonder if the Yu clan will remember me this time. Humph. What the Yu clan owes me back then. One day, I'll get them back one by one. After receiving his reward, the young man, who was Yu Xianshi, immediately went to the nearby military camp and left the dimensional battlefield through the transportation formation and returned to the floating land. At the same time as Yu Xianshi left the dimensional battlefield, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, also left the mysterious Zen battlefield through the transportation formation in the military camp and returned to the mysterious gangland. Then, he went straight back to the Myriad Law Academy. After returning to the Myriad Law Academy, he went straight to the internal palace to confirm that his 4th junior sister was only a Maxim clone that entered the dimensional battlefield. He was finally relieved. If 4th junior sister had really entered the planar battlefield with her true body, then the independent planar battlefield where the inner palace disciples resided would most likely have been destroyed. The independent dimension required the token of the internal palace's master to support it and an endless supply of divine power. Of course, the amount of divine power required was very little. However, it had to be pure divine power, which was the divine power that flowed out from a person's body. Even an ordinary divine spirit would be able to support the operation of the token. However, it was impossible for them to simply hand the token over to another person because once they obtained the token, they would be able to control all the formations in the independent dimension, including the powerful defensive divine formation and killing formation. It was said that the formation of the independent dimension of the internal palace was personally set up by an ultimate expert. As for the source of power, it was the independent dimension itself. Every time it was consumed, the independent space would become unstable. Because of that, the formation was extremely powerful. It was said that as long as one was not a top-notch high-level ultimate god, one would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered the formation. 4th junior sister, congratulations. Yang Yuchen congratulated his fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan. On the other hand, Lang Chunwan looked at Yang Yuchen grumpily. Third senior brother, if you hadn't purposely brought up little junior brother and tricked me into accepting the responsibility of the inner palace, I wouldn't have been at the bottom of the upgraded lower ultimate gods list in the chaos territory. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless and tired when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. After all, he did not even make it into the top 10 of the medium ultimate gods list. Little junior sister, you can't say that. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said with a smile, think about it, so what if your true body enters? Could he get first place on the lower level ultimate gods list? Could he get first place on the overall list? Do you know that the reason junior brother is able to achieve such good results is because I brought him into the planar battlefield and helped him a lot? If I didn't accompany him into the planar battlefield, he wouldn't have improved so much, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the number 1 position on the Chaos Realms upgraded ranking list in such a short time. Think about little junior brother's ranking. Do you still think I'm the one who harmed you? If you think you have too little divine corrupting spring, you can wait for little junior brother to come back and ask him for more. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard Yang Yuchen's words. Third senior brother, what you said does make sense. Also, at this time, Yang Yuchen continued, little junior brother, you should know that bounties have been placed everywhere in the planar battlefield's upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, right? Lang Chunwan's face darkened when Yang Yuchen mentioned this topic. She clenched her fists tightly and said, I know. Third senior brother, wait until I'm stronger or first senior sister comes back. Our internal palace will definitely settle the score with them. How dare they bully little junior brother like that? Lang Chunwan gritted her teeth as she spoke. Yang Yuchen's heart sank when he heard this. Doesn't this little miss know that those who put up the bounty are backed by powerful ultimate gods factions? Even if first senior sister comes back and has the strength to suppress all the upper level ultimate gods, she's nothing in front of an ultimate god expert. Unless first senior sister becomes an ultimate god expert. Since you know about the bounty, I'm sure you know how much danger little junior brother is in, right? Yang Yuchen asked again. Lang Chunwan nodded. She naturally knew how much danger little junior brother was in. It was said that a group of outstanding upper-level ultimate gods were looking for trouble with little junior brother. Fortunately, little junior brother was not found by them. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Do you know? The reason I'm not on the medium ultimate gods list is that after I found out about little junior brother's bounty, I rushed over immediately whenever I heard about his whereabouts. I wanted to protect little junior brother at the most critical moment. In the process, I was almost killed by Nangong Luyun from the Nangong clan and others. Did you know that? Yang Yuchen's face tensed up as he spoke. What? Lang Chunwan's face changed instantly. Third senior brother, you were almost killed? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded satisfactorily when he saw Lang Chunwan's expression. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared in the nick of time and saved me. It was also after that second senior brother found out that Duan Lingtian, who was popular in the upgraded version of the chaotic domain name, was our little junior brother. Because of that, second senior brother and I ran to wherever we heard news about little junior brother. Because of that, we gave up the fight for the medium ultimate gods list. At this point, Yang Yuchen sighed. Fourth junior sister, third senior brother knows that it's also because you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'd definitely be like me and second senior brother, giving up the fight for the ranking of those of the same cultivation level for little junior brother. Let's not talk about this for now. I just hope that fourth junior sister doesn't think that I lied to you when you took on the burden of the inner palace. As long as you want, you can give up the burden at any time. Unfortunately, I can't leave the inner palace and Myriad Arts Academy at will to protect little junior brother in the future. Yang Yuchen sighed again at the end of his sentence. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be a little sluggish at this moment, as if he had aged a few years. No. Lang Chunwan hurriedly shook her head when she heard that. Third senior brother, that's not what I meant. I really didn't know that you did all this, and second senior brother, third senior brother, you'd better go protect Duan Ling Tian and bring little junior brother back safely. Just leave the inner palace to me. I didn't give up the same level list to look for little junior brother like you and second senior brother. It's just as you said, I don't think I have the ability to help little junior brother. I hope you can understand this, third senior brother. Now, Lang Chunwan felt that she had sinned deeply. When second senior brother and third senior brother gave up the fight for the same level list for little junior brother's safety, she was passionate about the fight for the same level list. Although she did that because she felt that she did not have the ability to help little junior brother, she still felt a little ashamed in front of second senior brother. Little junior sister, it's really not necessary. Just leave the inner palace to me. Yang Yuchen sighed. No. I won't give the inner palace to you. Lang Chunwan said firmly. At the same time, she raised her eyebrows and turned her head slightly to look at the void in front of her. Second senior brother, hurry up and persuade second senior brother to stop thinking about regaining control of the inner palace. Since he's handed the inner palace to me, I'll be in charge of the inner palace. Now, I want him to go out and help little junior brother and bring him back safely. Little junior brother now has a precious treasure on him, there must be many people who have their eyes on him. Hong Yifeng's figure appeared in the void in front of them. At first, he was a little confused and did not know what his little junior sister meant. In the next instant, he heard his third junior brother's voice transmission and learned what had just happened. For a moment, he could not help but scold him through voice transmission. You little rascal, you're even scheming with fourth junior sister. Is it right for you to do this? Forget it. If you're really unwilling to take on this burden, I'll take it on again. Fourth junior sister shouldn't take on this burden. Hong Yifeng shook his head at the end of his voice transmission. Then, he looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a friendly face, Fourth junior sister, the inner palace has always been under second senior brother's control. Now, let's hand it back to second senior brother. You don't have to take on this burden. Hong Yifeng thought he was being very sincere. However, he was ruthlessly rejected in the next moment. Second senior brother, weren't you like this before? Is it because you haven't seen little junior brother and don't have any feelings for him, so you don't want to help him? Now, shouldn't you go with third senior brother to look for him and protect him? Go out and look for him, protect him, and don't rush to bring him back. I'll take care of the inner palace. I'll never let our family disappear. Lang Chunwan was so anxious that her eyes were red. Everyone wanted to fight for power with her. Did they want her to look for little junior brother and protect him? She was only a lower ultimate god. When Hong Yifeng saw this, he was completely stunned. Fourth junior sister had been completely led astray by third junior brother, right? What a simple-minded girl. Moreover, she seemed to be hopeless. For a moment, he could not help but stare at third junior brother Yang Yuchen, who looked calm as if nothing had happened. Then, he began to comfort Lang Chunwan. Junior sister, second senior brother didn't mean it that way. All right, since you're willing to take charge of the inner palace, continue to take charge. Next, I'll go with your third senior brother to look for help and clean up those blind people who want to target our little junior brother around Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Chapter 43-36 Duan Lingtian, an inner disciple of the 10,000 Laws Palace. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower-level supreme god and ranked first on the lower-level supreme god ranking list. This news spread like wildfire after the ranking list was released, and it shook the entire region. Those who were not particularly ill-informed had basically heard of this news. When this news spread, those who knew Duan Lingtian were shocked. Those who didn't know Duan Ling Tian were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Who would have thought that he would actually reach this step? The dimensional battlefield was still open. Within the profound Zen battlefield, in a military camp, a beautiful woman and a young woman were standing in a corner. The two women's faces were filled with shock. These two women were none other than Duan Lingtian's mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. In the past, when Linghu Renfeng left the realm of chaos with Linghu Chuyin, she also left the dimensional battlefield, until she heard that Duan Ling Tian was being targeted in the upgraded realm of chaos. Because she was worried, she once again brought her daughter into the dimensional battlefield to wait for news. She didn't dare to bring her daughter into the upgraded realm of chaos. Therefore, she could only wait outside for news. After waiting for dozens of years, the result finally came. Her son-in-law, who she had only met once, actually suppressed the geniuses of the various planes and obtained the first place on the ranking list of the upgraded realm of chaos. With the baptism of the divine spring water and the omnipotent divine spark, his future path will definitely be smoother. Although Linghu Renfeng didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, he was still her daughter's husband. She naturally hoped that he would be better. Moreover, although she didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, she had a good impression of him. This was because she knew that her son-in-law was able to fight his way from the lower planes to the dimensional battlefield in such a short period of time because of the crisis that her daughter had encountered. It wasn't hard to see that her son-in-law had feelings and a sense of responsibility for her daughter. Let's go. In the future, we will rely on him to save your sister. Linghu Renfeng glanced at her daughter and sighed. With his current achievements and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister from the abyss of hell. Let's return to the profound Handle land and wait for news from our families. Linghu Renfeng was clear in her heart that as long as her son-in-law reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring people back to the Linghu family in the Xiangang land to see her. Her daughter didn't know about her background. However, his son-in-law already knew. Yes. Linghu Chuyin responded. When she left with Linghu Renfeng, there was envy in the depths of her eyes. It was unknown if she was envious of her brother-in-law's current strength, or envious of her sister having such a good husband. At about the same time, in another planar battlefield, three beautiful figures vanished into a teleportation formation in the military camp. Princess, Shaolan Xiaojia, if it really is the young master, he's safe and sound now. You can rest assured, the three women were none other than Jingru, Biao, and Shaolan. Even the current Duan Ling Tian did not expect there to be so many old friends who were worried about his safety in the various planar battlefields. In the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, returned to the Yun residence with an ugly expression. Not only was Duan Ling Tian not dead, but he had also taken the first place on the Lesser Supreme God ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. With his talent and such a great opportunity, he would definitely be able to grow rapidly in a short period of time. If Duan Ling Tian grew stronger, it would not only be a disaster for the Yun family, but it would also be a disaster for his son, Yun Qingyan. This matter. I'll have to alert the ancestor. Yun Tingfeng did not want to alert the ancestor of the Yun family because of Duan Ling Tian. If the ancestor knew about this matter, he would definitely choose to use his son's life to appease Duan Ling Tian's anger against the Yun family. In the eyes of the ancestor, the life or death of his son was not important. What was important was the legacy of the Yun family. I can't tell the ancestor the truth after the projection of his doppelganger appears. Otherwise, he won't think of going against Duan Ling Tian. Yun Tingfeng quickly came up with an excuse. He then went to the Yun family's ancestral shrine and used the patriarch's token to awaken the projection of the Yun family's ancestor's doppelganger. The projection of the doppelganger could not unleash much strength, but it could transmit everything it saw and heard back to the main body. Ancestor. When the figure of an old man appeared, Yun Tingfeng immediately knelt on the ground. He was usually high and mighty in the Yun family, but at this moment, he was like a devout believer. "What's the matter?" The old man had the demeanor of an immortal. Only the lower half of his face looked benevolent. However, his sharp eyebrows ruined this benevolence. Although the old man's eyes were calm and it was only a projection of his doppelganger, Yun Tingfeng did not dare to breathe loudly when he looked at him. "Ancestor," Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice, "Ancestor, I wonder if you've heard about the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos?" "Yes." The old man replied indifferently, "I've seen the list. I don't think anyone from the Yun family is on it. Could it be that someone has entered one of the lists using an alias? You've awakened me because you want to give him a reward?" The old man asked. "No." Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly. Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Not a single member of the Yun family made it onto the updated list. Then why did you awaken my doppelganger projection?" The old man's tone became much colder at this moment. "Ancestor." Yun Tingfeng's expression instantly turned solemn. "You must have heard about the person who ranked first on the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos, right?" "Yes." The old man replied indifferently, "He's not even 1,000 years old and has just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. It won't be difficult for this child to become an ultimate god when he grows up in the future." Even though he was an ultimate god, he had heard a lot about the monstrous genius named Duan Lingtian. The first time he had heard of the other party's name was during the last meeting of the utmost powerful beings. Duan Lingtian had almost killed the genius of the Ning family in the land of sanctions, Ning Yishuan. Before that, Ning Yishuan was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. However, this time, he had been defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. Later, when the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos was activated, Duan Lingtian's performance made him pay more attention to this rising star of the god-defying realm. In the history of the god-defying realm, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Although he had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, he was very optimistic about Duan Lingtian. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely become an ultimate god. Chapter 43-37. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, felt bitter and helpless when he saw his ancestor's reaction. Based on the Yun family's ancestor's tone when he mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was obvious he admired Duan Lingtian and did not harbor any enmity or jealousy toward Duan Lingtian. This was definitely not a good sign. At this moment, the Yun family's ancestor noticed Yun Tingfeng's strange behavior. His expression changed abruptly. "Don't tell me you're looking for me because of him." "Why? Did you offend him?" The Yun family's ancestor, a supreme expert, suddenly changed his expression. If it was in the past, even he would find it unbelievable. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even a supreme expert. He was not even a high-level ultimate god or a medium ultimate god. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he recounted the speech he had prepared earlier. He briefly mentioned the enmity between his son, Yun Qingyan, and Duan Lingtian and emphasized how determined Duan Lingtian was against the Yun family. He even mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed many members of the Yun family in the outside world. At the same time, he was mentally prepared for this. Those members of the Yun family in the outside world would have to stay in the outside world forever. As for the culprit, it was naturally Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, based on your tone, I can tell you admire him a lot. However, what I want to say is that he's a huge threat to the Yun family. 100 years ago, dozens of members of the Yun family died in his hands. This was before he entered the realm battlefield's chaos zone. Currently, he's like a fish in water in the realm battlefield's chaos zone. He even ranked first on the upgraded Chaos Zone's overall ranking. I'm afraid it won't be long before he rises to prominence. Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "This isn't a good thing for the Yun family. I'm here to tell you about this matter. Although he's only a lower ultimate god now, his strength is comparable to many upper ultimate gods. If such a person grows up, I won't be able to handle it, and neither will the Yun family. I'm afraid only the old ancestor alone can restrain him," Yun Tingfeng said. Originally, he had planned to use his niece to lure him out and then kill him. But now, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Although his plan was not necessarily useless, if the other party digested the reward of the upgraded Chaos Realm this time, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. At that time, in the entire Yun family, except for him, there would be no one who could stop him. When that time came, would the other party still lie to him? At that time, he could use his niece to threaten the other party, but the other party could use everyone in the Yun family to threaten him. Could he, Yun Tingfeng, protect everyone from the Yun family? It's a pity that I didn't kill him the last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left such a disaster behind. Yun Tingfeng sighed in his heart. He felt that it was a pity, but he also knew that it was useless. Back then, he had not made any mistakes. It could only be said that his opponent was too vigilant. If only Yen was half as good as him, I wouldn't have to worry about him all the time. When he thought about how his son was compared to Duanling Tian, Yun Tingfeng felt exhausted. What? After hearing Yun Tingfeng's words, the Yun family's old ancestor's expression changed again. You mean Duanling Tian is now our Yun family's enemy? Yes. Yun Tingfeng nodded. At the same time, he said with a bitter expression on his face, moreover, it's the kind that leaves no room for negotiation. Currently, the number of direct descendants of the Yun family who died in his hands has exceeded 50. Among them, there are also a few people from your branch, old ancestor. Yun Tingfeng knew the old ancestor very well. Although he cared about the Yun family, he cared about the few dozen people in his branch the most. However, among those people, there was no outstanding talent in this generation. He even killed people from my branch? As expected, the Yun family's old ancestor's eyes turned cold, and his face was filled with killing intent. His originally fierce and sharp eyebrows seemed to have turned into swords at this moment. Yes, Yun Tingfeng replied respectfully. At the same time, he sent out a message that he had prepared long ago. He ordered the people he had arranged long ago to execute the few people from the Yun family's old ancestors' branch outside the Yun family. Those people had left the Yun family for a long time, and the soul orbs they left in the Yun family had long since expired. There was no need to worry that the people from their branch would know that they had died. As for the old ancestor before him, it was only a clone projection. Yun Tingfeng was not worried that he would discover his message. Good, very good. The Yun family's old ancestor was clearly very angry. After all, there were not many people from his branch left in the Yun family. If one died, there would be one less. Old ancestor. Yun Tingfeng had a respectful expression on his face as he looked at the Yun family's old ancestor with an expectant gaze. I wonder if you have a way to kill Duanling Tian in the cradle? This time, he obtained the first place on the overall ranking. Can you stop him from obtaining it? Or should I say, can you personally kill him and seize all of his gains? When Yun Tingfeng reached the end of his sentence, the expectant look in his eyes intensified. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, Old ancestor, if you can kill him and seize his gains. Even if you give a portion of it to the Yun family, the younger generation of the Yun family will definitely rise to prominence. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng was already thinking that if the old ancestor before him was willing to kill Duanling Tian and seize Duanling Tian's gains and share them with the Yun family, he would definitely increase the strength of his son, Yun Qingyan. As for giving it to others, that was impossible. Even if he really wanted to give it to others, he would only give a small portion as a token gesture. He would definitely leave the majority of the gains for his son. Humph. The Yun family's old ancestor snorted coldly. In the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos, many supreme experts wanted to take his life but were unable to do so. Do you think I can kill him in the Realm of Chaos? If I'm not mistaken, he must have been taken away to receive his reward before he even left the Realm of Chaos. The divine corrupting spring won't be given to him directly. As for the divine corrupting spring, it's in the hands of that person. The Yun family's old ancestor's eyes were filled with dread when he thought about one of the leaders of the supreme experts in the God-defying realm. That person was not someone he could afford to offend. Old ancestor, the person you're talking about. Could it be one of those few supreme experts? Yun Tingfeng's expression changed when he saw the old ancestor's dread. There were strong and weak supreme experts in the God-defying realm, but there were a few supreme experts who were ranked at the top. They were unshakable by the other supreme experts. If the divine corrupting spring was in the hands of one of those few supreme experts, and that person was the one who gave the reward to Duan Ling Tian, the Yun family's old ancestor would not be able to interfere. He was very clear about this. Yes. The Yun family's old ancestor glanced at Yun Tingfeng indifferently. Therefore, it's not realistic for me to stop him from obtaining the reward. Moreover, in the next instant, the Yun family's old ancestor's gaze turned sharp. There are some things that I'm not unaware of. When Duan Ling Tian rose to prominence, many supreme powerhouses had tried to find out about his background and past. As for me, I've also learned about his background from other supreme powerhouses. His wife is the reincarnation of the little girl from the Xia family. If I remember correctly, back then, your son wanted to marry that girl as his wife. As for you, you once invited me to attend his wedding. I'll believe everything you've said today for the time being. However, if I find out that all of this is because of your son, he'll definitely die. When the Yun family's old ancestor reached the end of his sentence, his voice was bone-chilling. Yun Tingfeng's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the Yun family's old ancestor's clone projection had already disappeared without a trace. When Yun Tingfeng regained his senses, his expression was as unsightly as it could be. A moment later, his expression changed. After a long time, his expression returned to normal. At the same time, he let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the Yun family's ancestral hall. Then, he immediately went to look for his son, Yun Qingyan. Father. Yun Qingyan's emotions were not high when he saw his father. This was because he knew everything that had happened in the dimensional battlefield. Duan Ling Tian had obtained the reward of first place on the Chaos Zone's overall list of the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. He had become the envy of everyone in the God-defying realm. The first place on the lesser ultimate god list would be able to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The first place on the overall list would even be able to soak in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wished. On top of that, he would also be able to obtain an ultimate god divinity. Naturally, he knew what the ultimate god divinity meant. It was an existence that contained the power of law. As long as one obtained it, one's comprehension of the law would improve tremendously. You know everything? Seeing his son's expression, Yun Tingfeng guessed that he already knew. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Yun Qingyan nodded. He seemed to be in low spirits, but there was no sign of despair or hysteria on his face. It was as though he had accepted his fate. At least, it seemed that way. Yun Tingfeng said in a low voice, "I'll make some arrangements. You can't stay in the Yun clan and the divine offering land anymore. Find a mundane realm in the lower secondary realm where no one can find you and live out the rest of your life in peace. Don't tell anyone about that place, including me." Yun Tingfeng said. Yun Qingyan's expression changed when he heard his father's words. Father, you're asking me to escape. Originally, even though there was some despair in the depths of his heart, and he also felt that it would be very difficult for his father's next plan to succeed. However, he also thought that even if he were to encounter difficulties in the future, that would be a matter for the future. However, his father was asking him to escape. Duan Lingtian was only a lesser ultimate god. At this moment, Yun Qingyan felt as though something was stuck in his chest. At the same time, in his mind, the voice that he had suppressed a long time ago began to speak bewitchingly once more. Chapter 43-38. Father, is there really nothing else we can do? Yun Qingyan was still unwilling to give up. He, Yun Qingyan, was the young master of the Yun family in the world of divine remains. He was the pride of the Yun family. Even in the God Defiance plane, his status was very prominent. More than 99% of the people looked up to him and envied him. But now, with such a status, he was reduced to seeking refuge in a mundane plane. The initiator of all this was a lowly person with a lowly bloodline from a mundane plane. How could he accept this? Now, every time he thought of how he could have killed Duan Lingtian, but because of his cousin, Xia Ningxue, he did not kill Duan Lingtian and did not even bother to kill Duan Lingtian again, he felt a wave of regret. If he had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian after dealing with his cousin, Xia Ningxue, there would not be such a series of events that happened later. He really didn't expect that a person from the mundane plane, who was like an ant in his eyes in the past, who he could easily crush with a finger, would grow to such a level today. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed. He regretted not targeting Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, his life would not have been on the line. Later, when news spread that Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos Zone or even the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, it was too late for regrets. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. However, regret was useless. Duan Lingtian had already grown. It's not necessarily impossible. Yun Tingfeng sighed and said, I'll continue with that plan. However, you can't stay here any longer. It's too dangerous for you to stay. I'll find someone to be your substitute. At that time, if Duan Lingtian shows up, I'll do everything I can to kill him. If he's dead, you can come back. Yun Tingfeng said, if he's dead, the news will spread throughout the world of divine remains and even the various world of divine remains. So, you don't have to worry about not receiving any news. As long as you stay in the mundane plane for a few hundred years, you can go to the various world of divine remains to ask for news. Yun Tingfeng said. However, despite Yun Tingfeng's words, Yun Qingyan did not believe them. He knew his father well. If he had the confidence, he would not have sent him away. It was obvious that he was not confident. Father, I understand. I will leave tomorrow. Yun Qingyan said. Let's not wait for tomorrow. However, Yun Tingfeng shook his head. How about today? Today, you will leave. Of course, with your current strength, you can't go to the lower realms yet. Next, I'll bring you to another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Once the planar battlefield is closed and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms is reopened, you can go to the lower realms and find a mundane realm that no one knows about to live in seclusion for a while. A few hundred years later, you can come back and ask for more information. Yun Tingfeng had even thought of a way out for his son. He knew that this was the only way out for his son. Based on the attitude of the Yun family's ancestor, it wouldn't be long before he would find his son and denounce him. There was even a high possibility that his son would be killed. In front of that old ancestor, his son's life was as lowly as grass. However, in his eyes, his son's life was extremely important. There was no way he would allow his son to die. As for the fact that the plan would continue, he was merely trying to comfort his son. He knew that even if the plan continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. First, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely soar after he received the reward of being the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him, it would not be impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape from under his nose. Secondly, there was the Xia clan. Previously, the clan leader of the Xia clan, Xiaoyu, had made it clear that he was willing to help Yun Tingfeng deal with Duan Lingtian. However, what about now? Duan Lingtian was so outstanding. Moreover, he had even obtained the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking and obtained a large amount of divine corrupting springs. Yun Tingfeng did not believe Xiaoyu did not have any thoughts about this. Perhaps, Xiaoyu was afraid of Yun Tingfeng's threat and was willing to help him deal with Duan Lingtian. However, who could guarantee that Xiaoyu would not inform Duan Lingtian about this? For this reason, Yun Tingfeng did not think his plan would succeed. Father. On the other hand, Yun Qingyan did not show much emotion when he heard his father's words. His expression was cold as he said, "Let me leave on my own. If I can't even travel to other realms of gods on my own, what's the point of living in this world?" Yun Tingfeng was stunned when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. Then, he looked at his son for a while before he nodded and said, "You've grown up. You have your own thoughts. I respect you." For now, he was not worried about his son's safety. Of course, he would still tail them in secret. Only when he saw his son enter the planar battlefield would he feel relieved. "I'll go prepare some things for you. Bring them with you to the realm battlefield." After saying that, Yun Tingfeng left. However, he soon returned and handed a spatial ring to his son, Yun Qingyan. Earlier, Yun Tingfeng had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take many things from the Yun clan's treasure vault for his son. Naturally, the Yun clan's elders would hold him accountable for this. However, he couldn't care less about that. "Father, I'll take my leave now." Yun Qingyan left after receiving the spatial ring. After leaving the Yun clan's estate, he entered the realm battlefield. With this, Yun Tingfeng left and returned to the Yun clan. Not long after Yun Tingfeng returned to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, who had entered the realm battlefield, chose to return to the divine offering land from a nearby military camp. It did not take long for him to return to the divine offering land. However, he did not plan to return to the Yun clan this time. Instead, after they were teleported out, they found a secluded place nearby and settled down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low in the forest. At the same time, a blood-red pearl the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was called a blood-red pearl because it was shrouded in blood energy. Upon closer inspection, one could see the pearl was not blood-red. Instead, it was translucent. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a figure lying inside the pearl. It was motionless, as if it was dead. There was no movement or sound. It was a handsome and devilish young man. His eyes were closed as he lay there. His upper body was masculine, but something was missing from his lower body. He looked no different from a eunuch in a palace in the mundane realms. Is he still a man? Yun Qingyan stared at the figure in the pearl with a conflicted expression on his face. The thing in his hand was something he had obtained 2 days ago. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, even he himself wouldn't have believed that such an absurd and bizarre thing could happen. While he was cultivating, he had a dream. Someone had spoken to him in his dream, telling him that he would be granted great power, but he would have to pay a price. He would have to abandon his body. His soul would have to enter another body. Apart from that, there was a risk of being devoured by the soul remnant in the body. In the best-case scenario, he would be affected by the soul remnant, and the person would become him and not him at the same time. Initially, he had thought it was just a ridiculous dream. But when he woke up, he found that there was an extra pearl in front of him, and the voice he heard in his dream kept coming out from the bamboo, saying that it wanted to give him power and told him to break the pearl as soon as possible to release the owner of the voice. Naturally, he did not do that. After all, if he did that, he would no longer be himself. In fact, he would no longer be a man. This was something he could not accept. However, at this moment, he knew this was the only way for him to become stronger. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of gods opened. He would have to find a mundane realm that no one knew about and live there with a different identity. Many years later, he would not be able to withstand the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation and die. He did not want that to happen. I want to kill that Duan Ling Tian. Even if I can't be with my cousin, that Duan Ling Tian won't be able to have my cousin. If I can't have her, I'll destroy her. Yun Qingyan's eyes were filled with madness at this moment. He raised his hand and merged his divine consciousness with the pearl in his hand. At the same time, he slammed his palm against the pearl. A devastating energy landed on the pearl in just a blink of an eye. Crack! The pearl shattered with a loud sound. Immediately after, a terrifying power that seemed to be unrestrained swept out from the bead. The handsome and bewitching young man who was sleeping without a single piece of clothing suddenly opened his eyes. There were no emotions in his eyes. In fact, there was a vacant look in his eyes. From today onward, you'll be my new body. No matter what the outcome is, I, Yun Qingyan, will accept it. Yun Qingyan's body was crushed by the energy from the pearl. It did not take long for his body to disintegrate into dust. However, his soul left his body first and followed his consciousness into the body of the handsome and devilish young man who was still lying there. His soul had occupied the young man's consciousness. The handsome young man rose to his feet and moved his hands mechanically. He lowered his head to look at his body before a sinister smile appeared on his face. I'm still conscious. It was not clear whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but it was clear the voice belonged to Yun Qingyan. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, in the consciousness of the body that Yun Qingyan had occupied, his soul was attacked by more than a dozen soul remnants. His soul was injured, and the soul remnants entered his body through the wound. Eventually, the soul remnants merged with his soul. Have I been revived? No, my memory is different from before. Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. I'm Bai Feng, and I'm also Yun Qingyan. From now on, I'll be called Yun Feng. Chapter 43-39. That's not right. The handsome and devilish young man shook his head. There's an elder in the Yun clan who's also called Yun Feng. I'm not called Yun Feng. From now on, I'll be called Yun Xinfeng. As these words fell, the handsome yet devilish young man nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his naked body. With just a thought, he attached his divine energy to his body and transformed it into a robe that covered his entire body. He was wearing a bright red robe, which made him look even more demonic. At this moment, the young man who called himself Yun Xinfeng spoke in a gentle and flirtatious tone. It did not sound like a man's voice at all. It sounded more like a feminine woman's voice. It's really strange. Now, I actually don't have any delusions about my cousin. Even if she's willing to marry me, I'm no longer interested in her. Is this the after effect of merging with my new body? However, I don't seem to dislike this after effect at all. However, suddenly, as though he had thought of something, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the feminine young man. Even if I'm no longer interested in my cousin, that Duan Ling Tian can forget about being with my cousin. Humph. A cold snort rang in the air. Unknowingly, the energy in his body was brought into play. In just an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions and blasted the towering mountains and precipitous ridges into flat ground. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Dust flew everywhere. Mountain and river reversal. In the next instant, when the commotion died down, the feminine young man looked at the scene before him in shock and disbelief. This is my energy? Even if my father were to attack the surroundings with all his might, it wouldn't be as powerful as this, right? However, I'm only using the divine energy around me, and it's already so destructive. That's not right. Suddenly, the feminine young man seemed to have noticed something. He flipped his right hand and looked at his palm. Strands of energy that originated from his body swept out from his palm. Looking at this strange yet familiar power, the man's pupils contracted slightly. This is the supreme divine power. Omnipotent divine power, the power of an omnipotent expert, aside from the chaos zone, could be used anywhere else, including the planar battlefield. Of course, it was only useful against existences below the level of utmost powerful beings. When he was still the first young master of the Yun family, Yun Qingyan, he did not lack such supreme divine power. However, he never imagined that one day, he would have such experience. Becoming a supreme expert was the dream of all existences above the divine master level in the god-defying realm, and he was no exception. However, he knew that it was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to become a supreme expert. Every single one of these supreme experts was someone with unparalleled talent. Although his talent was not bad, it was still lacking by quite a bit. He had never imagined that he would one day become an omnipotent. Although he had paid a great price to become an omnipotent, at this moment, he felt that it was extremely worth it. Previously, he had never regretted it. Now, he felt that it was worth it. Even if he felt that his consciousness was being affected by another consciousness, and that incomplete and complicated memory was still constantly corroding his memories, and he had no way to stop it. However, he did not panic at all. It was normal for him to have to pay a price to obtain such great power all of a sudden. This was a transaction in itself. He had given up his body and used his soul to awaken the body that had been sealed for many years. The soul in the other party's body was no longer complete and was badly damaged. However, his soul would still be eroded and become something that was neither human nor ghost. He had known all this for a long time. However, so what? What he needed was great power, power that could kill the Duanlingtian. Duanlingtian's smooth growth had long made him crazy with jealousy. Later on, because of the Duanlingtian's threat, his father had actually asked him to find a mundane realm to conceal his identity until the 1,000-year tribulation that he could not resist arrived. This was equivalent to asking him to find a place to wait for death. He could not accept this. For this reason, he had chosen to accept the devil's offer. Don't even think about completely eroding the memories in my soul. I must kill the Duanlingtian. I won't allow him to be with my cousin, Xia Ning Shui. Also, my father. No one can touch my father, not even that old man from the Yun family. Although Yun Tingfeng had not told Yun Qingyan many things, Yun Qingyan was not stupid. However, Yun Qingyan was no fool. Since his father had asked him to leave his hometown and find a mundane realm to wait for death, it meant he must have gone to the supreme expert from the Yun family and had no choice but to make such a decision. If the supreme expert from the Yun family was willing to protect him, his father would not have done this. It was clear the supreme expert from the Yun family had given up on him. In other words, the supreme expert did not know the Yun family had offended the Duanlingtian because of him. His father was worried the supreme expert would target him after learning the truth, so he sent him away. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense. Yun Qingyan could clearly feel his father's helplessness when he was about to send him away. Don't even think about asking me to forget my father. Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. He knew it was impossible for him to keep most of his memories. Therefore, he could only choose to keep some of them. There were 3 of them. He remembered everything about them. He did not want to forget them because of the impact from the remnant of his soul. Ah! A moment later, before many people noticed the commotion and rushed over, the feminine-looking young man suddenly hugged his head with both hands and let out an incomparably sharp roar. Then, a terrifying power spread out from his body and spread out. Boom! 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 The land, which had been turned into ruins and had fallen silent, began to tremble once again. This time, the sudden surge of power was wreaking havoc in a wider and wider area. Many villages and towns were affected by it. Countless people died. What a terrifying energy! Heavens! Who's fighting? Isn't this power too terrifying? At that moment, a group of ultimate gods, including a few high-level ultimate gods, noticed the commotion and stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any closer. The feminine-looking young man who was at the center of the explosion had regained his composure. However, his eyes were colder than before. He. I didn't expect to be reborn in such a way, Yunqing Yen, right? From now on, you and I are one. From now on, I'm Yunqingfeng. Is this the God-defying realm? The person who sealed me was a powerhouse from the God-defying realm. Is he dead? Otherwise, why would he leave my heavenly jewel outside? I have to leave as soon as possible. The commotion earlier might have alerted the master of this space. The feminine-looking young man raised his hand and a terrifying energy swept out. It tore the space apart as he prepared to leave. Wait. There's something I need to do. I need to go to the Xia clan. Suddenly, the feminine-looking young man seemed to have recalled something. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and left at lightning speed. Meanwhile, in front of a wooden house on a floating island in the endless void, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being was playing chess with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man frowning. Nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head. I must have sensed wrongly. Perhaps the closure of the upgraded Chaos Realm has affected the realm battlefield and caused some commotion in my divine offering land. Let's continue playing chess, the middle-aged man said. The old man shook his head. The old man shook his head and smiled. That little world in your body has turned into a realm of gods and formed a formation with the other 17 realms of gods to protect the safety of the God-defying realm. You must have gained a lot over the years, right? Now that you've absorbed the divine offering land into your body and merged it with your body, do you think your combat strength is comparable to those few people? The old man asked with a smile. Those few people, the middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then, he shook his head. Those few people are too mysterious. Let's not talk about the other mysterious ones. Even I can't see through the depths of the one who is more commonly seen. If I don't use the divine offering land, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. If I use the divine offering land, I might be able to fight him, but the chances of me defeating him are slim. Moreover, we can't use the divine offering land recklessly. If we use it for too long, it'll weaken the God-defying realm's external barrier. At that time, the outsiders will find an opportunity to infiltrate the God-defying realm. The middle-aged man said. That's true. The old man sighed. The responsibility you bear is too great. It's best if you don't touch the divine offering land if you can. It was not difficult to tell that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a supreme powerhouse who stood at the top of the God-defying realm. In the divine offering land. The Xia clan. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The Xia clan's extremely sturdy protective grand formation trembled for a moment before it cracked and shattered. In the next moment, the entire Xia clan's mansion was affected by a powerful force and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. If it was not for the backup plan behind the protective grand formation that teleported the people in the Xia clan's mansion out of the Xia clan's mansion in time, it would be difficult for anyone in the Xia clan's mansion to survive. Who dares to attack my Xia clan? An incomparably loud roar reverberated in the air. Then, an incomparably huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's mansion. It glared at the void not far away. There was a hint of fear in the depths of its eyes. Chapter 43-40. Humph. You're just a projection. Do you think you can stop me? A coquettish voice rang out, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. It reached the ears of the Xia family members nearby, causing them to think that it was a female cultivator who had arrived. Moreover, since the other party could break through the Xia clan's protective formation in an instant, it was obvious that she was not a high-level ultimate god. She must be an ultimate expert. Moreover, based on what the other party had said, it was most likely an ultimate expert who had come in person. When did our Xia clan offend a female ultimate expert? What's going on? Could it be because of the eldest miss? I heard that the eldest miss and the Duan Lingtian were husband and wife, but they were separated by the eldest young master of the Yun clan. Could it be that an ultimate expert is here to kidnap the eldest miss and exchange her for the divine corrupting spring with the Duan Lingtian? It's possible. Many of the Xia clan members who knew about the relationship between the Duan Lingtian and the eldest miss of the Xia clan, Xia Ningshui, came to their senses and made such a guess. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared in the distance before their eyes, causing them to be shocked once again. A man? The members of the Xia clan had all thought that the one who had arrived was a female utmost powerful being. However, they had not expected that the one who had appeared along with the voice was a man. The man was dressed in a long red robe. He was handsome and devilish. The Xia clan members felt that he looked familiar as though they had seen him somewhere before. Did you notice? This man looks a little like the Yun clan's young master Qing Yan. It's true. Many members of the Xia clan noticed that the red-robed man looked very similar to Yun Qing Yan, the first young master of the Yun clan whom they had met many times. What was going on? What was going on? Was there anyone who looked so similar in this world? Originally, the red-robed man looked nothing like Yun Qing Yan. However, after Yun Qing Yan's soul had merged with the red-robed man's soul, Yun Qing Yan had tried his best to change his appearance before the red-robed man's soul completely merged with the red-robed man's soul. The red-robed man did not care about this and allowed him to do as he pleased. However, although he had changed a little, the changes were limited. Therefore, he only looked like Yun Qing Yan. Could it be the patriarch of the Yun family? Someone guessed. Impossible. In the next moment, someone retorted, the strongest elder of the Yun family would never target our Xia family. Furthermore, our Xia family would never offend him. Furthermore, I've heard that the strongest expert of the Yun family, the old ancestor, would normally appear to others as an old man. That is definitely not the case. I've also heard that the patriarch of the Yun family is a traditional and old-fashioned person. It's impossible for him to appear in such an unconventional manner. If it's not that person from the Yun family, then who is it? I don't know. While the members of the Xia family were still in shock, the red-clothed feminine young man in the sky opened his mouth once again. So this is your strength. Forget about the fact that this is just a projection of your true self. Even if your true self were here, I, Yun Xinfeng, may not be able to defeat you. Killing these ants of your Xia family would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yun Xinfeng. The feminine-looking young man opened his mouth and stated his name. Hearing his name, everyone from the Xia family was at a loss. As the strongest expert of the Xia family, this was the first time the giant face had heard of this name. Yun Xinfeng? I've never heard of you. The strongest expert of the god-defying realm. I've never heard of you either. Who are you? Who am I? The feminine young man chuckled before he looked at the middle-aged man behind the giant face and said with a smile, "Uncle, why don't you tell this person who I am?" "Uncle." The middle-aged man whom the feminine young man was looking at was none other than the current patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. At this moment, even Xiaoyu, who had thought the feminine young man in front of him looked familiar and somewhat resembled his nephew, Yunqing Yan, did not dare to think that the other party was Yunqing Yan. This was because although the resemblance was similar, there was a huge difference. When the other party mentioned Yun Xingfeng's name, Xiaoyu instinctively wondered if the other party was related to the Yun family or an ancestor of Yunqing Yan's bloodline. Did the Yun family have a hidden supreme expert and an ancestor of Yunqing Yan's and Yun Tingfeng's bloodline? Was the other party here to stand up for Yunqing Yan? However, when the other party addressed him as uncle, all of Xiaoyu's thoughts were shattered. All of his guesses were wrong. You're Qing Yan? Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he stared at the feminine young man in front of him in disbelief. Although the other party looked similar to his nephew, Yunqing Yan, he did not dare to associate the other party with Yunqing Yan. What a joke! Not to mention that they didn't look completely alike. Even their voices were completely different. Their temperament was completely different as well. The feminine young man before him gave him the impression that he was a woman in a man's skin. However, the other party had indeed addressed him as uncle. If the other party was not Yunqing Yan, he could not figure out who the other party was. "Oh, it's me, my good uncle. Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin." The effeminate young man grinned brilliantly. "Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin. I know you don't like me. I'm taking my cousin away this time, and I don't intend to force her to be with me. I'm no longer interested in her or any other woman in this world. I'm only bringing her away because I don't want to let that Duan Lingtian take advantage of her. Don't worry, uncle. After I bring my cousin away from the God-reversing realm, I'll look for a better man for her in the outer land. At the very least, he'll be better than the old me." The feminine young man's smile was so bright that even Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan who was used to seeing storms, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. "Qing Yan. You. What happened to you? Why are you acting like this?" Xiaoyu was completely baffled. Based on the other party's words, it was clear that the other party's tone was similar to Yunqing Yan's. However, at the same time, it was not very similar. Perhaps, the voice was different and did not contain any emotions. He found it hard to imagine what had happened to his nephew. His strength was comparable to a supreme powerhouse. However, it was as though he had a new body. Even though he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that his nephew must have paid a heavy price because of this. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If one wanted something, one had to pay a price. However, the feminine young man's expression changed when he heard Xiaoyu's question. He snorted coldly and said, "My good uncle, I advise you to quickly hand my cousin over. If you don't hand my cousin over, I'll annihilate the entire Xia clan." The feminine young man's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. At the same time, the fierce aura around him began to dissipate. The expressions of the surrounding Xia clan members changed drastically. When they heard the other party was Yunqing Yan, the first young master of the Yun clan, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know why the other party had suddenly become like this, they did not think the other party would be so ruthless. However, the other party's words sent chills down their spines. Annihilate the Xia clan? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's expression darkened when he heard Yunqing Yan's words. He did not expect his nephew to be so crazy. However, he couldn't just hand his daughter over just like that. How dare you? At this time, the giant face, which was the projection of the Xia clan's strongest patriarch, spoke in a cold voice, "Junior, you are too presumptuous. The Xia clan is not your Before the huge face could finish speaking, the feminine young man smashed it into pieces with a single palm strike. Although the projection of the Supreme Powerhouse's Supreme Powerhouse was not as strong as his actual body, it was still very powerful. It was comparable to a top-notch high-level ultimate god. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the feminine young man. "Uncle, I don't have much time to waste with you." The feminine youth stared at Xiaoyu with a wicked smile on his face. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if I still can't add my cousin, then all the members of the Xia family present here will be buried with you." There was no hint of emotion in the feminine young man's eyes. That was why Xiaoyu did not doubt his words at all. For a moment, Xiaoyu's expression turned extremely ugly, he could see it. Yun Qingyan is serious. Yun Tingfeng. At this critical moment, Xiaoyu thought of Yun Qingyan's father, Yun Tingfeng. He hurriedly sent a message to Yun Tingfeng. However, he had underestimated Yun Qingyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng destroyed Xiaoyu's message with a casual strike. It was impossible for ordinary people to block Xiaoyu's message, but Yun Xinfeng, who had the strength of a supreme powerhouse, could. "You have 9 breaths left," Yun Xinfeng said indifferently. He knew he did not have much time left. The supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, the patriarch of the Xia clan, must be on his way. He might have even called his friends over. Once the patriarch of the Xia clan sensed him and started a fight with him, it would alarm the master of the Divine Offering Land, one of the top supreme powerhouses in the God-defying realm. The patriarch of the Xia clan's strength in the Divine Offering Land could be said to be invincible to Xiaoyu. Previously, he had come to the Xia clan because he was certain the patriarch of the Xia clan was not in the Divine Offering Land. Yun Qingyan. Xiaoyu's expression was as ugly as it could be. A hint of struggle could be seen in his eyes. Despair could be seen on the faces of the members of the Xia clan. Although many of them hoped that the patriarch of the Xia clan would hand over the eldest young miss in exchange for their lives, however, no one said a word. No one dared to speak, and no one thought they had the right to speak. Chapter 43-41. Xiaoyu had sent a message to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family. He wanted to ask Yun Tingfeng what had happened to Yun Qingyan. How had the Xia family offended the Yun family? However, Yun Qingyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng, intercepted the message. However, not long before Xiaoyu sent the message, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, instinctively wanted to take a look at his son's soul pearl to confirm his son's safety. He was shocked when he saw the soul pearl. Although his son's soul pearl didn't shatter, many cracks had appeared on it. It was as if it had cracked open. This scene caused him to be completely at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, he had never heard of such a situation before. What happened to my son? What happened to him? Yun Tingfeng was extremely worried about his son. He had no idea what had happened. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his son had already merged with another soul and possessed a body with the strength of an ultimate powerhouse. Even now, the Xia family has been reduced to a pile of rubble and has even threatened to destroy the entire Xia family. In the Xia family. You have 5 breaths left. Yun Xinfeng, the owner of the body that Yun Qingyan had merged with another soul, stared at the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. His eyes were filled with malice. He had calculated the time correctly. 5 breaths was enough for him to bring Xia Ning Shui out of the Divine Offering Land. As long as he brought her out of the Divine Offering Land, he could travel through the endless void and even travel through the turbulent space until he left the God-defying realm. The original owner of Yun Qingyan's body was not a supreme expert from the God-defying realm. He came from another realm. In the past, he had been sealed by a supreme expert from the God-defying realm and brought back to the God-defying realm. until Yun Qingyan rescued him. Of course, by the time Yun Qingyan rescued him, most of his soul had already been destroyed. Only a wisp of his soul was left. Even so, the wisp of his soul was still terrifying due to his strength when he was alive. It easily penetrated Yun Qingyan's soul. Of course, without the other party's permission, Yun Qingyan would not be able to control the other party's body with his soul. This was originally a transaction. Both Yun Qingyan and the other party felt the same way, so they reached an agreement. Yun Qingyan, are you really going to be so heartless? Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice. I, Xiaoyu, have never let you down. Huh, Yun Xinfeng laughed. Xiaoyu, do you really think I'll treat you as my uncle just because I call you uncle? I'm no longer Yun Qingyan. I'm Yun Xinfeng. Now, you have 3 breaths of time left. Following Yun Xinfeng's words, many of the Xia family members could no longer hold themselves back and were in an uproar. Master, why don't we let the eldest miss come out? Patriarch, in the face of life and death, the members of the Xia family were naturally afraid. At the time, Ke, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Ningxue, who has witnessed all this, also says to Xiaoyu, Father, let me out. Now, Xia Ningxue is in a holy weapon. This holy weapon is the inherited holy weapon of the Xia family. It is not very powerful. It only has a space similar to a storage ring, but it can hold living things. The ancestral shrine of the Xia family is this holy weapon, which has been in the hands of the Xia family head for generations. Ke and Xia Jie were originally locked in the ancestral shrine. When the mansion of the Xia family turned into ruins, the Xia family head, Xiaoyu, took the holy weapon away. Naturally, he took them out with him. Although they were inside the artifact, they could clearly see everything that was happening outside. At this time, even Xia Jie, who is next to Xia Ningxue, does not say anything. His eyes are red and his fists are tightly clenched. At this time, there is nothing he can do. The opponent is too powerful. Even the projection of the ancestor original body of the Xia family was easily shattered by the opponent. The opponent is an ultimate expert. I'm sorry, in the end, Xiaoyu let his daughter out. At the same time, his heart was trembling, but he had no other choice. He is not only a father, but also the family head of the Xia family. Moreover, if the opponent really wants to kill all of us, it is not difficult for the opponent to find out that his daughter is in the holy weapon. Then, the result will be the same. Cousin. When Ku's figure appeared, Yun Xinfeng's eyes lit up. My dear cousin, you're finally out, Yun Qingyan. After Ke came out, she stared coldly at the evil-looking young man in front of her. However, the young man shook his head and corrected her. Cousin, I am not Yun Qingyan now. I am Yun Xinfeng. Remember my new name. Don't call me by the wrong name in the future. At this time, Ke realized that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Yun Qingyan of the past. The young man did not look at her with any desire to possess her. There was only coldness in his eyes, as if he had become an emotionless, cold-blooded animal. Cousin, I know you want to reunite with your husband, but believe me, it is impossible for you to reunite with him. He. When I bring you out of the God-defying realm, I will find you a husband outside the God-defying realm. At that time, he will be so angry that he will die. Yun Xinfeng laughed maniacally. Cousin, don't even think about killing yourself. If you dare to kill yourself now, I'll annihilate the entire Xia family. Yun Xinfeng's words cut off Ke's thoughts of committing suicide. Indeed, she did want to kill herself. Instead of being taken away by the young man, she would rather die. Cousin, don't resist. If you do, I will annihilate everyone in the Xia family. After Yun Xinfeng finished speaking, he moved to Ke's side in a flash. He extended his hand and a strange energy surged out of his body toward Ke. His energy was about to enter Ke's body. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from afar. How dare someone from the blood world enter the god-defying realm? You're courting death. As this voice rang out, the silhouette of a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone's eyes and immediately charged towards Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng's expression changed when he saw the middle-aged man. Damn it! How could a supreme expert come so quickly? He was certain the middle-aged man was not the supreme expert that the old ancestor of the Xia family had found. The middle-aged man could not have come so quickly. The middle-aged man must have been nearby. Yun Xinfeng could sense the middle-aged man's strength and the middle-aged man's intention to protect his target, Xia Ningshui. He made up his mind and continued to channel his energy into Xia Ningshui's body. Then, he raised his hand and smashed the void beside him. Chapter 43-42. Bang! The void cracked and a spatial crack appeared. Then, Yun Xinfeng's figure was blown into the turbulent space filled with countless spatial turbulence like a gust of wind. At this time, the sovereign who had suddenly attacked, a middle-aged man, arrived just in time. As soon as he arrived, he saw the unconscious girl in the arms of the Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Yu. His expression changed slightly. It's the guy from the Dark Blood World's spirit tribe. At this time, Xia Yu was also checking on his daughter's injuries. When his divine consciousness and primordial spirit went out, he found that his daughter's soul was like a pool of stagnant water. There seemed to be a confinement force surrounding her. Just as he was about to try to break the confinement force, the middle-aged man who had just arrived shouted. Don't recklessly use the confinement force. If the confinement force backfires, it's likely to affect the soul of the person who is confined and cause the soul of the person who is confined to be destroyed. I'll go after him. The confinement force of the Dark Blood World spirit tribe can only be broken by himself. Or kill the person who cast it. After reminding Xia Yu, causing Xia Yu's expression to change drastically, the middle-aged man had already chased into the spatial crack before it closed. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man disappeared into the spatial crack. As for Xia Yu, he looked at his daughter in his arms, his face was full of guilt. If he had not released his daughter, she would not have ended up like this. Let me out. At this time, the voice of Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, echoed in the sacred artifact in Xia Yu's hand. Hearing this, Xia Yu did not say anything and silently let his third brother out. After Xia Jie came out, he went up to Xia Yu and looked at his niece in Xia Yu's arms with an ugly expression. How could this be? How could this be? At this time, the group of Xia clan members present were also speechless. In particular, some of the Xia clan members who had asked Patriarch Xia Yu to release his niece lowered their heads in guilt. Although they did not know what had happened, based on the current situation, it was clearly not a good thing. In particular, the existence just now, who was obviously an ultimate contender as well, bluntly said that only the spellcaster himself could neutralize the means of their eldest lady. They were even more aware of the seriousness of the matter. Listening to the other party's words, even the strongest person in the god-defying realm had no way to break the method that person used on the eldest miss. Yun Qingyan, Xia Yu's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he sent out another message. Because this message was no longer blocked, it quickly reached the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. As for Yun Tingfeng, when he heard Xia Yu's message, he immediately rushed to the Xia family without stopping. According to Xia Yu's words, his son was still alive and kicking. Furthermore, he had become an ultimate powerhouse. Although he did not know the details, he felt that something was not quite right. How could a person who was not even a high-level ultimate god become an ultimate god just like that? Also, what was with the cracks in his son's soul orb? Now, he desperately wanted to know what was going on behind all this. In the turbulent space, the middle-aged man chased after him at his fastest speed. However, he was delayed by reminding Xiaoyu, so after a while, he was completely shaken off by the other party. His opponent had no intention of fighting him at all. He had run away. He's not weak. Why doesn't he even have the courage to fight me? Could it be that he has already alerted the person from the Xia family? When the middle-aged man thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, it could be explained. Even if the other party was not afraid of him, he was worried that he would be in a stalemate with him. Once the person from the Xia family arrived, it would be even more difficult for the other party to escape. What a resolute fellow, the middle-aged man shook his head and turned around. He raised his hand and broke the barrier of the turbulent space, returning to the nearby divine offering land. Then, he returned to the Xia family in the divine offering land. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had also arrived at the Xia family. When he saw that the entire Xia family mansion had turned into ruins, he was a little stunned. The Xia family was gone just like that? To be more precise, the Xia family mansion that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was gone just like that? What the hell is going on? Where's Yun Tingfeng asked Xiaoyu anxiously as soon as he arrived at the scene. Humph. Xiaoyu stared at Yun Tingfeng with a sour expression. Yun Tingfeng, you've really raised a good son. Initially, Xiaoyu wondered if Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had anything to do with Yun Qingyan's current state. However, he did not think that was possible. Yun Tingfeng did not have the ability or means to do so. After all, Yun Qingyan was now a supreme being. Moreover, according to the supreme powerhouse who had sensed the situation, Yun Qingyan's current body was not that of a supreme being from the god-defying realm. He was from the bloody netherworld's ghost clan. Xiaoyu, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to know where my son is. You said he's now a supreme being? What happened? Yun Tingfeng asked as he took out his son's soul orb. This is my son's soul orb. This is the first time I've seen a crack on a soul orb. Tell me, what happened to him? Although Yun Tingfeng did not know what had happened, the Xia family mansion was still in ruins. However, based on how the Xia clan had been reduced to ruins, Xiaoyu was not lying. His son, Yun Qingyan, might really be a supreme being. Otherwise, how could he have reduced the Xia clan to ruins? Only a supreme being would have the ability to do so. Let me tell you. A loud and vigorous voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Xiaoyu, Xia Jie, and the other members of the Xia clan immediately recognized this person. He was the middle-aged man who had scared away the red-clad young supreme powerhouse who was suspected to be Yun Qingyan. Senior. When Xia Jie saw this person, he immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Did you catch up with that person?" Although Xia Jie had an ominous premonition in his heart when he saw that Lin Li had come alone, he still asked with hope in his heart. What if he caught up with that person and only restrained him but did not release him? At this moment, Xia Jie could only comfort himself with this thought. Otherwise, what would happen to his niece? No. The person shook his head. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng's expression turned grave when he saw this person. A supreme being. The feeling this person gave him was similar to the patriarch of the Yun clan. Both of them gave him a lot of pressure. Only a supreme being could give him this kind of pressure. You didn't? Xia Jie was slightly dazed when he heard this. Xiaoyu's expression turned even uglier when he heard this person's reply. He felt as though his arms that were holding his daughter were extremely heavy. The guilt in his heart could not be any greater. He owed his daughter far too much. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme being looked at Yun Tingfeng. You're the current patriarch of the Yun clan in the divine offering land? Yun Qingyan is your son? Yes, senior. Although Yun Tingfeng did not recognize this person before him, he could not afford to be careless since this person was a supreme being. If I'm not mistaken, your son must have awakened a supreme expert from the shackled soul tribe that was sealed in the blood world. In the past, some seniors in the divine offering land chose to seal the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe when they were unable to destroy the souls of the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe. Instead, they chose to wear them down until they died. That clan's soul techniques are extremely profound. Even if their bodies die, as long as their souls imprison themselves, they won't be destroyed, and they won't be afraid of external attacks. Of course, if it's just a godly venerable realm-sucking soul clan member, even if he's a higher ultimate god, an ultimate god can still annihilate him even if he seals his soul. However, if it's a sucking soul clan member who has become an ultimate god, even if he's also an ultimate god or someone stronger than him, it's difficult to annihilate his soul. The only way to do that is to seal him and kill him over time. This is because when a sucking soul clan member seals himself, his soul is constantly being exhausted and destroyed. Finally, the day of self-destruction comes. If I'm not mistaken, your son must have obtained the heavenly jewel from somewhere that sealed a sucking soul clan member who had become an ultimate god. He opened the heavenly jewel and, with the other party's permission, abandoned his body and merged his soul with the other party's remnant soul. This is also the method that many soul suckers used to resurrect themselves. Apart from that, the sucking soul clan members don't have a gender. They look like men, but their voices are female, and their important body parts don't have male characteristics. The sucking soul clan members don't have any desires. They live to become stronger and pursue eternal life. After listening to the middle-aged supreme expert's explanation, the Xia clan and Yunting Feng gained a better understanding of the sucking soul clan in the dark blood world. Senior. At this moment, Xia Yu asked unwillingly, "What's the situation with my daughter? Is there really no way to wake her up?" He had basically confirmed his daughter's current condition. Her body was fine. However, her soul seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep because it had been sealed. Moreover, the aura of her soul seemed to be weakening continuously. Although the weakening was not great, with his strength, he could still vaguely feel it. It would be fine for a short period of time, but if this continued, his daughter's soul would be completely destroyed one day. When that time came, it would mean that her soul would be destroyed and her body and Tao would disappear. There's no other way. The middle-aged supreme expert shook his head and sighed. In the end, I came too late. This time, I don't know how to explain to that little fellow. At this moment, whether it was Xia Yu, Xia Jie, or Yunting Feng, none of them would have thought that the little fellow, the middle-aged supreme expert was referring to was Xia Ning Shue's husband in this life. Duan Ling Tian. End of chapter. Chapter 43-43. As the location of the divine corporeal spring was different from the flow of time outside, Duan Ling Tian did not feel too much pressure and was completely at ease to cultivate. He had completely forgotten about the time during his cultivation. He only knew that he only had one chance. Therefore, during this process, he was completely focused on improving his cultivation base and strength. During this process, he was not on guard against anything around him. This was because he felt that it was unnecessary. If there was any danger, it would come from the ultimate expert who was in charge of him bathing in the divine corporeal spring. If the ultimate expert really wanted to deal with him, there was no need to wait until now. Currently, Duan Ling Tian did not know that his wife, Ke, was currently in a deep sleep due to the secret technique of the Blood World's Nightmare Soul clan. He also did not know that the Xia clan, a giant godly venerable clan in the divine offering land, had their entire mansion that had been passed down for many years turned into ruins. There were even a few ultimate experts who had rushed to the Xia clan's vicinity after receiving help from the ultimate experts of the Xia clan. However, as they were too late, they could only leave silently in the end. As the master of the divine offering land, the ultimate expert had also received the news at this time. He immediately stopped playing chess with his old friend and rushed back to the Divine Offering Land. Recommend an app that is comparable to the old version of the Divine Tool for reading books. You can exchange all the source books to read. Although the Divine Offering Land was a small world in his body, as an existence that guarded the God-defying realm, it was usually separated from him and could not be completely integrated with the God-defying realm like other people's small worlds. Of course, it was not that he could not integrate the Divine Offering Land with him, but once he did so, the Divine Offering Land would lose its role in guarding the God-defying realm to a certain extent. Naturally, his strength would soar to an extremely terrifying level at that time. So, it wasn't the upheaval caused by the closure of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in that dimensional battlefield. It was the Blood World's Nightmare Soul clan that revived in the Divine Offering Land. Humph. You've got guts. I'll remember your aura. If you dare enter the Divine Offering Land again, I'll definitely kill you. As the master of the Divine Offering Land, the strength that he could unleash in the Divine Offering Land was unimaginable to ordinary people. In the lower dimensions. In a mundane plane. Within a vast island protected by layers upon layers of formations, a beautiful young woman stood at the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds, gazing into the distance. She was none other than Duan Si Ling. She was the daughter of Duan Ling Tian and Ker. As the saying went, mother and daughter were connected by heart. Recently, Duan Si Ling had been feeling uneasy. She had a bad feeling about this. Father's law doppelganger was destroyed many years ago due to the needs of his main body. Is everything going well on father's side? Now that the 1,000-year time limit is up, the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of gods should be open, right? Why have I been feeling uneasy these past few days? Did something happen? Duan Si Ling's eyes were filled with worry. Si Ling, so you're here. A gentle voice sounded. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared. It was precisely the young woman who wore a bright red robe. Although her clothes were loose, they were unable to conceal her proud figure, and her actions were extremely charming. Aunt Wu. Duan Si Ling bowed respectfully when she saw the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Feng Tianwu. Aunt Wu, I've been feeling a little uneasy these days. Do you think something happened to father? Duan Si Ling asked. Silly girl. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Don't overthink it. Your father, he will be fine. He's always been able to turn misfortune into blessings no matter what happens. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. When she mentioned him, Feng Tianwu's originally cold eyes became much gentler. However, she would be lying if she said she was not worried. Around the same time. On the other side of the same island, in a quiet courtyard, there was a peerless beauty who was so beautiful that no one could pick out her next generation. She was silently standing there, looking into the distance, as if she was waiting for someone to return. Huan, you can go out for a walk when you're not cultivating. There are many interesting places in the mundane realm. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and wait for him to return. For the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, the arrival of Yunqing Yan's reincarnation from the Serene Blood World Soul Shackle clan was undoubtedly a nightmare. The Xia clan's mansion had been in ruins for many years. However, after the nightmare, they could do whatever they wanted. Soon enough, the Xia clan's mansion was rebuilt with the help of the Xia clan. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, publicly resigned from his position as the clan leader. Initially, he had planned to retire and stay by his daughter's side to apologize. However, the Xia clan's elders hoped he would continue to lead the Xia clan before the next clan leader was elected. That way, the Xia clan would not be in a mess. Initially, he did not agree to it. It was only when his third brother, Xia Jie, who had always been at odds with him, came to persuade him that he reluctantly agreed. However, apart from handling the Xia clan's affairs, he spent most of his time by his daughter's side to show his repentance. Even Xiaojia had never thought that his cold-blooded elder brother would become like this after his niece's calamity. It was only at this moment that he realized his brother had always been bluffing in the past. His elder brother cared a lot about his only daughter. "My dear daughter, I've asked around and confirmed that your husband is fine. He's very outstanding. If he comes, as long as he's willing, I'll hold a grand wedding for the both of you. I'll let you marry him in a grand manner. I was wrong. From now on, I won't work with the Yun clan to deal with him. I'll only protect him. That's because, he's your husband." Xiaoyu, the former patriarch of the Xia family, was an extremely dignified existence. At this moment, he was sitting in the front yard of the Xia family mansion, looking at the closed door of a room not far away. He was drinking and muttering to himself. His face was covered in stubble, and he looked dispirited. His robes were stained with wine, making him look sloppy. Not far away, Xiaojia, who was about to enter the room, had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw this scene. In the past, he would never have imagined that his usually dignified brother would have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian completely lost track of time as he cultivated. Until he officially stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Originally, his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down a while ago. Therefore, he was worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water earlier. At that time, he was thinking that it would be worth it if he could step into the medium ultimate god realm before he left. However, it was not that easy to step into the medium ultimate god realm. After a period of torment, he finally stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Just a little bit more, and I'm done for. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian only guessed that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water would slow down. In the end, as time passed, his guess was verified. Especially when he was about to step into the medium ultimate god realm, he was really worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water because his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water was too slow. At the crucial moment, which was also the moment he was most worried about, he successfully stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. After stepping into the medium ultimate god realm, Duan Lingtian realized that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had increased again. Is this because my speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water increased again after my breakthrough? Then, it slowed down again? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, but at the same time, he did not forget to continue absorbing the divine corrupting spring water with all his might. He thought that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another opportunity like this. At the same time, in a pavilion that was floating in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man in snow-white clothes that was originally as calm as an ancient well. Not bad, he actually made a breakthrough. I originally thought that he might not be able to make a breakthrough. Based on his progress, it should not be a problem for him to consolidate his medium ultimate god cultivation base. As for stepping into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid that's impossible. The young man muttered to himself. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that his eldest senior sister was a good seedling. But now, it seems that he's not any worse than his eldest senior sister. In fact, he's even more outstanding. Let's see how he performs next. The God-defying world. After muttering to himself for a while, the young man let out a long sigh. The God-defying world seemed peaceful, but in fact, it was surging with undercurrents. Over the years, as time passed, he discovered more and more. These people were all old. The future of the God-defying world would eventually fall into the hands of the young. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that he would stay in the space where the divine corrupting spring water was located for nearly 200 years. In these 200 years, not only did his cultivation base enter the medium ultimate god realm, but he had also completely consolidated his medium ultimate god realm cultivation base. In addition, he had also taken a big step forward. In the end, because the speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down and exceeded the agreed time, he was forcefully sent out of the divine corrupting spring water. Senior, I've been here for nearly 200 years. How long has it been outside? Duan Ling Tian knew that when he was a lower ultimate god, the difference in the flow of time between here and outside was 10-1. However, when he entered the medium ultimate god realm, the flow of time would definitely change again. Less than 40 years. The indifferent voice sounded again. Next, you can choose which ultimate god divinity you want. I have all the ultimate god divinities except for the ones that contain the law of earth, law of wood, and law of life. You, choose one. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, dumbfounded when he heard this. Who exactly was this person? Did he mean that he had a lot of paragon godhood in his possession? Chapter 43-44. Before entering the planar battlefield, Duan Ling Tian already knew that a supreme expert's godhead was an extremely rare treasure. Even a supreme expert might not necessarily have one. Moreover, not every supreme expert could leave behind a supreme expert's godhead after they died. Of course, at that time, what he knew was limited. Until he entered the upgraded version of the planar battlefield's Chaos Realm, when he received the rewards for the top 3 rankings, one of the rewards for the first place was the Supreme Expert's Godhead. During that time, he had heard many people mention the Supreme Expert's Godhead, which further improved his understanding of the Supreme Expert's Godhead. The Supreme Expert's Godhead was difficult to obtain even for a Supreme Expert. Because the Supreme Expert's Godhead was something that only Supreme Experts who had reached a certain level of strength had the ability to condense it. A weak Supreme Expert did not have this ability. The formation of a Supreme Expert's Godhead also meant that a Supreme Expert's comprehension of the law of essence they were proficient in had reached a higher level. A Supreme Expert whose comprehension of the law of essence had reached a certain level could be considered an outstanding existence among the other Supreme Experts. And if a person wanted to obtain a Supreme Expert's Godhead, it was either a gift from someone else, or the Supreme Expert himself left behind his own Godhead before he died, or, one had to kill the Supreme Expert who had condensed the Supreme Expert's Godhead, and forcibly snatch it away from the other party. This Supreme Expert, now that he realized that the other party had so many Supreme Expert's Godheads, and there were many different kinds of them, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If all the Supreme Expert's Godheads belonged to this person, didn't that mean that many Supreme Experts had died in his hands? Furthermore, those Supreme Experts were all existences who had condensed the Godhead of a Supreme Expert. Existences who could condense the Supreme Expert's Godhead were considered experts among the Supreme Experts, and a Supreme Expert who could kill such existences was undoubtedly even stronger. Senior. Taking a deep breath and trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Duan Ling Tian spoke again with a different tone. This was something he himself didn't notice. At this time, he couldn't help but recall the dream where the middle-aged Supreme Expert who had brought him here addressed the other person as Lord. At that time, he felt that it was definitely a dream. A Supreme Expert symbolized the supreme powerlessness of this world. What kind of powerful existence was that? What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? How could they address another person as Lord? But now, when he realized that the owner of the voice just now was very likely to have the strength to kill a Supreme Expert who had given birth to a Supreme Expert's quintessence, he suddenly felt that it was normal for a Supreme Expert to address him as Lord. After all, not every utmost powerful expert possessed that sort of strength. Furthermore, not every paragon would be able to stand in front of him and ask him which type of paragon godhood he wanted. Judging from the other party's tone, it was obvious that he had all of the paramount godheads in his possession. I currently have a supreme godhead that contains the law of space. Senior, I would like to ask you to give me some suggestions as to which supreme godhead I should choose. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he explained in detail the various laws that he was currently proficient in. Now, the law he was most proficient in was naturally the law of space. Then, it was the law of life and the law of time. Then, it was the law of fire, the law of earth, and the law of metal. In addition, Duan Lingtian also told the other party that he had originally planned to ask for a supreme godhead that contained the law of space to complement the previous one. This way, his advancement in the law of space would naturally be faster. After saying all this, Duan Lingtian began to wait. He was not sure if the other party would be willing to talk to him or give him pointers. After all, the other party was very likely not an ordinary supreme expert. It was very likely that the other party was a top existence who could kill ordinary supreme experts as if they were dogs. In the past, Duan Lingtian had always thought that supreme experts were superior, that every one of them was extremely powerful and invincible, until he found out that some supreme experts might have many supreme godheads in their possession. Moreover, it was very likely that they had killed those supreme experts and plundered their supreme godheads. At this moment, he also realized that even among the strongest, there was a difference in strength. Perhaps, it was like the difference between a lower-level ultimate god and a higher-level ultimate god. Even if there was not such a big difference, the difference between the strong and the weak among the upper-level ultimate gods was already very exaggerated because the top experts among the upper-level ultimate gods could easily kill those who had just stepped into the upper-level ultimate god realm as if they were slaughtering chickens. Will this person give me some advice? Duan Lingtian was nervous. After all, he was only a middle-level ultimate god. Would the other party be willing to talk to him and give him advice? However, Duan Lingtian's nervousness quickly disappeared. This was because the other party responded, "Your idea is actually not wrong. Two supreme godheads that contain the law of space may indeed be able to complement each other and help you advance faster on the path of the law of space," Lin Yun said. When he heard this, Duan Lingtian thought that the other party supported his idea and plan. However, the other party's next words made Duan Lingtian realize how short-sighted or ignorant he was. "However, I don't know if you have ever thought about it. What if the two supreme godheads that contain the law of space take completely different paths? What if they even clash? Under such circumstances, the other supreme godhead that contains the law of space will not only be of no help to you, but it may also harm you." After listening to the other party's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. However, after a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian could not help but think that since this person in front of him had raised this question, would he not be able to find him a suitable supreme godhead that contained the law of space? In the next moment, as though he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts, the other party continued, "I do have two supreme godheads with me. However, I'm not sure if they're suitable for you. Since you're proficient in the law of space, you should also know that many people start off on similar paths, but later on, they completely diverge and no longer cross paths. My personal suggestion is that you don't need to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. Your supreme godhead is already enough for you to comprehend the law of space to perfection. Another supreme godhead might speed up your comprehension of the law of space, but it might also slow down your comprehension of the law of space. Of course, the final decision is up to you." The owner of the voice clearly did not intend to make the decision for Duan Lingtian. Or rather, he also felt that it was better for Duan Lingtian to make this decision himself. "Thank you for enlightening me, senior." Duan Lingtian first expressed his gratitude, then continued respectfully, "I've decided not to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. May I know which supreme godhead you suggest I should choose?" Duan Lingtian asked the other party again. This time, the other party was silent for a longer time. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even thought that the other party found him annoying and did not want to bother with him anymore. Only then did the other party speak again. "The law of time, the law of life. You choose one of the two. The law of time. The law of life." At this moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant when he heard the other party's suggestion. To be honest, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of life was actually more profound than the law of time. If it was only based on his comprehension of the law of life, he would definitely choose the law of life. He had mentioned this to the other party earlier. The other party was aware of this. Under such circumstances, he was still given two choices. This also meant that the law of time was also very beneficial. It should be known that he had the sacred tree of life in his body. This was no secret to the Supreme Godhead. With the help of the sacred tree of life in comprehending the law of life, the other party still asked him to consider the law of time. It should be known that the sacred tree of life's assistance in comprehending the law of life was not directional. It was more of a subtle influence to provide Duan Lingtian with an environment suitable for comprehending the law of life. Therefore, the assistance of the sacred tree of life and the Supreme Godhead did not conflict with each other. There was no conflict between the two Supreme Godheads of the law of space. Senior. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision. I choose the Supreme Godhead of the law of time. The law of time. To Duan Lingtian, the law of time had always been very mysterious until his master obtained the inheritance of a Supreme Godhead who was skilled in the law of time. Then, with his master's help, he successfully comprehended the law of time. Later on, although the law of time had made considerable progress, it was overshadowed and not worth mentioning in front of the law of space. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian should have asked the Supreme Godhead why he mentioned the law of time. However, Duan Lingtian did not ask further. First, he felt that there was no need to ask further. The Supreme Godhead must have said this because he valued the law of time. Second, he was also worried that the Supreme Godhead did not have that much patience. After all, in his eyes, he was just a small middle-level ultimate god who could be killed with a blow of his breath. Are you sure? Once you are sure, there's no going back. The voice sounded again. I'm sure. As for Duan Lingtian, he immediately nodded in response without any hesitation. The law of time was recognized as the most mysterious of the four supreme laws. It could even control time. For example, in the space where the divine corporeal spring was located, he enjoyed a different flow of time compared to outside. This was the terror of the law of time. Also, the law of time could even control the time in the area where the opponent was when fighting. The powerful law of time could even make the opponent squat on the spot for an instant. In a fight between experts, a moment's effort could often be fatal. All right. The voice sounded, followed by an object that was 70 to 80% similar to the Supreme Godhead that Duan Lingtian had obtained earlier. It seemed to appear out of thin air and floated in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 43-45. This is the paramount divinity of the time laws? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the brand new paramount divinity floating in front of him. After you collect this paramount divinity, I'll send you out. The owner of the voice continued. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately collect the paramount divinity after he thanked the other party respectfully. Instead, he asked respectfully, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me your name, Senior? It'll be good for me to know who the senior who has helped me so many times today is. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. In the endless void, in a pavilion that seemed to have existed since ancient times, a young man in white stood lazily in front of the pavilion and smiled faintly. This kid is quite interesting. The paramount divinity is right in front of him, yet he's still so calm. Soon, the other party's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. Who I am isn't important. If you can become an paramount divinity, you'll naturally know who I am. That one sentence cut off Duan Lingtian's thoughts of knowing the other party's name. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else and reached out to grab the paramount divinity in front of him. However, when his hand touched the paramount divinity, he felt the scenery in front of him turn upside down and even his consciousness became a little blurry. His consciousness was fuzzy at first, but in the end, it seemed to have fallen completely silent. It was as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. When Duan Lingtian's consciousness gradually recovered, he discovered that he'd appeared in the vicinity of the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. What's going on? Wasn't I in the battlefield on the other side? I think I just obtained the paramount divinity that contains the law of time. Duan Lingtian kept recalling what had just happened. Was it real or just a dream? If it was a dream, then wasn't it too realistic? Everything that had happened in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos in the planar battlefield was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. Whether it was accumulating battle merits or later accumulating chaos points, every scene left a deep impression in Duan Lingtian's mind. Up until now, it had only happened recently. I'm also confused. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He wanted to confirm if everything he had experienced earlier was a dream. Wouldn't it be fine if he confirmed his current cultivation base? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was indeed a medium ultimate god. Moreover, he was a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not dreaming. All of this is real. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's divine divinity, but he quickly discovered divinity's divine divinity was not in his spatial ring of Duan Lingtian. Instead, the original divine divinity of spaces was still. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was almost certain he was not dreaming, began to hesitate. Cultivation level, yes. However, the divine divinity of time's divine divinity was gone. Could it be that the ultimate divinity took it back? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder. However, just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, a few 10,000 Arts Academy's disciples passed by him. They were conversing with each other at this moment. Have you heard? Vice Palace Master Hong Yifeng has stepped down. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master who replaced him is his junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen? Was it that freak? He's going to be a Vice Palace Master? When these few Myriad Law Academy students' words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's mind was in a mess. Yang Yuchen? Wasn't that his third senior brother? Wasn't his third senior brother the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy a long time ago? At the very least, his third senior brother had been the Vice Palace Master for quite some time before he joined the Myriad Law Academy. However, these people said his third senior brother was newly appointed. Moreover, they even mentioned Hong Yifeng. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to meet his second senior brother, he knew this name very well. It was none other than his second senior brother. What's going on? Or perhaps, these people think third senior brother is still new after being the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for so many years? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and asked. At the same time, he took out his Myriad Law Academy's student identity token to prevent the other party from raising their guard. When the other party saw his identity token, they let down their guard and began to talk to him. After a while, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Based on these people's words, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had only become the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy last month. Last month? How was this possible? However, as these people returned to the Myriad Law Academy, Duan Lingtian waited for a while and asked a few passing Myriad Law Academy students. Gradually, he confirmed this fact. It seems like my guess was correct. In fact, when he first learned of this matter, Duan Lingtian already had some guesses in his heart. After all, he had only arrived here after coming into contact with the Supreme Godhead of the Law of Time. Moreover, he did not have the Supreme Godhead in his hands at the moment. Perhaps it was the supreme godhead of the law of time that sent me here. Of course, if it was just the supreme godhead, it shouldn't have such an ability. It should be related to that supreme godhead. Duanling Tian was not stupid, especially since he possessed another supreme powerhouse divinity. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for a supreme powerhouse divinity to have such an ability. He must have used some other method to work with the paramount godhead to inflict it on him. At this moment, he could confirm that he was not dreaming. Everything that he was experiencing was real. After confirming all this, the first thing Duanling Tian did was not enter the Myriad Law Academy. Even though he had a vague guess, he did not plan to enter the Myriad Law Academy before he could confirm all this. Why would he enter the Myriad Law Academy? This era was obviously another era. In this era, Duanling Tian had not been born yet. This was because as far as he knew, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had been the vice palace master of the Myriad Law Academy for more than 1,000 years. In this era, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had only been the vice palace master of the Myriad Law Academy for a month. At this time, not to mention me, even father and mother might not have been born yet. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. In the future of this era, third senior brother definitely doesn't know me and hasn't seen me before. If I go and see him now, it's equivalent to changing the past. Although doing so might not cause bad consequences. After all, many things in the future have been confirmed. However, it's best not to try if I can avoid it. For this reason, although Duanling Tian had arrived in the past where he had not been born, he did not rashly disturb his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He also did not enter the Myriad Law Academy. The past, Duanling Tian left the Myriad Law Academy and left as far as he could. As for the dangers that might exist in the outside world, they were not that dangerous to him at this moment. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He might even be stronger than many top intermediate ultimate gods and could even kill some upper ultimate gods. Now, not only had he consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, but he had also successfully stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god. In Duanling Tian's opinion, even if he encountered the current clan leader of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he might not be a match for him. It would not be easy for Yun Tingfeng to kill him. After thoroughly consolidating his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god, although he had not fought yet, Duanling Tian could still make a certain judgment because he could roughly feel how much stronger he had become. With his current strength, he might not be able to do anything he wanted in the Xiangang land, but at least as long as the ultimate experts did not intervene, there were not many who could stop him if he wanted to leave. He already had enough confidence. Now, even third senior brother and second senior brother are probably no match for me. When this thought suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he suddenly paused as a very interesting idea popped into his mind. How about I conceal my identity and exchange pointers with third senior brother? However, I have to wait until he leaves. It's not easy to fight in the Myriad Law Academy. Once I do, even the current palace master is no match for me. However, with the Myriad Law Academy's foundation, once the palace guarding formation is activated, it'll be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Duanling Tian knew that the Myriad Law Academy's palace guarding formation was the work of an ultimate expert. Half a month later, Yang Yuchen, who had just been appointed as the deputy palace master of the Myriad Law Academy for less than 2 months, encountered a middle ultimate god who took the initiative to exchange pointers with him when he went out. After that, the other party left without a second thought. Who the hell is he? Even eldest senior sister's strength might not be comparable to his before she entered the upper ultimate god realm, right? Yang Yuchen's heart trembled as he looked in the direction the other party left. Yang Yuchen, of course, would never have thought that the person who had crushed him with one strike just now, who was completely covered by a bamboo hat and a loose black robe, and whose appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, was actually the junior brother he would personally recruit into the inner palace in the future. At the same time, in the future, not long after Duan Lingtian came into contact with the Time Law Paramount Expert's godhead. Not long after Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air by the side of the Paramount Expert's godhead, a figure dressed in white appeared out of thin air. It was a white-robed young man. At this moment, this white-robed young man's face was slightly pale and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. I hope it's worth using that thing on him. However, I never expected that with my current strength, using that thing would cause me to bear such a heavy burden. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-46. Allowing a person to reverse time and return to a certain era in the past. This sounded inconceivable, not to mention that it was actually done. Even in the myriad worlds, the top existences might be able to allow some weak existences to return to a certain era in the past. However, even the top existences in the myriad worlds could not make an ultimate god, especially a middle-level ultimate god, live to the past. Unless there was some kind of treasure as the driving force. That kind of treasure was basically a supreme treasure related to the law of time. Even if it was used on the strongest existences in the myriad worlds, it would still be of great use. Even if there was such a treasure, no one would use it to allow someone to return to the past. Even if it was their own son, very few people would be willing to use such a treasure. Of course, if someone could be sent to the past and cross the boundary of time, it would not seem to be of much use to him. However, in the process, he would have already been baptized by the reversal of time. This kind of person would have a smoother journey in the future on the path of the law of time. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian did not know this. The current Duan Lingtian had returned to the past 1,000 years before he was born. After torturing third senior brother Yang Yuchen, he left the vicinity of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace with satisfaction. As for whether fourth senior sister was in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace at this time or whether first senior sister would appear in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace during this period of time, he did not know and was not interested to know. He only knew that he could not easily interfere with things related to him in this era in the future. It would be fine if there were no adverse consequences. If there were, it would be too late for regrets. Could it be? Could it be something that happened this time? Not long after Duan Lingtian had tormented third senior brother Yang Yuchen with satisfaction and left, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The figure of a young girl. The young girl's name was Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when they first met, although she had mistaken him for someone else and said that he looked like her brother, however, her feelings at that time were so sincere that it did not seem like she had mistaken him for someone else. At that time, he couldn't understand. Later on, he discussed this matter with his master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, his master, Feng Qingyang, guessed that he might have returned to the past one day in the future, met that girl, and formed a bond with her. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Of course, although everything could be explained, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, actually felt that this guess was somewhat unrealistic. It wasn't that easy for a person to return to the past. Especially since Duan Lingtian's strength was getting stronger and stronger, he felt that it was even more impossible. The stronger one was, the more difficult it would be to return to the past. This was because a powerful person could change an era. For example, if a supreme expert were to return to the past a few thousand years ago, or even 10,000 years ago, he would be able to eliminate his enemies first and even kill all the geniuses that he would be jealous of in the future. In this way, the era would change. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too unrealistic. Now, he had unexpectedly returned to the past 1,000 years ago. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, he couldn't help but think about it. If Master's guess is right, I will meet Duan Xiaoyu in this era. Moreover, we will have some interactions and she will recognize me as her elder brother. When all these thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly thought of something. In this era, Ke shouldn't have reincarnated yet, right? She should still be the eldest daughter of the Xia family in the world of divine remains, Xia Ning Shui. After thinking about this, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated. The first thought that came to his mind was to go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains and find a chance to meet Ke in this era. At that time, the current Ke, or Xia Ning Shui, definitely didn't know him. Should I go and have a look? In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and decided to make a trip to the world of divine remains. At this time, the realm battlefield had yet to open. It was easy for him to go to the world of divine remains from the mystic gang land. In fact, it was easy for him to go to the lower realms as well. Moreover, since he was from a lower realm, his strength would not be suppressed there. For example, people from the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms. Cultivators from different realms of gods won't be suppressed when they travel to other realms of gods. However, their strength will be suppressed when they travel to lower realms of gods, Duan Lingtian explained. I wonder if those natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed when they go to the lower realms? For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know the answer to this question. However, when he told the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements in his little world, the answer he received was affirmative. Before this, Duan Lingtian had told the world-cleansing divine water about his return to the past. Naturally, the world-cleansing divine water was baffled by this as well. According to the world-cleansing divine water, even the weakest gods and supreme powerhouses who were skilled in the law of time would not be able to send someone back to the past, let alone ultimate gods. They might not even be able to send someone back 15 minutes in time, let alone 1,000 years. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a huge price. Even the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms, Duan Lingtian explained. Of course, that's only for ordinary supreme powerhouses. Once these paragons give birth to the paragon godhead, they will no longer be suppressed. Not only will these ultimate expert strength be suppressed in the lower dimensions before they develop the ultimate expert divinity, but they'll also be suppressed in the outer realm. Of course, not many of them will be suppressed in the outer realm. Some of them are peak high-level ultimate gods. It's also because of this that these supreme experts rarely go to the outer realms before they give birth to the supreme expert godhead. The root of the matter is that they are all afraid of death. Currently, the world-cleansing divine water had recovered significantly with the help of the divine containment spring. No. The world-cleansing divine water said in a panicked voice, "Little Tian, shut down your little world. I can sense that there is a repulsive force between the me of this era and myself." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the world-cleansing divine water's panicked expression. He noticed the divine tree of life in his little world that had recovered its powerful aura was weakening. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian hastily shut down his little world without any hesitation. It was also at this moment that the palpitating feeling in his heart disappeared without a trace. Chapter 43-47. It turns out that 2 lives existing in the same era at the same time will be rejected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why nothing would happen to him when he appeared in this era of the past. There was no him in this era. In other words, he had not been born in this era. At the very least, he would not be born until 100 years later. In other words, reversing time and allowing a person to return to the past can only allow him to return to an era without him. Reversing time and sending a person back to the past, it must be that the earlier one returns, the greater the price one has to pay. There is no doubt about this. And in the God-defying realm, generally speaking, not to mention a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation, even a lower ultimate god, I'm afraid you can't find one under 1,000 years old, right? At least, in my era, you can't find one. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this through the fact that Ning Yixuan, the genius of the Ning family, was recognized as the number one person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm. In the god-defying realm, generally under 1,000 years old, to be able to become an emperor god or even a superior divine emperor is considered a monster. And even if such existences are sent back 1,000 years ago, it is difficult for them to interfere with the major trend of history. On the other hand, they can interfere with the minor trend, but it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Now, returning to the past before he was born, Duan Lingtian thought for a while and also understood a lot of things. Of course, as for why he was sent back, he had already guessed that it was most likely related to the supreme expert who gave him the supreme expert of the time law divine deity. He must have paid a great price to send me back 1,000 years ago. What is he scheming? If the other party did not have any ulterior motives, Duan Lingtian would not believe it at all. Could it be that he wants to cultivate me first and then take over my body? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he was not sure if the supreme expert would also have 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, if he would also be killed by the heavenly tribulation that he could not withstand as time passed, however, this did not dispel his vigilance. He was not related to the other party at all, so why would the other party pay such a huge price to send him back to 1,000 years ago? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, before he left, the other party did not ask him to return to the past to complete any mission or do anything to change the future. Now that he had returned to the past, it would be difficult for the other party to speak to him. Of course, the other party definitely existed in this era, but they definitely did not recognize him and did not know of his existence. It was even more impossible for the other party to know that they would send a completely unrelated person back to this era 1,000 years later. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's go and see Kerr first. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Divine Offering Land and was near the Xia clan's estate. With his current level of power, even if he were to visit the Xia family, the current master of the Xia family, who was Kerr's father, would definitely welcome him. However, he did not do so. This was because he didn't want to change anything related to Kerr. He would leave the past as it was now. He did not even intend to disturb Kerr, because the current Kerr was not Kerr yet. She was purely Xia Ningxue, the first miss of the Xia family, a giant godly venerable level family in the world of divine remains. He only came to see her from afar, so that he would not disturb her and let her know of his existence. Otherwise, once history was rewritten, he did not know what would happen. It would be fine if there were no negative consequences, but if there were, it would be too late for regrets. She has been cultivating in seclusion all this time. Duan Lingtian stayed in the world of divine remains for nearly half a month, and soon found out that the first miss of the Xia family, Xia Ningxue, had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had not appeared for more than 10 years. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity, he was not too emotional. Soon, he left the world of divine remains again. It was not realistic to continue waiting for Xia Ningxue to come out of seclusion. It was better to return to the Mystic Gang land. He also wanted to know if he really knew the Duan Xiaoyu in this era. After returning to the Mystic Gang land, Duan Lingtian deliberately avoided everything related to the Wanda Law Palace and everything that he came in contact with in the future era. He did not deliberately avoid other things. He would meet whatever he was supposed to meet. It was not until 2 years later that Duan Lingtian met Duan Xiaoyu. It is indeed her that I met this time. Although Duan Lingtian originally had some guesses, when he really met Duan Xiaoyu here, he could not help but feel excited. The Duan Xiaoyu in this era was not called Duan Xiaoyu. She was called Xiaoyu. She followed her mother's surname, Qiao. Until she met Duan Lingtian and was saved by Duan Lingtian, she could be said to be very dependent on Duan Lingtian. This was also related to her background. In her eyes, Other than her mother, Duan Lingtian was the person who treated her the best. She, for Duan Lingtian, added an additional Duan to her original name, which could be considered as following Duan Lingtian's surname. Duan Lingtian did not stop this. Because the future Duan Xiaoyu told him that even if he stopped it, it would be useless. Duan Xiaoyu would still be Duan Xiaoyu in the future. Brother, in the future, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Although Duan Xiaoyu was young, her tenacity and persistence made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. At the same time, he did not insist on standing up for her. Duan Xiaoyu, whose original name was Xiaoyu, was the biological daughter of the young sect master of a heavyweight godly venerable level sect. She was the daughter of the young sect master of a major godly venerable level sect. Later on, in order to ensure that his marriage partner would not discover the wife and daughter he had left behind outside, he personally took action and brought people to kill the mother and daughter pair. At the same time, he sent out his trusted subordinates to hunt down the mother and daughter pair. They were Duan Xiaoyu and her biological mother. Duan Xiaoyu's biological mother was killed in order to protect her. Duan Lingtian saved Duan Xiaoyu at the critical moment when she was almost killed. At the same time, he killed all the people who attacked her. After learning about Duan Xiaoyu's background and the instigator of all this was actually her biological father, Duan Lingtian could not help but want to meddle in this matter. However, Duan Xiaoyu said that she wanted to take revenge with her own hands in the future. Duan Lingtian respected her decision when he saw how serious she was. It was also from that moment onwards that Duan Lingtian began to bring her with him as he traveled in this era. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, as time passed, he discovered that Duan Xiaoyu's divine power was suppressed by him the entire time he was bringing her with him. She was unable to make any progress. No matter how Duan Xiaoyu cultivated, she was unable to make any progress. At that moment, he realized that it was most likely because he came from the future that he was affecting Duan Xiaoyu's cultivation. His first thought was to find a family or a person to entrust Duan Xiaoyu to. However, Duan Xiaoyu refused him. "Big brother, do you not want me anymore?" The girl he saw in the future was only a little girl. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made one feel sorry and pity for her. "Little you." Duan Lingtian rubbed Duan Xiaoyu's little head and shook his head. "It's naturally not that Big Brother doesn't want you anymore. Rather, it's because it's difficult for your strength to make any progress if you're with Big Brother. Big Brother, I'll tell you a secret, okay?" In order to prevent this little girl from overthinking things, Duan Lingtian told this little girl the secret that he came from the future. Although it was somewhat outrageous, the little girl believed in Duan Lingtian unconditionally. The reason for that was because, in her eyes, this Big Brother who doted on her the most in this world apart from her mother would not lie to her. "Big Brother, but little you doesn't want to leave you. Little you, didn't you want to personally avenge your mother? If you're unable to increase your cultivation like this, how are you going to avenge your mother? Big Brother, in that case, will little you be able to see Big Brother again in the future?" "Of course. However, the person you'll see in the future will definitely be your future Big Brother. Promise Big Brother that if you meet me before I recognize you, you must definitely not reveal your identity." At that moment, Duan Lingtian told Duan Xiaoyu where he would meet her in the future. At the same time, he told her not to reveal that she knew him. The reason for that was because his future self would not know who Duan Xiaoyu was. Also, before we part ways, Big Brother will find someone to take care of you. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to find a family for Duan Xiaoyu, but Duan Xiaoyu refused. She said she could only accept finding someone to take care of her because her mother had also taken care of her alone in the past. Duan Lingtian did not force her and began to look for candidates. At first, he looked for a few candidates. They were all at the ultimate god realm. There were medium-level ultimate gods and high-level ultimate gods. They were all saved by Duan Ling Tian when their lives were hanging by a thread. Among these few people, some of them were extremely respectful and grateful to Duan Ling Tian. They even said that if Duan Ling Tian ever needed them, they would even be willing to give up their lives for Duan Ling Tian. However, after Duan Ling Tian handed Duan Xiaoyu over to them, this group of people treated her well at first. However, when Duan Ling Tian pretended to be protecting Duan Xiaoyu in a life-and-death crisis, they all abandoned her and left her behind. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian knew that these people were unreliable. In the end, he killed them all. I can save your lives, and I can also take them back. There were also some people who owed Duan Ling Tian their lives and did not state that they would sacrifice their lives for him. Duan Ling Tian did not ask much of them and did not hand Duan Xiaoyu over to them. However, Duan Ling Tian did not show any mercy to those who had expressed their stance and reneged on their promises. You don't have to promise me anything. I won't do anything to you. It's fine even if I save your life for free. However, once a promise was made, it had to be made. You're the one. After more than 10 experiments, Duan Ling Tian finally found a reliable person. This person, at the moment of life and death, still wanted to protect Duan Xiaoyu and send her away. It was an old woman. She was a high-level ultimate god who had just consolidated her cultivation. Chapter 43-48. The old woman was a consecrator of an important ultimate god sect in the Xiangang land. She had many followers, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at one of them when he saw her. This was because he had seen her before. She was the beautiful woman who had accompanied Duan Xiaoyu for the first time in 1,000 years. She was a lesser god emperor. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile when he recalled the first time they met. When she attacked, everyone thought she was a divine emperor. She was Xiaofan. She was the beautiful woman who had appeared with Duan Xiaoyu at the auction before he entered the Hidden Fog Academy in the Xiangang land. At that time, Xiaofan was mysterious and powerful. She could crush him with a single finger. But now, young Master Duan. In front of Duan Ling Tian, Xiaofan was extremely respectful when she learned that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the old man behind her even though he was only a medium ultimate god. She did not even dare to look Duan Ling Tian in the eye. No wonder, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Xiaofan, who was extremely powerful at that time, was willing to respectfully address him as young Master Duan at the auction 1,000 years later. It turned out that she had seen him 1,000 years ago. She had seen him return to the past from the future. Of course, the current Lin Mengya did not know that she would meet him 1,000 years later, before he had grown up. Duan Ling Tian was ready to leave after spending a few more days with Duan Xiaoyu. Big brother, will you come back? Duan Xiaoyu's face was filled with reluctance. Her beautiful cheeks were wet with tears, making her look pitiful. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Xiaoyu's little head and smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? You'll be able to see me soon. I can't come back. You'll be able to see me when you grow up. Didn't I tell you the location? Have you forgotten? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. No. Duan Xiaoyu said reluctantly, I just feel that 1,000 years is too long. Not long. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be a god emperor or even a supreme god. Although Duan Ling Tian could see the little girl's reluctance, he also knew that he could not continue to stay by her side and affect her. He came from the future. In the past, not only did he not make any progress in his cultivation, even the people around him did not make any progress in their cultivation. It was as if he was a star of calamity. As long as one maintained a close distance from him, they would not be able to cultivate and improve themselves. Wherever he went, it was as if he was in a space where cultivation was prohibited. I can't even cultivate. Why did you send me back? Comprehending the laws of time? Now, Duan Lingtian also vaguely realized something. In this place, he could not cultivate, nor could he comprehend other laws. Only the laws of time did not seem to be restricted in any way. In fact, it was twice as easy to comprehend it with half the effort. It was the same feeling as when he comprehended other laws in those law-secret chambers in the past. Therefore, after separating from Duan Xiaoyu and the others, Duan Lingtian found a place to meditate on the laws of time. Other than that, he only went out twice. He went to the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. However, in the Xia family, Ker's previous life, Xia Ningxue, had been cultivating in seclusion. He had never seen her. Perhaps, she will only come out when I'm about to be born in this era. Forget it. I don't want to see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Ker yet. The Xia Ningxue of this era was Xia Ningxue. She was simply the daughter of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. She had not experienced Ker's life and had nothing to do with him for the time being. Therefore, Duan Lingtian soon figured it out and began to focus on comprehending the laws of time in this era. He completely forgot about the time in the midst of comprehending. During this process, he discovered that the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time was extremely fast. It was even faster than when he used the Supreme Godhead of the laws of space to comprehend the laws of time. This was beyond the scope of the Supreme Godhead. That Supreme Godhead. How did he do it? He made me, a medium-level Supreme God, travel from the future to the past. It's unbelievable. Moreover, I'm from the future. In this era, the speed at which I comprehend the laws of time is ridiculously fast. Duan Lingtian could be considered as someone who had seen great storms. However, he was still shocked by the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time. Moreover, he discovered that comprehending the laws of time here did not seem to be peaceful. The laws of time now should be at the level of illumination of 100,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield? Not long after. Now, it should be at the level of illumination of 1,000,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield? Another period of time passed. Now, I feel like the laws of time I've mastered has caught up with my laws of space. If I continue to comprehend the laws of time here, won't my laws of time surpass my laws of space? Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. However, reality hit him mercilessly. This time, it didn't take long for him to feel an irresistible force assaulting him from all directions and enveloping his entire body. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. At the moment he lost consciousness, there was only one thought left in his mind. I'm going back. There was no need to guess where he was going. He was definitely going back to the future. He had long guessed that if he was really sent back to the past, the person who sent him back would have to pay a corresponding price for every minute and second he stayed in the past. It would be strange if he did not have to pay a price for sending someone back to the past. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about time as he was comprehending the laws of time. Little did he know that when he left this era, his father was also born in a mundane realm called the Saint Province realm in the lower secondary realm. When he left, his father, Duan Rufeng, was just 3 years old. Currently, Duan Rufeng was still a naughty little boy who ran around naked with snot on his nose. He did not even dream that he would have such an outstanding son in the future. When Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness, he discovered he had returned to the place where he was before he returned to the past, where the divine corporeal spring was located. At this moment, he was standing there with the godhead of a supreme powerhouse hovering in the void in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a little dazed. It was as though only a moment had passed. He did not feel as though he had returned to 1,000 years ago and spent a long time cultivating the law of time. My laws of time. In order to verify this, Duan Lingtian deliberately tried to sense his laws of time. He soon discovered that his laws of time were the same as the laws of time in the past. In fact, since he could sense the laws of space in this era, he was able to confirm this. The laws of time that he had mastered were no weaker than the laws of space. If I had stayed in the past for a while longer, my laws of time would definitely be stronger than the laws of space. What a pity. Although Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly and felt that it was a pity, he quickly regained his senses. He felt that he was being too greedy. Even the current situation was something that many people dreamt of. In the past, I had stayed in the past for many years. However, in this era, only a moment has passed. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses and received the supreme powerhouse divinity from the law of time, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. However, at the same time, he felt as though only a moment had passed. After receiving the supreme powerhouse Godhead, Duan Lingtian faced the void in front of him and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Senior. He knew that the other party must have paid a heavy price for what he had just experienced. At the same time, the calm voice seemed to come from all directions. It's best that you advance both the laws of time and the laws of space in your future cultivation path. It will be of great benefit to you when you become a supreme powerhouse. Also, there's something wrong with your wife in the Xia family in the divine offering land. Now, I'll send you there directly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although it would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate the law of time and the law of space at the same time, it was not impossible. After all, he now had the supreme powerhouse Godhead of the laws of space and the supreme powerhouse Godhead of the laws of time. Even if he advanced both the laws of time and the laws of space at the same time, his comprehension speed would still be faster than others who comprehended only one law. However, when he heard the other party's words, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. Did something happen to his wife? Kerr. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he felt a monstrous force shrouding his body. Then, the scenery in front of him shook and he could not see clearly at all. When he regained his vision, he realized that he had appeared in front of a brand new mansion. Although the mansion was brand new, he could tell at a glance that it was the Xia family's mansion in the divine offering land. He had seen it from afar in the past. Now, he had directly crossed the security perimeter outside the Xia family's mansion and entered the Xia family's mansion. If it was in the past, he would definitely be extremely vigilant if he entered rashly. However, now, he only had his wife, Kerr, in his mind. Duan Lingtian appeared near the Xia family's mansion out of thin air. Therefore, even the patrolling Xia family members only regained their senses after he appeared for a while. Then, they surrounded him. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family's mansion? Chapter 43-49. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would have been horrified to be thrown out of the Xia family mansion by an ultimate expert and into the Xia family's sphere of influence. However, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry as he faced the questioning of the Xia family's patrolling disciples. What happened to Kerr? What did that ultimate expert mean by that? Currently, Duan Lingtian only wanted to know everything. Therefore, when faced with the questioning of the patrolling disciples of the Xia family, not only did he not respond, he even flew towards the Xia family mansion. He wanted to know what had happened to his wife, Kerr. If even an ultimate expert said that something had happened to his wife, it must be something serious. After all, no matter how small a problem was in the eyes of an ultimate expert, it was still a big problem for people like them. For example, killing a top high-level ultimate god was not a big problem for an ultimate expert. However, for most people, it was a dream that they could not achieve in their lifetime. Stop him. He wants to barge into our Xia family mansion. Take him down. Do it. Duanling Tian flew towards the Xia clan's estate. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by a group of patrolling elders and disciples who appeared in the Xia clan's estate. At the same time, the Xia family members who caught up with him also surrounded Duanling Tian with a group of people in front of him. Get lost. Faced with the group of Xia family elders and disciples, Duanling Tian, who was burning with anxiety, could only maintain his rationality and not kill them. The space storm raged all over his body, shaking the void and forcing the Xia family members to retreat. In the space storm, a terrifying space order appeared. Although the divine power that activated the space order was only a medium ultimate god's divine power, it was an irresistible force to the patrolling elders and disciples of the Xia family. The strongest among the Xia family elders and disciples were only 3 medium ultimate gods. How could he possibly be a match for Duanling Tian, who had improved his strength to the point where he was comparable to most superior ultimate gods? Even if they tried to defend themselves, their powers were insignificant in front of Duanling Tian. It could even be said that stars could not compete with the brightness of the moon. As a medium ultimate god, Duanling Tian was able to defeat the Xia clan's 3 medium ultimate gods, a dozen lower ultimate gods, and a few upper divine emperors. If he had not held back in time, apart from the 3 intermediate ultimate gods, none of the Xia clan members would have survived Duanling Tian's attack. Boom! When the energy dissipated, Duanling Tian stood in the air, leaving behind a group of pale-faced Xia clan members who were watching from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear. Such power! He is only a medium ultimate god? How can a medium ultimate god be so powerful? I've seen the Patriarch fight before. Even if the Patriarch doesn't use any divine weapons, I'm afraid that's the most he can do. A medium ultimate god is almost as powerful as the Patriarch? They were shocked and found it unbelievable. Many of them even thought that they were dreaming. How could a medium ultimate god possess such terrifying strength? Of course, they were soon able to confirm that they were not dreaming. Humph! Just as Duanling Tian was about to step into the Xia family mansion, a cold snort was heard from within the Xia family mansion. Then, an old and burly figure appeared in the sky. Behind him was a group of people. There were old people and middle-aged people. At this moment, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were angry because someone had barged into the Xia family home and hurt their family members. These people were the Xia family's current generation elders. The old man leading them was the second elder of the Xia family. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family mansion? The second elder of the Xia clan, who was leading the group, glared at Duanling Tian with a gloomy expression. When they arrived outside the Xia clan's estate, they stood opposite Duanling Tian and asked coldly. I am Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, had calmed down after venting his anger. He no longer continued to fight. I came here because I heard from the Supreme Powerhouse Senior, who gave me the reward for being the first on the Chaos Region's overall ranking, that something happened to my wife, Ku, the eldest young miss of your Xia clan, Xia Ning Shui. I have no intention of fighting with the Xia family. I am here to find my wife. Duanling Tian said loudly. As soon as Duanling Tian said that, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duanling Tian? If this name still made them a little uncertain, then it was a name that made them a little unsure. However, when Duanling Tian mentioned the upgraded reward of the First Lady of the Chaos Realm's overall leaderboard, a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Not only was the name Duanling Tian not unfamiliar to them, but it was also very familiar. This was because the name Duanling Tian had been heard everywhere in the Divine Offering Land and other realms of gods. Therefore, they knew about Duanling Tian's past. Duanling Tian came from a mundane realm in a lower secondary realm. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower ultimate god. He had won the first place on the lower ultimate god list and the overall leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, it was suspected that his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He is Duan Lingtian. It's him. I heard that the First Lady has a husband who is from the mundane realm. I heard that he is very weak. How can he be so strong? He is the son-in-law of the Xia family. Earlier, the Xia clan disciples who were originally slightly fearful and ashamed of being injured by Duan Lingtian had all recovered from their shock at this moment, and their faces revealed joyful expressions. They were angry because they thought he was an outsider. Now that they knew he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, the slight doubt in their hearts was gone. Before this, after their First Lady's accident, Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia family, had personally ordered that if Duan Lingtian came to visit, they must not be rude and treat him like a VIP. At that time, they thought the clan leader only did that because Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius. At the same time, many of them thought that even if the Xia family was a giant ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to come if they invited Duan Lingtian. Now, Duan Lingtian was recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the various divine planes. Many giant ultimate god clans had offered very generous terms to invite him to join them. They all thought the clan leader was flattering himself by giving such an order. What right did Duan Lingtian have to come to their place? Now that they heard Duan Lingtian mention that the First Lady of the Xia family, Xia Ningshui, was his wife, they suddenly understood. No wonder the clan leader gave such an order. At that time, I thought it was a little strange, but now it seems normal. Yes, since Duan Lingtian is the clan leader's son-in-law, it's normal for him to come to our Xia family. Huh. This time, our Xia family is rich. We actually have such a genius here. The group of Xia family disciples was pleasantly surprised. As the person in question, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned by the group of Xia family disciples' surprise. The clan leader of the Xia family, Ker's father in her previous life, was also her father in this life. How could he order the Xia family to treat him like a VIP? Why was he being so polite? He found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, the clan leader of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, had always been the villain because he had forced Ker's previous life to marry Yunqing Yan. Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, also held a deep grudge against him. How could such a person welcome him to the Xia family? Is it because he knows about my achievements in the dimensional battlefield? Or is it because something happened to Ker? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the furious second elder of the Xia family and the group of Xia family elders behind him were stunned. They never expected the young man in front of them to be Duan Lingtian. It was only now that they realized the young man in front of them was indeed the same as the rumors about Duan Lingtian. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome face, and had an extraordinary temperament. That's not right. Suddenly, one of the Xia family elders' expression changed. Isn't Duan Lingtian just a lower ultimate god? I heard that when he last appeared in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he was still a lower ultimate god and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. But now, he's a medium ultimate god? And he's a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Earlier, before the Xia family elders came out, they had received a message that a medium ultimate god had barged into the Xia family and was very powerful. It was suspected that he was not weaker than a top upper ultimate god. Of course, they did not take it seriously. It was basically impossible for a medium ultimate god to be comparable to a top upper ultimate god. Even the two strongest known mid-level ultimate gods were only comparable to some of the best among the upper-level ultimate gods. There was still a big gap between them and the top upper-level ultimate gods. However, now that they had confirmed the person before them was Duan Tian, the disbelief in their hearts began to waver. Duan Tian has broken through to the medium ultimate god? And he has consolidated his cultivation base? The dimensional battlefield has only been closed for a few years, right? He has broken through just like that? What's going on? Isn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? Wasn't he stuck at the lower ultimate god realm for many years and could not even consolidate his cultivation base? How come he's a medium ultimate god now? Some of the Xia family elders took the lead and spoke first. The group of Xia family members who were present reacted and were in an uproar. It seems that he has absorbed a large amount of divine spring water, said one of the Xia family elders. As soon as he said that, everyone agreed with him. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Tian again. Divine spring water. Not only did he get the opportunity to bathe in the divine spring water, but he also got a large amount of divine spring water. Since he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, did that mean that he would also give some of the divine spring water to the Xia family? Chapter 43-50. Even Duan Tian did not expect that he would be so welcomed in front of the Xia clan for the first time. Of course, after listening to many Xia clan members, he also realized that the reason why they were so warm to him was not only because of the Xia clan master's greeting, but also because of the large amount of divine corporeal spring in his hands. The divine corporeal spring was a treasure that all ultimate experts dreamed of. Not to mention the Xia clan members. This world is indeed so realistic no matter where you are. Duan Tian sighed in his heart. At this moment, the second elder of the Xia clan no longer looked angry and was replaced with a warm smile. So it's the son-in-law. Hello, son-in-law. I'm Xia Dongming, the second elder of the Xia clan. Previously, Xiao Dongming did not believe that there was a medium ultimate god whose strength was comparable to a top upper ultimate god. However, after confirming the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him, he believed it. After all, the person in front of him was someone who could compete with a top medium ultimate god before he had consolidated his cultivation as a lower ultimate god. Now, he had not only stepped into the medium ultimate god realm but also consolidated his cultivation as a medium ultimate god. It was conceivable that his strength was not weaker than a top upper ultimate god. Perhaps, the title of the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world will change again. Xia Dongming thought to himself. Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos region of the dimensional battlefield, there were ultimate experts who boasted that Hongifeng from the Myriad Art Academy in the Xiangang land was so strong that he could be called the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world. Later on, when the upgraded Chaos Territories mid-level ultimate gods ranking list and overall ranking list were released, a previously unknown genius had not only taken first place on the mid-level ultimate gods ranking list, but he had also taken second place on the overall ranking list. At that time, many people felt that the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world should be this person. However, Hongifeng was appointed by the supreme expert after all. Therefore, many people who trusted the supreme expert also felt that Hongifeng was the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Now, those people are divided into two camps. One camp supports Hongifeng while the other camp supports Yu Xianshi. However, if those people from both camps know that Duan Tian has now entered the medium ultimate god realm and has consolidated his cultivation base, they will definitely agree that Duan Tian is stronger than Hongifeng and Yu Xianshi. Xia Dongming had no doubt about this. He knew how high Duan Tian's current popularity was, and there were even people who said Duan Tian was the strongest lower ultimate god that had ever appeared in the history of the god-defying realm. At the very least, there had never been such a powerful lower-level ultimate god in the known history of the various planes of gods. It was said that this was acknowledged by some of the most powerful beings who had lived for a long time. Young master, this way please. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, Xia Dongming repeatedly invited Duan Lingtian into the Xia clan. At the same time, he said, "The third master has also instructed us to inform him immediately if you come. Now, the third master is rushing over here." Duan Lingtian flew into the Xia clan under the warm welcome of the second elder of the Xia clan. The Xia clan mansion was very big and everything was brand new. This made him a little puzzled. The Xia clan was a giant ultimate god family with a long history in the world of divine remains. Even if the family mansion was usually well maintained, it should not be so brand new. Of course, he only took a few glances. After a few thoughts, he was focused on Kerr. "Second elder, Kerr. Did something happen to your young lady?" The second elder of the Xia clan, Xia Dongming, who was originally smiling brightly, stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Just now, he was so focused on greeting this person that he completely forgot about his young lady's current situation. "Young master." Xia Dongming smiled wryly and said, "It's a long story. You should ask the third master when you see him later." He could tell this person in front of him did not know about his young lady's current situation. He did not plan to tell him personally. What if Xia Dongming was dissatisfied and decided to vent his anger on him? Although the possibility of that happening was very small. Nevertheless, he still had to be on his guard. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was looking forward to meeting the third master of the Xia clan, Xia Jie. He still remembered the sloppy middle-aged man whom he had met nearly 1,000 years ago. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand was given to him by Xia Jie. Moreover, Xia Jie had also given him a fragment of the profound divine metal, allowing him to begin his journey of collecting the 5 divine elements. As for the 5 divine elements, they had also played a crucial role in his growth. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a figure flying toward him. He was still as sloppy and unruly as before. Time did not seem to have left any traces on him. "Good boy, you're finally here." This was the first thing Xia Jie said when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had always been calm, he could not help but feel excited when he saw Xia Jie again. "Third uncle. Third uncle." This was how Xia Jie had asked Duan Lingtian to address him in the past. Kerr, she, although Duan Lingtian was excited to see Xia Jie, he did not forget about his wife, Kerr. This was especially so when Duan Lingtian mentioned Kerr. The joy on Xia Jie's face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as well. It seemed like something had really happened to Kerr. Although Duan Lingtian did not suspect the supreme powerhouse, he could not help but feel his heart tremble when he saw Xia Jie's expression. "Third uncle," Duan Lingtian wanted to ask more questions, but Xia Jie interrupted him. "I'll bring you to see her. I'll make a long story short for you on the way." Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and followed after Xia Jie. The Xia clan's second elder and the others stopped in their tracks and watched the two of them leave. "Second elder. Do you think the son-in-law will stay?" One of the Xia clan's elders could not help but ask. "It's hard to say." Xia Dongming shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. At the same time, a few of the Xia clan's elders had quietly sent out messages. They left the Xia clan and went in 4 different directions. The Xia family was not as united as a rock. Although they were all members of the Xia clan, many of them were in contact with people from other forces. One of the messages was sent to the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains. The Yun clan's patriarch, Yun Tingfeng, received the message. Duan Lingtian went to the Xia clan. When Yun Tingfeng finished reading the message, his face turned gloomy. Although he knew that this day would come, he didn't expect it to come so soon. He has entered the medium ultimate god realm? And he has consolidated his cultivation base? His strength is not weaker than the Xia clan's patriarch, Xiaoyu? Yun Tingfeng's eyes were filled with vigilance. He knew it would not be easy to deal with Duan Lingtian now. Unless the Yun clan's patriarch made a move personally or he found a few superior ultimate gods to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian. However, if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would need a chance. Such chances were very rare. Even if it's difficult, I have to think of a way to deal with him. He has consolidated his cultivation base as a medium ultimate god. Once he enters the upper ultimate god realm, who in the Yun clan will be his match except for the patriarch? Thinking of that, Yun Tingfeng couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression. In the Xia clan's mansion, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know how Yun Tingfeng, the Yun clan's patriarch, was feeling right now. He followed Xia Jie all the way to Ker's residence and learned the ins and outs of the matter from Xia Jie. Ker had fallen into a coma. Her soul had been imprisoned. It was the imprisonment of the Sucking Soul clan. Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan, had somehow merged with the Sucking Soul clan from the bloody world in the outer realm. Moreover, the Sucking Soul clan member was a paramount expert. After Yun Qingyan had merged with the paramount expert, his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer obsessed with competing with Duan Lingtian for Ker. However, he was still obsessed with the idea that even if Ker was with someone else, he would not let Ker be with Duan Lingtian. Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage. He did not expect the good-for-nothing from the Yun clan, whom he did not take seriously, would cause so much trouble. Moreover, he had taken a shortcut to become a paramount expert. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Yun Qingyan was no longer Yun Qingyan after becoming a paramount expert in such a manner. Third uncle, is there any way to wake Ker up? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice, can we ask a paramount expert to help dispel the energy around her soul? No. Xia Jie shook his head when he heard this. In the past, there was a paramount expert who appeared. My brother and I begged him to help. However, he said that even a paramount expert could do nothing about it. This was because the person who helped was also a paramount expert. Xia Jie said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard this. Initially, he had thought that if a paramount expert could save Ker, he could contact the two paramount experts he had met earlier and ask them for help. Perhaps, he could ask the old ancestor of the Xia clan to help. At most, he would return the favor in the future. However, he did not expect that even a paramount expert would be useless. The paramount expert said, Xia Jie continued to say, there are only two ways to wake Shui up. The first way is to ask the paramount expert to dispel the restriction on Shui. Of course, this method is impossible. The second way is to kill the paramount expert. Once the paramount expert is dead, the restriction he left in Shui's soul will naturally disappear. The restriction is similar to the soul energy that an ordinary person infuses into a soul pearl. It will dissipate with the passage of time. However, I'm afraid Shui won't be able to hold on before the restriction disappears. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Xia Jie's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by Xia Jie to a mansion within the Xia clan's mansion. As soon as they entered the mansion within the mansion, Duan Lingtian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the mansion. He did not know if the figure was cultivating or resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 43-51. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome and dignified appearance. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, there was still an aura emanating from him. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. When Duan Lingtian and Xia Jie entered, he opened his eyes and nodded at Xia Jie. He then looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to Xia Jie, with a complicated look in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian's identity was revealed, he received many messages from the Xia clan's elders informing him that his son-in-law had arrived. To be honest, at first, he was not satisfied with his son-in-law. She felt that it was because her daughter had lost her memories after reincarnating that she had taken a liking to this man who came from a lower secondary plane. Therefore, when Yunqing Yen brought his daughter back, he did not resent Yunqing Yen for breaking up the two of them because he sincerely thought Yunqing Yen was not good enough for his daughter. However, a series of rumors later on and how Yunqing Yen had stirred up a storm in the Chaos Realm of the dimensional battlefield and the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm forced him to take him seriously. It was a miracle that someone who came from a low-level mortal plane, especially one with the worst speed plane in the low-level mortal plane, could reach where he was today even if he had encountered many opportunities along the way. Although many of the current supreme experts in the god-defying realm were also from low-level mortal planes, it was a miracle for them to rise up and become supreme experts. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's miraculous journey, it was insignificant. No one had ever become a divine venerable from nothing in just 1,000 years. He is indeed a medium ultimate god now. The next moment, Xiaoyu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, confirmed that his son-in-law whom he had met for the first time had indeed become a medium ultimate god and had even consolidated his cultivation base. Regarding this, it was both surprising and not surprising at the same time. He was surprised that Yunqing Yen had improved from a lower ultimate god who had not fully consolidated his cultivation base to a medium ultimate god who had fully consolidated his cultivation base in such a short time. He was not surprised that Yunqing Yen had soaked in the divine corrupting spring. His improvement was within an acceptable range. It would be out of his expectations if the other party had entered the high-level ultimate god realm. Ling Tian, this is my elder brother, Xiaoyu, the current head of the Xia family. At this moment, Xia Jie, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, began to introduce the middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. He had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. Duan Lingtian looked at him with a complicated expression before nodding his head. Master Xia. By the way, the app I've been using recently, /Mimi /reading /app / supports both Android and Apple phones. Patriarch Xia. As Ker's husband, it wasn't appropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Xiaoyu as Patriarch Xia. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to call him father like Ker did. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to do so. After all, Xiaoyu was one of the people who had restricted his relationship with his parents and friends. Xiaoyu was also supportive of Ker's marriage to Yunqing Yen. Duan Lingtian could not even call him Uncle Xia or uncle, let alone father. Addressing him as Patriarch Xia showed how distant he was from Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu heard Duan Lingtian address him as Patriarch Xia, he was obviously stunned. He was considered his son-in-law. Did Xiaoyu just call him son-in-law? When Xia Jie, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, saw Xiaoyu's stunned expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was mocking his elder brother for underestimating the young man beside him in the past. Otherwise, why would things turn out this way? Now, unless his niece asked him to change the way he addressed Xiaoyu, it would be difficult for him to do so. When Xiaoyu came back to his senses, he saw the mocking smile on Xia Jie's face. He knew what Xia Jie was thinking, but he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled bitterly and sighed. You may go in. She's inside. Don't recklessly use your soul energy to probe her soul. Even if you want to probe her soul, don't go near her. Otherwise, the restrictive force will think you're trying to expel her soul and will perish together with her soul. Xiaoyu's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. Thank you, Patriarch Xia. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xiaoyu. He did not say anything else and continued to walk into the palace. Xia Jia accompanied Duan Lingtian to a room in the mansion. She's in this room. You may go in. You haven't seen her for hundreds of years. Take a good look at her. Xia Jia sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Xia Jia's words, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he pushed the door open and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. This was because the furnishings in the room were the same as when he and Kerr were in the mundane realm. Whether it was the position of the cupboard, the position of the table and chairs, or the position of the bed, everything was the same. A painting hung on the wall beside the cupboard. It was a painting of a man and a woman with a little girl standing next to them. Although the painting was not good, Duan Lingtian recognized it immediately. It was a painting of him, Kerr, and their daughter, Duan Si-ling. It was a painting of Si-ling when she was still young. Kerr. I haven't seen how Si-ling looks like when she grows up. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. That's her biological daughter. Compared to his wife, he seemed to be luckier. At the very least, he was able to watch his daughter grow up from a little girl to a beautiful young lady. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt tears welling up in his eyes uncontrollably. His heart was also trembling violently. He closed his eyes. Even when he raised his head, 2 streams of tears still rolled down his cheeks. After his tears evaporated, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he mustered up the courage to look at the beautiful figure lying on the bed. 900 years had passed, but his wife still looked the same. However, he knew his wife must have gone through a lot of hardships and dangers during these years. He had entered the realm battlefield before. His wife had been there for hundreds of years. She was lucky to have survived. She had brushed shoulders with death countless times. Kerr, Duan Lingtian walked to the head of the bed and looked down at his wife before lightly squatting down. He extended his hand and slowly stroked his wife's face. Ku'er, I'm here. It must have been hard on you all these years. Don't worry. I'll wake you up. At that time, I'll bring you back to see our daughter. One day, we'll be reunited as a family. We'll be blessed to be together. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he mumbled to the end. However, even though Duan Lingtian was speaking emotionally, the woman lying on the bed did not move at all. Her soul was imprisoned and she could not sense anything outside, let alone hear what the people outside were saying. She could not even hear voice transmissions. Also, Duan Lingtian crouched down beside his wife Kerr and looked at her affectionately as he recounted all the things that had happened after they had separated. When he reached the end of his story, he saw that his wife did not move at all. She was indifferent and expressionless. He felt as if his heart was being sliced into pieces. Let's stop here. Duan Lingtian looked at his wife gently. Perhaps you didn't hear what I said just now. Then, when you wake up in the future, I'll tell you again. No matter how many times you want to hear it, I'll tell you again. Originally, I wanted to bring you back to meet Si-ling so that she can take care of you. However, I'm surrounded by enemies now. I don't know how many people are watching me. In order not to drag you down, I decided not to bring you back. You should stay in the Xia clan for now. After I find a way to wake you up, I'll bring you back to see Si-ling. Today was the day that Duan Lingtian spoke the most in his life. Usually, he would not speak in front of others if he could. This was how he was. However, he could not hold himself back when he saw his wife whom he had not seen for 900 years. Duan Lingtian did not expect half a day and a night would pass in just a blink of an eye. When he walked out of the room, Xia Jia, who was sitting cross-legged in the air on the other side of the courtyard, opened his eyes. You're out? Xia Jia asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, this young man who used to be weak in his eyes had become stronger than him. Although he lamented that the new generation had replaced the old, he was happy that his niece had such an outstanding husband. Xia Yu also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. Yesterday was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian. Today was his second time meeting Duan Lingtian. Third uncle. When Xia Yu heard how Duan Lingtian addressed Xia Jie, he knew Duan Lingtian was deliberately targeting him by calling him the clan leader of the Xia clan. However, he also knew that he had brought this upon himself. After all, he had been targeting Duan Lingtian all this while. Even if it was for the sake of the clan's future and the safety of the old ancestor who was a supreme powerhouse in the clan, nevertheless, he felt sorry for his son-in-law. It was understandable for Duan Lingtian to behave this way. He comforted himself inwardly. What do you plan to do next? Xia Jie asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jie's question. He asked, "What do you think, third uncle?" Xia Jie looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he said unhurriedly, "Do you want me to give you a suggestion?" Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew his current situation very well. He was sent directly to the Xia clan by a supreme powerhouse. Now that the Xia clan had spread the news, many people outside the Xia clan must have known he was in the Xia clan. Even if it was only a day and a night, there might be many people waiting for him outside. After all, he was a medium ultimate god who possessed a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The divine corrupting spring was a treasure that even supreme powerhouses would fight for. A man's wealth was his fault. Chapter 43-52. Duan Lingtian knew better. Although he had come into contact with two supreme experts this time around, and both of them seemed to be very easy to talk to, it was quite impossible for him to have the extravagant hope that they would protect him. Perhaps, the two of them cherished talents, and when he was in danger, they would help and protect him. However, it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to place his life in the hands of such a possibility. Although he had successfully reunited with his wife, Ker, she was in a deep sleep and did not know that he was there or hear what he said. Although they were finally reunited, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy at all. He even felt that the burden that had just been lifted was as heavy as Mount Tai again. Outside the realm, Blood World, Nightmare Soul Clan, Yunqing Yan, if there was one thing that Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most, it would be to find the Nightmare Soul Clan member from the Blood World who had merged with Yunqing Yan and kill him so that his wife could wake up. However, he knew in his heart that it was not realistic. Not to mention that he did not know where the Blood World was and did not know how to leave the God-defying realm. He was not even a match for the Nightmare Soul Clan member who had merged with Yunqing Yan. His opponent was a supreme expert. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew that his next step would be to leave the God-defying realm and explore the outside realm like his first senior sister whom he had never met. Only in this way would he be able to improve even more. Moreover, he had also heard from Su Bailey, the palace master of the Myriad Law Palace, that every upper-level ultimate god of the God-defying realm would be assigned to some places in the God-defying realm every once in a while. In the God-defying realm was only one of the realms in the outside realm and was only a second-tier realm. It was not one of the top realms in the outside realm. However, although Duan Lingtian already had plans to go to the God-defying realm, he still wanted to hear what the third master of the Xia clan had to say about it. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Xia Jie pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "Actually, you're not in a good situation right now. Before you came out from that battlefield, no one knew of your whereabouts. At most, they would have ambushed you near the Myriad Law Institute in the Profound Handle land. Now that you've come to the Xia family, I'm afraid the news has already spread. Perhaps, right now, there are already quite a number of people in the vicinity of the Xia family. They are waiting for you to leave the Xia family to kill you. The divine corrupting spring in your hands is too tempting." Xia Jie could not help but sigh as he continued, although the divine corrupting spring is useless to ultimate powerhouses, it can be used to assist those below the ultimate powerhouse level in their cultivation. Below the ultimate experts, there are many ultimate gods who are facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that could result in serious injuries or death after 1,000 years. These people are willing to do anything to increase their strength and resist the heavenly tribulation. These people can even be regarded as desperados because if they can't get your divine corrupting spring, they won't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation in the near future. Xia Jie's words clearly explain Duan Lingtian's current situation. Duan Lingtian naturally knew all this, so he just nodded in agreement and waited for Xia Jie to continue. He knew that the third master of the Xia family would give him some suggestions. Sure enough, after Xia Jie finished speaking, he continued, "You actually don't have any other choice now. You only have one choice, which is to leave the God-defying realm. If you leave the God-defying realm and go to the outer realm, no one will know you. Even if there are people in the God-defying realm talking about you, there won't be anyone targeting you so quickly in the outer realm. The outer realm is where the experts of thousands of realms gather. The God-defying realm is just one of the realms. Of course, you still have to be mentally prepared. The God-defying realm is a powerful realm, after all. You're a young prodigy who's widely acknowledged in the God-defying realm. If they find out you've obtained a large amount of divine corrupting spring in the God-defying realm, they'll definitely be tempted and target you. Of course, it takes time for the news to spread. Moreover, not everyone is willing to share the news of you possessing the divine corrupting spring with other realms in the outer realm. Who wouldn't want to monopolize it? Xia Jie's suggestion was indeed similar to Duan Lingtian's. However, from Xia Jie's words, Duan Lingtian learned more about the vastness of the outer realm. The outer realm was where the experts of thousands of realms gathered. It was the most suitable place for Duan Lingtian to live. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not be safe in the God-defying realm or any of the realms of gods. If he hid in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy, he might be fine. However, he could not hide in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy forever. Xia Jie's words made Duan Lingtian realize that although the Myriad Art Academy was only a heavyweight force on the surface, it had a strong foundation. Otherwise, Xia Jie would not have said that he would be fine if he stayed in the Myriad Art Academy. Third uncle, I also plan to go to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian looked at Xia Jie and nodded. However, I don't know how to get to the outer realm. This was what Duan Lingtian needed to consider at this moment. He wanted to go to the outer realm. However, how could he get to the outer realm? Xia Jie smiled slightly when he heard this. You don't have to worry about that. As a giant godly venerable rank clan in the divine offering land, our Xia clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jie's words. You can't use the transportation formation. However, the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xia Yu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He overruled Xia Jie as soon as he opened his mouth. Xia Jie frowned and Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face when Xia Yu said in a deep voice, "Third brother, don't forget that although the transportation formation will send him to our place in the outer realm, is that place really safe for him? Don't forget. The divine hoarding spring is a treasure that all ultimate experts want to obtain. Even if there's an ultimate expert guarding that place, can you guarantee that the ultimate expert won't be tempted by the divine hoarding spring in his hands?" Xia Jie's expression changed when he heard Xia Yu's words. He had indeed forgotten this point. Earlier, he was only thinking that the godly venerable rank clans in the divine offering land could use their transportation formation to go to the outer realm, which was the territory of the God-defying realm. Those territories of the God-defying realm were guarded by ultimate experts from the God-defying realm, so there would be no danger. In that place, ordinary people would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. However, what if the ultimate expert wanted to? Chapter 43-53. It was still the same old saying. A man's wealth is his own fault. The divine corrupting spring in Duanlingtian's hands was not only tempting to the ultimate gods, but also the ultimate gods. The ultimate gods might not be able to use it themselves, but there was no lack of direct descendants among them. Even if they could not use it themselves, they could give it to their descendants. In addition, even the ultimate gods who did not have any descendants could exchange the divine corrupting spring for things they needed in the outer realm even if they could not use it themselves. The divine corrupting spring was a hot commodity even in the outer realm. If we don't use the transportation formation, Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, frowned slightly. Although he seemed to agree with his brother, Xiaoyu, he could not help but feel helpless when he thought about how Duanlingtian would still have to face a group of ultimate gods after leaving the Xia clan's residence if they did not use the transportation formation. He could escort Duanlingtian himself. However, his current strength might not even be comparable to Duanlingtian's. If he left with Duanlingtian, he would be lucky if he did not drag him down, let alone escort him. At that moment, Duanlingtian could not help but become alert when he heard Xiaoyu's words. Ultimate gods. Unknowingly, he had become a hot commodity even in the eyes of ultimate gods. I'll ask the great ancestor to come back. Xiaoyu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, spoke in a deep voice when the atmosphere was a little tense. Great ancestor? Xia Jie's frown deepened. Even if the great ancestor comes back and leaves with Duanlingtian, he'll definitely become the focus of attention from all the ultimate gods. Who knows, he might encounter other ultimate gods along the way. The great ancestor, Xia Jie's heart sank when he thought about his great ancestor's current situation. The great ancestor of the Xia clan was actually a very ancient existence. Ultimate gods had to face the heavenly tribulation of 10,000 years. His great ancestor was injured the last time and might not have fully recovered. That was also the reason why his brother had to compromise with the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng. The ancestor of the Yun family was no longer the powerful existence that he used to be in his prime. This time around, if his actual body were to descend and bring Duanlingtian away, he would undoubtedly have to endure an enormous amount of pressure if an ultimate expert was unable to restrain themselves and made a move. Perhaps, his old injuries would worsen before they were healed. Originally, there was still a chance for the next heavenly tribulation in 10,000 years. But now, there was no chance at all. I didn't ask Grand Ancestor to take him away to the outer world. Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, I'm just asking the Grand Ancestor's original body to come back and open a spatial passage for him to enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer world. This is also the best solution for now. Xiaoyu said. Enter the turbulent space and go against the flow? Xia Jie sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that too dangerous? Even a high-level ultimate god would have a 50-50 chance of dying if they were to go against the flow of the turbulent space. At this moment, Xiaoyu glanced at Duanlingtian and said indifferently, Don't tell me you still think he's a mid-level ultimate god? As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at Duanlingtian and continued to say without waiting for Xia Jie's reply, If I enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer realm, there's a 30-70 chance of survival. The meaning of his words was simple. If he were to do that, with his strength, he had a 70% chance of successfully going to the outer world. There was also a 30% chance that he would perish in there and his Tao would vanish. Think about it carefully. If you leave directly or use the Xia family's teleportation formation to leave, the chances of you dying are even higher. Moreover, under those circumstances, you won't have a choice, and you won't have the initiative. It all depends on whether or not someone will attack you and take your divine corrupting spring. If you enter the turbulent space, even an ultimate expert won't be able to find you easily. Looking for someone in the turbulent space is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, if you enter the turbulent space and go against the flow, you'll have to rely on your own strength and luck. It all depends on your choice. Xia Yu said. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Xia Jia looked at Duan Lingtian silently. At this moment, he did not voice his opinion. This was because he knew that this might be the best choice for Duan Lingtian. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Patriarch Xia. At this moment, Duan Lingtian solemnly thanked Xia Yu under the gazes of the two Xia family members. At the same time, he said, "This time, the senior from the Xia family has helped me. I won't let him do it for nothing. Before I leave, I'll leave the Xia family with the corresponding divine corrupting spring," Duan Lingtian said. Allowing the ultimate expert's true body to return and help him. This favor was too big for him. Even though the Xia family was considered his wife's family, he did not acknowledge them at the moment. As for whether he would acknowledge them in the future, it would all depend on his wife. Now that the Xia family had helped him, he would not let them help for nothing. No need. However, Xia Yu rejected Duan Lingtian. The Xia family is not helping you because we want the divine corrupting spring in your hands. It's because, as a father, I owe Shui. Also, it's because, the Xia family wants to invest. At the end of his sentence, Xia Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. Make an investment. As for what to invest, it was obvious that it was Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Xia Yu's words, he rejected immediately. If family head Xia does not accept it, then there's no need to ask the senior for help. I, Duan Lingtian, will walk out on my own. Duan Lingtian's attitude was very firm. As for the relationship between me and the Xia family, it all depends on my wife's attitude in the future. Before that, I don't want to have anything to do with the Xia family. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment before he sighed. Clearly, he had agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. Xia Jia, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. In less than 1,000 years, the insignificant young man in his eyes had grown to the point where he could go toe-to-toe with his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family in the divine offering land. Shui has found herself a good man, Xia Jia thought to himself. Xia Jia thought to himself. At the same time, he also felt that it was worth it for Shui to choose to reincarnate and risk her life to be together with this man. Meanwhile, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia family, was calling for the return of the old ancestor of the Xia family. At this moment, a group of people had gathered at a place far away from the Xia family's mansion. More and more people were arriving. Among these people were experts from various overlords and ultimate gods' forces in the divine offering land. There were also some experts from other realms of gods who had rushed over as soon as they received the news. They only had one objective in mind. They wanted to get some divine corrupting spring from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to cooperate, everything would be fine. If he was unwilling to cooperate, they would rob him. Of course, not all of these people were here for Duan Lingtian. For example, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, who had rushed over from the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gang land, did not lurk around the Xia family's mansion like the others. Instead, they paid a visit directly. I'm Yang Yuchen from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. I'm here with my senior brother Hong Yifeng to pay a visit to the clan leader of the Xia family. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng appeared outside the Xia family's mansion together and greeted them loudly. They had come because they had heard the news that their little junior brother had appeared in the Xia family's mansion. Therefore, they had rushed over immediately. Recently, they had gathered their friends and swept around the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gang land. They had killed many uninvited guests who wanted to ambush their little junior brother's return. They had killed so many that their blood flowed like a river. Their fierce names had also begun to spread throughout the profound Handle grounds, and had spread to every corner of the world. Especially Hong Yifeng. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his battle strength was not weaker than the best among the upper ultimate gods. Many experts in the Mystic Gang land had boasted that Hong Yifeng's strength was close to that of a top upper ultimate god. If he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm, he would directly join the ranks of the top upper ultimate gods. His strength would not be weaker than the leaders of some giant ultimate god forces. And this was only the second senior brother of one of the branches in the Myriad Law Academy. The 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace's inner court progeny used to be behind the scenes. However, this time, with the rise of Duan Ling Tian, Yang Yuchen, and Hong Yifeng, it could no longer conceal its dazzling brilliance. First, it was Huangfu Mengyuan, then Duan Ling Tian, Hong Yifeng, and the monstrous medium ultimate god Yang Yuchen. The Myriad Law Academy's internal branch may be able to affect the future of the god-defying realm. There was even an elderly utmost powerful being who let out such a sigh when he was chatting with a few other utmost powerful beings. This showed the current popularity of the Myriad Law Academy's internal branch. The Outer Realm. The place where the experts of the myriad worlds gathered. It was a burial ground filled with white bones. It was scarlet everywhere, and the sky was full of broken bodies. Occasionally, a few monsters would appear, and they looked ferocious and terrifying. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A blood-red figure burst out from the burial ground, cut across the sky, and flew into the distance. As he flew, he shouted in exasperation, "Huangfu Mengyuan, you crazy woman. I've already let you have the thing and won't fight with you anymore. What else do you want?" Behind him, a cold and beautiful figure flashed a few times and chased after him. At the same time, an indifferent and cold woman's voice broke the dead silence of the burial ground. "The blood essence of your clan is also a great tonic in the myriad worlds. It's just right to use it to baptize my junior sister." As soon as she finished speaking, a green light suddenly appeared. In an instant, everything around it was overshadowed. It cut across the sky and flew in the direction that the blood-red figure had fled. Almost in the next moment. No, an unwilling and shrill cry came from afar. Then, in that direction, a powerful aura was also annihilated. It disappeared like a torrential downpour. The cold and beautiful figure instantly disappeared. A pair of slender jade-like hands stretched out and made several hand seals. Suddenly, a blood mist began to condense in the void. Then, drops of scarlet blood with a touch of golden light also solidified. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.